Chapter 1. The day everything broke, the shop had been in Wei Liang's family for 3 generations. His grandfather had built the counter himself from cedar planks hauled down from the Crescent Mountain foothills, working 2 summers to get the joints right because he refused to pay a craftsman for something he could learn to do himself. His father had spent 12 years expanding the back storeroom until it held enough medicinal herbs to supply half the outer district's healers and still have inventory for the walk-in trade. His mother still polished the lacquered sign above the doorway every morning before she opened. The characters for Wei family provisions worn smooth from 4 decades of her palms passing over them. The paint renewed yearly in the same brushstroke pattern her mother-in-law had taught her. By the time Overseer Deng Zhao's men arrived at the 9th bell, the sign was already on the ground. Wei Liang stood in the doorway of the storeroom and watched 3 enforcement disciples pull the inventory shelves from the walls. They were not doing it carefully. They were doing it the way men do things when they know no one present has the power to make them stop. Dried lotus root shattered across the stone floor. Clay jars of preserved ginger rolled and cracked. A bundle of pine bark powder that his mother had spent 2 weeks preparing, grinding it by hand, sieving it 3 times, packaging it in the wrapped paper format that the district healers preferred, burst across the counter in a pale cloud, and the tallest enforcer tracked his boot through it without looking down, without pausing, without any gesture acknowledging that the powder was a thing someone had made. Spiritual tribute assessment, 3rd quarter, the squad leader announced. He was a blocky man with a compliance seal stamped on his shoulder, the mark of the Crescent Peak Sect's outer enforcement division, and a ledger he held the way people hold objects they know give them authority. He had the voice of someone who had read this particular announcement enough times that the words had stopped meaning anything. He was simply a container through which the words passed. Wei family provisions, outstanding balance, 14 spirit stones. Compounded arrears, 6 spirit stones. Total due, 20. We paid 11 last month. Wei Liang's mother stood behind the counter with both hands pressed flat to the wood. Her voice was steady. That steadiness was the most frightening thing in the room, because Wei Liang knew what was underneath it. I have the receipt. I can produce the receipt. The rate adjusted. The squad leader didn't look at her. He was reviewing the ledger, or performing the appearance of reviewing it, which was probably the same function as far as he was concerned. 3rd quarter adjustment, Outer District Tier 2, 15%. Your last payment was credited against the pre-adjustment balance. There is still 20 owed. That is not legal. It is consistent with Sect Enforcement Provision 7. He finally looked up. His expression had the particular blankness of an answer delivered on reflex, the words worn smooth from repetition, the expectation of challenge long since retired. Ma'am, I don't make the provisions. Wei Liang's younger sister Mei pressed herself against the storeroom doorframe beside him. She was 14, with their father's sharp eyes and her mother's composure, and right now her sharp eyes were tracking the enforcer by the window, the one who had just lifted a jar of their best ginger extract and was examining the bottom with what looked like casual appraisal, but was actually the professional evaluation of a man deciding whether it was worth the risk of pocketing. That one's going to take it, she said quietly. I know. Are you going to do something? Wei Liang was 17 years old and Qi Baron. Sect-tested and certified Qi Baron, with the paperwork to prove it, filed with the Enforcement Division 3 years ago after the annual cultivation assessment that had ended with the examiner telling him, not unkindly, that some people simply were not born with the gift. He had no cultivation. He had no formal sect training. He had grown up in this shop watching his parents navigate the endless creative taxation of the Enforcement Division with patience and careful accounting, believing. He had believed this, believed it down to the place where convictions live, that being right eventually mattered. He had stopped believing that approximately 3 months ago. No, he said. Mei made a sound that was not quite contempt, because she loved him, but was not quite nothing either. The enforcer by the window pocketed the ginger extract. The squad leader finished his ledger notation with 3 careful strokes. Wei Liang's mother placed the 20 spirit stones on the counter, the last of the household reserves, the emergency fund that had been built over 6 years of careful supplementation, and received in exchange a stamped receipt that acknowledged the payment while simultaneously noting that the 4th quarter assessment would occur in 90 days. When they left, Mei knelt down and began picking up the lotus root pieces that weren't too far gone to save, working with the methodical patience of someone who refuses to waste what can still be used. Wei Liang's mother stood at the counter for a long time without moving, her hands still flat on the wood, her gaze directed somewhere that wasn't the room. The afternoon light came through the window where the enforcer had stood and fell across the powder trail of ruined pine bark, drawing a pale line across the floor like a record. We'll rebuild it, Wei Liang said. His mother turned her head and considered him with an expression that was not angry and not hopeless. It was something more final than either. The look of someone who has done the arithmetic and found that the arithmetic doesn't care about their feelings. Go and eat something, she said. You look thin. He couldn't eat. He lay on his sleeping mat that night with the ceiling 3 feet above his face and listened to his mother moving around the shop below, reorganizing what was left into something that could pass for normal, and he rotated through his thoughts with the systematic helplessness of someone who understands a problem but has no tools to address it. He thought about the assessment examiner's voice saying some people simply were not born with the gift. He thought about Deng Zhao's squad leader reading the adjusted rate from a ledger that adjusted the moment you try to meet it. He thought about Mei saying, "Are you going to do something?" He was thinking about this, specifically about the gap between understanding what needed to happen and being capable of making it happen when the light occurred. It started at his sternum, a crack of gold along the inside of his ribcage, not painful, but searingly present from the inside, like someone had opened a door in his chest that led somewhere he had never known to look for. Wei Liang sat up gasping. The light was invisible to anyone who might have been watching. It lived entirely behind his ribs, and it was spreading upward toward his skull and downward toward the base of his spine in a pattern that felt more architectural than biological. The sensation was not power exactly. It was recognition, the specific feeling of something that has been waiting a very long time finally receiving permission to exist. His mind space, which had been a flat gray nothing since the day he first learned that ordinary people had a mind space and cultivators had something more, erupted into an architecture he had no language for. Not a landscape, a structure, a tree, a genealogical tree, rendered in gold light, its roots anchored somewhere he couldn't look at directly, and its branches extending upward into a darkness that held no menace. From each branch, ghostly silhouettes hung like lanterns, 12 of them, dim as coals, each one the approximate shape of a small human being in repose. Then the first one moved. It was the brightest, third branch from the left, near the crown of the tree, where the light concentrated the way it concentrates at the center of a flame. The silhouette's hand reached forward through the space between branches and pressed against something he couldn't name, some membrane between this moment and another moment that existed at a distance he couldn't measure, and he felt, with a clarity that bypassed language entirely, that whatever he had just become, whatever this was, this small and distant presence had been waiting for exactly this. He received, not heard, exactly, but received the way you receive the meaning of music when it arrives in your chest, a child's voice. Not words at first, only the unmistakable emotional signature of someone saying, after a long wait, that you are finally here. Then words, brief and warm and faintly urgent. "Father, we've been waiting." Wei Liang collapsed back onto his sleeping mat with his hand pressed to his sternum and the gold light dying to a quiet glow behind his ribs, and the last thought he had before unconsciousness was not confusion or fear or the many reasonable things it could have been. It was, "Then I have work to do." Outside, Deng Zhao's notice was still nailed to the door, but something had changed tonight, and now he had 90 days to make sure it would never matter again. Chapter 2. The first gift. He woke before dawn with the gold light still present, settled now into a background warmth like banked coals after a fire. The genealogical tree was stable in his mind space, 12 silhouettes on their branches, each one holding still with the patience of things accustomed to waiting. The brightest was at rest now, the urgency of her first message replaced by something quieter and continuous. He could sense her attention the way you sense someone watching you from across a room, without needing to look up. He examined the system carefully, with the methodical attention of a merchant's son running through an unexpected ledger entry, identifying each line item, its function, its constraints, its cost, before making any decisions about what to do with it. The explanation came as though reading from the light itself. The system connected him to potential future children, children who might exist in futures branching from this moment, whose existence depended on his survival, his choices, his cultivation progress. They could see forward through the bloodline thread to his present moment. They could send gifts backward, cultivation resources, techniques, objects, warnings. Each gift cost them something permanent. Each gift was a choice made by the child, not extracted by the system. The second point had been stated with a delicacy that felt deliberate. He filed it carefully. The brightest silhouette had been first to reach through the membrane. He did not know her name yet, would not for some time, but he already thought of her as Little Flame, because that was the quality of her presence. She was watching him now with an attention that was simultaneously distant and intimate, the way warmth from a fire is present even when the fire itself is out of sight. A gift is ready to send, the system informed him. She has prepared a basic qi circulation technique. She studied it in her time before teaching it to her own students. She believes it will suit your foundation. There was a pause. He understood the pause was not technical delay, but volition. She was choosing whether to commit. Then warmth rushed along the bloodline thread, and knowledge landed in his mind with the gentle force of a book opened to exactly the right page. Not the memory of a technique, but the technique itself. A 12-step qi circulation pattern. Its meridian pathways carefully marked, the breath rhythm notated, common errors flagged in a handwriting that was precise and slightly impatient. The handwriting of someone who had taught this many times and knew where students went wrong. Wei Liang sat cross-legged on his sleeping mat and tried the first step. He had attempted qi circulation exercises 17 times in his life. Every annual examination since age 8, every supplementary assessment, every desperate private practice session with borrowed manuals in the years between then and the catastrophic official result at 14. None of them had produced anything. The examiners had been consistent. The spiritual channels were present, the meridians structurally intact, but dormant. No activation, no resonance, no gift. The first step of the gifted technique produced a thread of warmth along his left inner arm that he had never felt before in his life. By the 5th step, his hands were trembling. By the 11th step, actual spiritual energy, small, tentative, no larger than a candle flame against what he understood a true cultivator might carry, was circulating through his lower dantian. Not nothing. Not wishful thinking. Real, moving, alive. He held the 12th step for a count of 60 breaths, afraid that stopping would lose something irreplaceable. It didn't lose anything. The energy settled into the pattern, found its rhythm, and held the way something true holds. When he opened his eyes, the sky through his window had turned from black to deep gray. He checked the genealogical tree. Little Flame's silhouette was unchanged, still bright, still present, her attention on him warm and steady. Good. He had been afraid that sending the gift would have left some mark. He dressed quietly, tucking away the questions that remained about what exactly she had spent, and went downstairs. His mother was already in the shop, moving with the careful efficiency of someone reorganizing grief into something functional. She had made a list of what was salvageable from the previous day's damage. Her handwriting was steady, each item noted with practical precision. Wei Liang watched her for a moment, then carried the undamaged jars back to the shelves without saying anything that would require her to reassure him. The notice nailed to the outside of their door was still there. 4th quarter assessment, 90 days. 20 spirit stones minimum. He read it, folded his hands behind his back, and let the small new flame of spiritual energy in his dantian breathe its slow new breath. 90 days. He had 90 days. The system pulsed at the edge of his awareness. Not Little Flame this time, but a different silhouette, smaller and dimmer, on a branch 3 positions from hers. This one had been hovering at the edge of communicating for most of the night. He sent a gentle awareness along the thread, not a request, just presence, acknowledging that he saw it, that it didn't need to rush. The silhouette steadied, then slowly brightened, as though having been seen was sufficient for now. He filed that away. Some of the children communicated through gifts. Some communicated through proximity and patience. He would need to understand the difference. Outside, the outer district was beginning its morning. Wei Liang stood in his family's doorway with the cold dawn air on his face and 90 days ahead of him, and the small, impossible miracle of genuine spiritual energy burning in his chest. The system had called him father, a word that carried futures he hadn't chosen yet, costs he hadn't agreed to, children spending their potential to reach back to him from lives not yet lived. He would not waste what they gave him, and he needed a teacher before Deng Zhao's next move arrived. Chapter 3. Hui Tinder. The forest beyond the outer district's eastern gate was the place where nobody trained, and it suited Wei Liang precisely because of this. It sat in the awkward geography between the sect's allocated practice grounds, too far for supervision, and the city walls, too close for wilderness cultivators who needed genuine remoteness. The trees were old enough that the ambient spiritual energy ran marginally thicker than the city average, not enough to matter for any established cultivator, but enough that a man building a foundation from nothing might find useful. More importantly, the deep sections had no regular foot traffic, good sight lines in most directions if you knew where to stand, and ground that absorbed the sound of practice well. Wei Liang used it for 3 days. He kept to the furthest stands of old timber, where the light came through in columns between trunks, and the undergrowth was thick enough to reduce visibility to 30 feet in any direction. He had no way of knowing whether Qi Tinder breakthrough would be visible to someone with cultivation sensing ability. He intended to not find out through the wrong kind of observation. The gifted technique was designed to be gentle. It built the Qi Tinder foundation the way a careful mason builds a wall, one course of stone at a time, each layer allowed to set before the next was placed, the mortar between them given the hours it needed. Day 1. The circulation pattern stabilizing, the energy moving without significant effort through the 12 meridian pathways, the retention improving from 12 count breaths to 20. Day 2. The foundation deepening, the spiritual energy's circulation finding the natural rhythm of his breathing without having to be consciously maintained. Day 3. Late afternoon, the light coming slant through the trees in the particular gold of autumn approaching evening. Something in his dantian completed. The click of it was interior and unmistakable, the sound that something makes when it finishes becoming what it was in the process of becoming. The energy settled into a new depth, his meridian pathways widened almost imperceptibly, and the system noted in its quiet way. Qi tender rank achieved. Foundation, strong. Proceed carefully. He sat with this for a moment that stretched longer than he expected. Qi tender. The floor of the cultivation hierarchy. The rank children achieved at their first assessment if they showed any gift at all. The rank he had spent 3 years being told he would never reach. He was 17 years old and had just achieved what most cultivators managed at 12 or 13 if they had moderate aptitude. He had also, as of 4 days ago, been unable to produce a single thread of spiritual energy under any circumstances. He decided this was an acceptable trade, and then decided the emotion that came with the thought was something he would deal with later when he had time for it, and stood up and brushed old leaves from his knees. On the walk back through the forest toward the eastern gate, he encountered Xianxia. She was crouched at the base of a ginkgo tree, harvesting the medicinal leaves from the ground where they had fallen, pale, slightly translucent, good for respiratory preparations when dried properly. Her wicker basket was half full. Her cultivation was the calm, settled signature of a vein opener who had spent time on consolidation rather than rapid advancement, older than her rank, well-rooted. She was roughly 16, his age, and had been 3 ranks ahead of him in cultivation since they were children in the district's common school. They had been close friends until the assessment at 14. Nothing dramatic had ended it. The social structure of the outer district had simply, without cruelty or design, rearranged itself around the difference between a cultivator and someone who was not. He did not blame her. She had not avoided him deliberately. They had drifted into separate routes. She noticed him before he noticed her. By the time he processed her presence, she had already processed his, and was regarding him with the particular focused attention of a healer observing something that doesn't match her expectations. Xianxia perceived cultivation energy clinically, not impressed by power levels, more interested in form and structure. She studied the Qi Tinder foundation around him for a moment with her head slightly tilted. Wei Liang, she said. Xianxia. A pause. The forest gave them its patience freely. That's new, she said. Not surprise exactly. Observation delivered as statement. Yes. It wasn't there 3 days ago. I passed you in the district, and there was nothing. There was nothing 3 days ago. Her expression moved through several rapid calculations whose contents he could only partially guess. Then she set the basket down and gave him her full attention, which with Xianxia meant the shift from passive observation to active clinical mode. A healer who has decided to treat the situation rather than document it. I'm not going to ask how, she said. I'm guessing the honest answer is something you'd prefer to keep private. That's correct. Then I won't ask. She held the decision for a moment, confirming it. I'm glad for you. That's genuine, not polite. The sincerity of it was slightly uncomfortable, because he remembered what the friendship had been before the assessment changed things, and he didn't have time right now to feel that fully. He filed it in the same place he was filing everything he didn't have time for. I need a favor, he said. All right. I need my cultivation kept quiet. Not just from enforcement. From everyone, for now. Who would I tell? She seemed genuinely puzzled by the premise. I work in the medical records office 3 mornings a week. What I see there, and what I see elsewhere, I treat it the same way. That's a principle I started with, not a rule someone gave me. He held her gaze for a moment. Then, Deng Zhao's enforcement schedule. Do you have access to it? Xianxia blinked once. Then the clinical attention in her eyes recalibrated and landed on something she hadn't been expecting to find when she walked into this forest this afternoon. I can find it, she said. Give me a week. She picked up her basket and went back to the ginkgo harvest with the focused air of someone adding a task to a well-organized list. He went home with the Qi Tinder Foundation warm in his chest and the knowledge that he had, without planning to, acquired his first ally who was not obligated to him by contract or coincidence. That night, training in his room, he heard the genealogical tree stir. Third son's silhouette, the one that had been hovering at the edge of communication since the first morning, pulsed brighter than before, then subsided. Not ready yet, but closer to ready. He sent acknowledgement along the thread and let the child decide in its own time. But on his walk home, crossing the market district's outer edge, he had noticed 3 enforcer-adjacent men he didn't recognize watching the street with the patient attention of people who had been given a specific face to look for. Not Deng Zhao's usual squad. Someone else's. He needed that teacher, and he needed one before the wrong person found him first. Chapter 4. Elder Mao's recognition. Elder Mao Zuan lived in a 3-room townhouse on the outer district's northern edge, between a mended net shop and a grain storage facility that had been empty for a decade. The house smelled of aging paper and medicinal wine, and the particular quality of dust that accumulates when a person has decided that cleaning represents a low-priority allocation of effort. There were scrolls on every flat surface, some organized, most not, a few apparently migrating from one shelf to another via a route that had never completed. There was a cultivation training mat in the back room that had not been unrolled in several years. There was a retired sect elder sitting in the front room's best chair with a ceramic cup of something amber and an expression that said he had received enough requests in his life and would prefer not to receive another. I retired, Mao said, when Wei Liang explained his purpose. I retired specifically so I would not need to deal with young men who want things from me. I'm not here to ask for sect advancement. I have no interest in sect advancement. Then what are you here for? Wei Liang told him. He was careful about it. He described the system's basic function without the parts he was still uncertain about, framing it as a bloodline ability with a gift delivery mechanism connecting him to future lineage members. He avoided the word children because he was still working out how to explain the full shape of what it was. He described the gifts as resources that could be channeled backward through the bloodline thread, the mechanism requiring his cultivation to function at increasingly high levels. Mao listened with the progressive attention of someone who started mildly interested and found himself unable to stop engaging. By the halfway point, he had set down his cup. By the end, he had leaned forward in his chair with the slight rigidity of someone receiving an unexpected primary source. All other mental activity suspended in favor of evaluation. Show me, he said. Wei Liang opened the genealogical tree visualization. He had been experimenting with projecting its basic outline as a chi pattern, discovering the function by accident the previous morning. A faint gold shape appeared above his outstretched hand. The tree's silhouette, approximate and ghostly, the 12 silhouettes barely perceptible as forms. Mao went rigid. Not dramatically. The man had spent centuries maintaining composure. But his hands gripped the chair arms in the specific way of someone who is using the physical action to process something that would otherwise require a visible reaction. Where did you find this? He said. Not a question. It found me. 4 nights ago. You are chi tender. The activation occurred at your breakthrough. Yes. Mao stood and walked around Wei Liang in a slow circuit. Not touching. Examining the projected tree from multiple angles with the systematic attention of a scholar handling a primary source text for the first time. After the 3rd circuit, he stopped. This is the ancestor ecosystem, he said. I don't know that name. You wouldn't. It's been considered destroyed for 900 years. His voice had the careful evenness of someone controlling a significant reaction. There was a practitioner, the last confirmed practitioner, killed at the end of the Sundering Wars. Sect records describe the system as a bloodline art of extraordinary theoretical power but insufficient documentation to reconstruct. Every practitioner before you was removed before they could complete their own understanding. He held Wei Liang's gaze. The organization responsible calls itself the Hollow Covenant. Tell me about them. Not yet. Mao returned to his chair. You don't need that yet. What you need first is someone who has been waiting 900 years to be useful in this specific way. He paused. I'll mentor you. 2 conditions. Name them. First, complete discretion. Not from rivals, from everyone. From the sect. From anyone who asks. Your cultivation is a spontaneous late awakening. Purely internal, nothing notable about its origin. This is not negotiable. Agreed. Second, his voice changed quality. Still level, but carrying something underneath, something with weight. Every gift this system delivers comes at a real cost to whoever sends it. You will not accept gifts carelessly. You will not request gifts you don't genuinely need. And you will not rationalize that the cost is acceptable because your cause justifies it. The cost is real and it falls on someone other than you. Hold that every time. Wei Liang thought about the hand pressing through the tree. He thought about Third Son's careful hesitation. He thought about the warmth of the technique landing in his mind and how it had felt before he understood what it was, like being loved without conditions. Agreed, he said. I mean that. Mao nodded with the precision of someone confirming a contract. He stood and crossed to a cabinet in the back room, returning with a sealed jade scroll that he held the way you hold something that has survived several attempts to destroy it. This belonged to the last practitioner, he said. I have kept it for 900 years. I have been waiting for someone to give it to. He placed it on the table between them, not handed it over, set it down, as though the transition needed a moment to be real. Take it home. Read it tonight. Return in the morning with your questions. Wei Liang set his hand on the scroll. It hummed against his palm with the faint resonance of accumulated intention. One more thing, Mao said. From me to you, separately from the conditions. Whatever you build with this, however far it takes you, don't vanish. I have spent 900 years watching practitioners with this system get removed before they could reach their own conclusions. I want to see what the conclusion is. It was not a mentor's instruction to a student. It was something closer to a request that had been waiting a very long time. I won't vanish, Wei Liang said. He meant that too. But as he walked home with the jade scroll under his arm and the first few pages already opening in his memory, he understood that 900 years was a very long time to hold on to something, and that whatever Mao had been hoping to see in the conclusion, it was not peace. It was proof that the system's architect could be stopped. And if that was what Mao had been carrying for 9 centuries, then it was what Wei Liang was going to carry forward. Chapter 5. Deng Xiao tightens the grip. The second notice arrived on the 30th day of Wei Liang's training. It was formally phrased, a spiritual tribute supplementary assessment, citing new provision guidelines passed at the sect's most recent administrative session. The bureaucratic language so layered that the first reading produced only a general sense of threat rather than specific comprehension. The second reading, which Wei Liang conducted with deliberate attention, produced the specific number, 35 spirit stones. The household had 12 in the emergency reserve, which was where the emergency reserve now lived since the previous collection. Deng Xiao came in person this time, with 4 enforcers instead of 3. He filled the shop in a way that had nothing to do with physical size. His spirit condensate cultivation was fully present, not activated for combat, just visible, the way a large and well-fed animal is visible in any space it occupies. The shop seemed to compress around him. Shelf items that had never seemed fragile became suddenly fragile. Wei Liang's mother stood at the counter with the same flat steadiness she had shown the previous time, but her grip on the counter edge was white-knuckled in a way she was probably not aware of. Deng Xiao didn't read from a ledger. He studied the shop the way a man studies a property he's deciding how to acquire. I understand the family has been struggling with assessments, he said. His voice had the warmth of someone who is not required to be warm but chooses to be, because warmth is a more effective tool than its opposite. The sect values its outer district partnerships. We would genuinely hate to see an establishment with this family's history. He looked around slowly, the inspection leisurely in total. Fall into delinquency classification. The assessment amount exceeds the legally established rate for Tier 2. Your property records show Tier 3, ma'am. He produced the information with apologetic smoothness. I personally reviewed the classification file this morning. I wanted to make sure there was no error before bringing this to your attention. Tier 3 properties carry the new provision rate. 35 stones, due before the month's end. We don't have 35 stones. That's a difficult situation. His gaze moved to Wei Liang, who had taken his familiar position in the storeroom doorway. Same placement as the first time, hands still behind his back, watching with the focused stillness of someone who has made a specific decision about what to do with his hands and is now executing it. Your son. I've heard he recently showed cultivation activity. He's been training, his mother said, neutral. Late awakening cases interest the sect's assessment division. Deng Xiao's tone remained pleasant. We have a re-evaluation protocol. It would establish his proper tier placement for contribution purposes. He held his gaze on Wei Liang for a moment that was precisely long enough to communicate the subtext without speaking it. I'd encourage the family to resolve the outstanding assessment first, of course. Priority matters. This was the threat's architecture. The spirit stones were not the goal. The spirit stones were the demonstration. The goal was the cultivation assessment, which was the tool to dismantle whatever Wei Liang was building before it could become something that required more than enforcement. Wei Liang stepped forward from the doorway. Deng Xiao turned his full attention to the movement with the relaxed curiosity of a large animal noting a smaller one's approach. Interested, not alarmed. Wei Liang met his gaze and allowed the smallest possible thread of qi tinder cultivation to become perceptible, not as a challenge, not as display, but as signal. I exist. I am not empty. Factor this into your calculation. Something shifted in the overseer's assessment. The warm professional expression remained, but behind it, something recalculated. End of the month, Deng Xiao said, addressing Wei Liang's mother again as though the exchange had not occurred. Delinquent status initiates property review under the tier adjustment provision. I'd encourage arrangements. He nodded to each person in the room in turn, a gesture that was courtesy shaped around a threat's core, and led his enforcers back out through the door. When they were gone, the shop felt large again in the unsettling way of a space that has just been vacated by something that occupied more than its physical dimensions. Wei Liang's mother turned to him. Her expression did not say anything that required words. "I'm working on it," he said. That evening, the system pulsed. Second daughter's branch, dim, smaller than little flames, brightened in the way that things brighten when a decision has been reached rather than approached. The warmth that came through was careful and deliberate, the feeling of a child placing something precious in a stranger's hands and deciding to trust the placement. A cultivation enhancement pill materialized in his palm. The system's notation was precise. Second daughter sends this freely. It will accelerate your meridian expansion by several weeks. The cost to her is permanent, a reduction in her cultivation development ceiling. He studied the pill. He sent a question along the thread. "You understand what this costs?" The silhouette sent back warmth that meant, "I know, and I'm choosing this." He swallowed the pill. The energy that moved through him was not the careful gentleness of Little Flame's technique. It was a surge, ordered and directed, but powerful, his meridians expanding against their natural pace with a speed that made his eyes water and his hands grip the edge of the training mat. He held the circulation pattern until the surge had passed through all 12 pathways and settled into the new configuration. Afterward, second daughter's silhouette was noticeably dimmer. He sat with that for a long time, the pill's energy doing its quiet work while he held the knowledge that a child who didn't exist yet had just spent part of her future on his behalf. He did not stop training. He trained harder. That was what the cost demanded. And somewhere above him in the fourth-floor apartment of a building he had never visited, the records office contact who reported to Deng Xiao was composing a message that would reach the overseer's private courier by morning, because he had been observed receiving a delivery in the outer district that afternoon, and the description of what he had received matched a very specific profile someone had been watching for. Chapter 6. Vein Opener. The breakthrough happened at midnight on the 42nd day. Elder Mao sat in the corner of the training room, the back room of his townhouse, the mat now regularly used, the scroll stacks shifted to the walls, and watched Wei Liang's circulation run through its final pattern with the specific patience of someone for whom 42 days is not a long time at all. The Jade Scroll's first technique was the Ancestor's Reach, a short-range spiritual pressure application designed for close-quarters defense, released through the primary meridian pathway into the striking hand at point of contact. Accessing it required a vein opener foundation. Everything in the Jade Scroll's opening section was written for that baseline, which meant the vein opener breakthrough was not an intermediate milestone, but the necessary precondition for everything else. The meridians opened in sequence, all 12, following the ordered pattern the technique required, and the sensation was architectural, a structure finding its final form. The spiritual energy that had been building since the Qi Tinder Foundation deepened into the broader system of the cleared pathways, and the circulation expanded, stabilized, and rooted in the way things root when they have found the correct depth. Vein opener. Clean. Well built. No artifacts from forced progression, despite the enhancement pill's pace adjustment. Mao came forward to check the formation. 2 fingers to Wei Liang's wrist, then to his shoulder, the cultivator's physical equivalent of reviewing documentation. He held the contact position for longer than a casual check required, his attention moving through the formation with methodical care. After a moment he withdrew his hands and was quiet. "Solid work," he said. From Mao, this carried the weight of a formal commendation. The pill helped. The pill gave you 3 weeks. Your foundation did the rest. There's a difference between rushing a foundation and building it at an accelerated pace. The first produces structural weakness. The second produces compressed strength. Yours is the second. He returned to his chair. The tree logic. You should understand the full picture. You know the basic mechanism. What you may not have fully processed is that your cultivation rank doesn't linearly improve the bloodline thread's quality. It transforms it. Moving from Qi Tinder to Vein Opener doesn't slightly expand the connection. It restructures the entire bloodline channel. The number of viable future branches approximately doubles. The quality of what each branch can send increases significantly, and the strength of what your future children can become is elevated in ways that cascade forward through every generation after them. Wei Liang had observed the new silhouettes appearing between the 2nd and 4th week of training, dim, new, uncertain of their branches, but present in a way the tree hadn't shown before. He had not spoken with them yet. They had the quality of people settling into a new place, taking time to find their balance before speaking. So every advancement I make is also advancement for the system's potential. And every gift they send is possible because you advanced. The system is a virtuous loop. Mao's voice held something careful at its edges. But it has other properties. Read the Jade Scrolls later sections when you're ready for them. I'll tell you when. Don't rush to them. The previous practitioner rushed to them, and his understanding was incomplete because of it. Wei Liang filed the warning carefully. Then, what happened to him? The previous practitioner. He was killed before he could complete what he was building. Mao's voice was level, but the evenness had weight behind it. The organization I mentioned. They couldn't allow someone with this system to reach its full potential. So they removed him. He paused. They will try the same with you. The difference is that this time I know they're coming. That night, training alone in his room with Mao's borrowed lamp, Wei Liang attempted the ancestor's reach for the first time. The target was a block of pine wood propped against the wall. The technique channeled through his primary meridian pathway, built at the palm over 3 full breaths, released at point of contact as a compression burst. The wood didn't shatter. It acquired one clean crack through its center, straight as a line drawn with a ruler. He studied the cracked wood, then his palm, then the crack again. He had not been capable of that 5 weeks ago. He ran the technique 3 more times, deliberately refining the release angle each time. The third attempt produced a smaller crack than the second, but placed it with greater precision. And precision, Mao had emphasized, was the attribute worth developing first. Raw power corrected itself with advancement. Precision required deliberate cultivation. He went to sleep with the vein opener foundation settled and the jade scroll open to the next technique. The bloodline resonance pulse, a defensive application that was considerably more complex and would require a different kind of attention to develop. Just before sleep, the genealogical tree showed third son's silhouette at its brightest yet, hovering at the edge of communication with the particular quality of a child standing in a doorway, rehearsed, present, waiting for the right moment to commit. He sent acknowledgement along the thread, present, patient, and then Mao's forwarded message arrived from Xianxia. She had found Deng Zhao's enforcement schedule. She had found more than that, and the more was the piece that changed the picture entirely. Chapter 7. Shun Yuyi joins the medical records office occupied a narrow building adjacent to the Crescent Peak Sect's outer annex, accessible to district healers with the appropriate clearance, which Shun Yu held by virtue of 3 years of reliable shift work and a reputation for absolute professional discretion. The filing system organized compliance records by enforcement status, which meant that Deng Zhao's active assessment portfolio lived in the third cabinet from the left, second shelf, in a folder that had seen enough regular use to have worn its label entirely smooth. Xianxia had taken nothing from it. She had copied specific sections by hand, working on her own time during the morning shift. In the methodical way she did everything that required sustained care. She spread the copied materials across Elder Mao's backroom table with the systematic quality of someone presenting diagnostic results to a consultation. Deng Zhao's current patrol schedule, his quarterly assessment appointment calendar, the tier adjustment provision history with authorization stamps, and one additional document that she set down last and let sit for a moment before explaining. He's not doing this only to your family, she said. The same tier revision is applied to 11 other properties in the district. 12 total, including yours. All in the same bracket. The ones who can't afford legal challenge and who have no established relationship with a senior sect figure. That's the selection criterion, Wei Liang said. He was reading through the list. 3 families he recognized, 7 he didn't. 2 he recognized by address rather than name. The ones who might challenge, he leaves alone. The authorization structure is also interesting. She produced a second document. Every one of these assessments, all 12, carries the approval signature of an administrative sub-officer named Wen Xiao. He's listed as Core Compliance Division, Special Assessments. His role technically doesn't give him override authority on tier classifications. He's signing outside his authorization scope, and the signatures have been consistent for 8 months. Mao, at his chair by the window, turned his ceramic cup in his hands without lifting it. Wei Liang held the document with Wen Xiao's signature and studied it for a moment. Then he studied the pattern of dates. The assessments had escalated in frequency and amount over the 8 months, not randomly, but in a progression that suggested someone was testing how much pressure these specific families could sustain before breaking. I need to tell you something about my role in this, Xianxia said. She held the decision for a moment before proceeding. I'm not here to provide information and step back. I want to be part of whatever you're building toward. Wei Liang began to say that wasn't necessary, because it was the reflex. Her expression intercepted the reflex before the words finished forming. Don't. I've been filing these records for 3 years. I've watched the pattern develop. I've documented what Deng Zhao's enforcement has cost this district in health outcomes alone. People cutting back on medicinal supplies to cover assessments, delayed treatments, 2 preventable situations that I have documented and cannot officially attribute, but which I know. Her voice stayed level, but had more edge than he had heard from her before. I want to be useful, not as a record source, as someone who is part of this. He held her gaze for a moment. All right, he said. She exhaled once, confirming the decision. Then she turned back to the documents with the focused air of a healer who has identified the problem and is moving toward treatment. Tribunal provision. Mao mentioned it. The quarterly grievance hearing in the outer administrative hall. I looked up the procedure. Any cultivator can file a complaint against enforcement conduct with supporting documentation. 3 witnesses minimum for the panel to be bound to consider it. We have potential witnesses in at least 4 of the 12 affected families. 3 for the minimum. We need more than 3 for a verdict against an active overseer with institutional backing. I know. I have approaches in mind for 2 of the families I've been treating through the medical office. Careful approaches. She met his eyes. And I would like, before we proceed further, to know what you're actually carrying. Not just cultivation information. Whatever it is that makes this situation have the specific stakes you seem to be treating it as having. He held that request for a moment. He thought about what Mao had said about costs falling on someone other than yourself and needing to hold that every time. Tell me what you need first, he said. We'll have the fuller conversation when there's time for it. She accepted this with the nod of someone who recognizes a deferral rather than a refusal. What do you need from me today? He told her. Witness preparation. Records monitoring for any indication that Deng Zhao's contact in the filing office had been alerted to potential tribunal preparation. Access to Wen Xiao's authorization records in any format she could obtain them. And the request that took a moment to state. Someone who would tell him when his reasoning was wrong before it was too late to correct it. She received this last one with the expression of someone cataloging it against existing data. That last part, she said, is going to see significant use. I expect so. The genealogical tree pulsed as the meeting concluded. Little flame, not urgently but with purpose, pushing through a fragment of spatial information that resolved as a map. A specific location in the Western District, a building he didn't recognize, a room on the 2nd floor. He examined it with his full attention before storing it carefully. The note attached was brief and precise, in Little Flame's exact handwriting. Don't go there yet, father. Not yet. He respected the warning. He stored the map fragment in a specific corner of his mind space, labeled and sealed against forgetting. He did not go there. But the note's phrasing stayed with him. Not yet. Not never. Somewhere in that building in the Western District was something Little Flame considered important enough to mark and dangerous enough to defer, and whatever it was, she believed he would need it eventually. The question was what he would need to become before the timing was right, and Little Flame had warned him not to go before he was ready, which meant she knew the answer, and was waiting to see if he could work it out himself. Chapter 8. CEO Mingtian. The Eastern Market District operated at a volume and pace that absorbed most events without appearing to notice them, which was one of the reasons it served simultaneously as the outer district's primary commercial space and as the location where various forms of informal economic pressure were easiest to apply. Wei Liang moved through it on a Thursday morning carrying his mother's supply list and the secondary purpose of mapping the enforcement observation points he'd identified from Shun Yu's schedule documentation. The confrontation made itself known through its sounds before he had visual line on it. Voices raised to the specific pitch that public confrontation takes when the parties involved have calculated that a crowd of bystanders makes escalation less likely for the party with institutional backing, not more. 2 cultivators, young, confident, wearing the loose overrobes of sect-adjacent independent trainees, had positioned a man against the wall between 2 crates of iron stock outside a blacksmith shop. The man was the blacksmith, 50-something, broad as a barrel, with the compact density of someone whose work is primarily physical, and the expression of a man who has moved past fear into the territory of pure refusal. No performance of distress, just the flat clarity of someone declining to move. The cultivators were requesting a neighborhood security contribution. The blacksmith was declining, with vocabulary that was direct and comprehensive. 3 feet to the blacksmith's left, a young man approximately Wei Liang's age stood with his arms folded and the attentive expression of someone watching a situation develop and calculating when the correct moment to participate was. He was the blacksmith's apprentice, broad-shouldered, with the kind of build that comes from sustained physical labor rather than cultivation, and the particular relaxed readiness that comes from enough confrontations to have stopped treating them as emergencies. The moment he arrived when the nearer cultivator reached forward to grip the blacksmith's collar. The apprentice stepped in front of the blacksmith, caught the cultivator's wrist, and applied leverage with the practiced efficiency of someone who knows exactly what leverage requires. The cultivator went sideways into the iron crate. Stock clattered across the paving stones. The second cultivator raised chi, small, real, and brought it forward at the apprentice's torso. The apprentice blocked it with his forearm, and the impact produced a sound that shouldn't have been possible, metal hitting stone, except neither surface was metal or stone. That was simply what the forearm was underneath. Iron body cultivation. Self-developed, from the look of its expression in the ambient chi. Unconventional in its specific pattern, built from an imperfect manual, but genuine and effective. Wei Liang stepped in at the point where the second cultivator's hand was moving toward his belt pouch. One application of the ancestor's reach, targeted at the man's striking wrist, a deflection rather than damage, the compressed chi burst redirecting the arm sideways before the pouch item could emerge. The cultivator stumbled, found Wei Liang's expression waiting for him, and made an assessment. Both cultivators departed with the unhurried speed of people who have decided this location is not worth their time. The blacksmith looked at both of them, recalculated something, and went back through his shop door without commentary. This was, Wei Liang understood, the outer district's version of significant gratitude. The apprentice turned to face Wei Liang with an expression of complete, uncomplicated delight. The expression of someone who has been waiting for exactly this kind of alignment for considerably longer than this morning. Chao Mingtian, the man said, extending his hand. That technique you used on his wrist, vein opener at least. Good control. You used a quarter of what you needed, and it worked anyway. He shook Wei Liang's hand with significant enthusiasm. I'm going to be your sworn brother. I don't. We've just met. That is accurate, yes. Chao seemed unbothered by this. I have been looking for someone worth that designation since I was 14. You just deflected a chi-assisted grab using approximately 1/3 of the effort a normal practitioner would use, which means your technique efficiency is excellent, which means you have a good teacher or exceptional natural form, and either way you're someone worth knowing at the level of sworn brotherhood. He nodded, confirming something internal. Chao Mingtian, sworn elder brother Wei Liang. Excellent. Wei Liang considered whether there was a version of this conversation that ended differently. He was unable to construct one. The man was not being manipulative or performative. He was being exactly what he appeared to be, which was someone who had arrived at a conclusion and was presenting it as fact because to him it was. He shook the hand. Chao Mingtian's grin occupied a considerable portion of his face. What do you need? He said. I'm asking practically. I'm good at scouting. I'm decent at collecting statements from people who are nervous, and I am genuinely very difficult to injure. What's your current operational situation? On his route back through the market, completing the supply list, and thinking about what the addition of Chao Mingtian meant to his planning, Wei Liang noticed two men on a rooftop 3 addresses back from the market's main thoroughfare. They were positioned with the patient stillness of observers who had been there before he arrived and would remain after he left. Not enforcement posture. Something more private. He noted them without indicating that he had. He continued toward the gate. He filed the observation in the growing inventory of things that would matter later. But those observers had not been there last week. Their presence today, the same day he acquired an iron body ally with a loud voice and no apparent concept of subtlety, was either coincidence or it was not. If it was not, someone had just watched him make a new alliance and would be asking questions about what that alliance meant. He needed answers before they did, and now that he had Chao Mingtian to do the asking, he intended to get them. Chapter 9. The Plan. The War Council met in Elder Mao's back room 8 weeks after the system's awakening. The room had not been designed for 4 people, and Mao's hospitality had extended to moving 3 stacks of scrolls from the secondary seating, which he presented without comment as though this were a normal thing for a room to require. Shinyu brought a pot of medicinal tea and a 3-page written summary organized by category, documentation, witness names and reliability assessments, Wen Xiao's authorization pattern, the tribunal's procedural requirements. Chao Mingtian filled approximately 1/3 of the available space and brought scouting intelligence on Deng Zhao's personal residence that he had assembled over the preceding week through methods he described as walking the routes and paying attention to who pays attention back. Wei Liang opened with the situation's clear statement. Deng Zhao's authority flows from the sect's outer enforcement division. Direct confrontation is not viable. His spirit condensate outclasses my current standing, and any physical conflict invites sect intervention regardless of the outcome. The legal route is the quarterly tribunal. The outer grievance provision allows any cultivator to present documented enforcement complaints to a neutral panel. We have documentation of 11 other properties under the same irregular tier adjustment. We have Wen Xiao's authorization signature across all of them. And we have 3 confirmed witnesses. 3 is the minimum, Shinyu said, referring to her own notes. For a finding against an active overseer, we'll need more. Which is why Zhu Renmei. He had not met her yet, but Mao had described her, an information broker with district-spanning contacts, currently tracking the same assessment pattern for her own reasons. Mao says she'll want something other than payment. Future cooperation, Mao confirmed. She's careful about what she asks for. Manageable. The timing problem is more difficult, Xinyu said. Her voice carried the precision of a healer delivering a diagnosis she has already confirmed twice. Deng Xiao has a filing contact in the administrative records office. The moment we submit a tribunal complaint, he's informed within a day. He'll accelerate the fourth quarter assessment against your family to force a crisis before the tribunal date. So someone needs to stall the assessment. Give him a reason to pause. That's you, Chao Mingtian said. He was not suggesting this. He was observing that it was already determined. You give him something to calculate. Yes. He delays when he doesn't understand the variable. I put myself in front of him publicly, and I let him be uncertain about what I am and what I'm connected to. He doesn't move while he's calculating. Chao thought about this for exactly the amount of time it took to determine it wasn't as simple as it sounded and was still the correct call. Spirit condensate. Your vein opener. I'm not planning to fight him. I'm planning to be something he has to think about. That's different, Chao agreed. Xinyu was already writing the timeline in her notes. Tribunal in 30 days. Filing 1 week before. That's 3 weeks to gather additional testimony and manage the delay. Chao, witness statements from the other families on the list. Approach the ones most likely to speak first. Use them to encourage the more reluctant ones. I'll start tomorrow. Zhu Rinmei through Mao's channel. Wei Liang continued. Xinyu, notification monitoring so we know when Deng Xiao's contact sends the alert. Mao, I know what I'm doing, Mao said, with the mild dignity of someone who does not require instruction. The genealogical tree was quiet in the background of Wei Liang's awareness, but not inactive. Several silhouettes had brightened during the council's exchange, a response to the planning, he thought, or to the specific quality of 4 people working together toward a purpose none of them would have arrived at alone. He noted it without comment and wondered, briefly, whether the future children could see the present moment in enough resolution to know who was in the room. One more thing, he said. Deng Xiao's private backer. Wen Xiao is the instrument, but not the source. There's someone above Wen Xiao who arranged this whole operation. Someone with enough resources to fund a private pulse master hire and enough political cover to keep an enforcement overseer shielded from serious review for 8 months. He held each of them in his gaze in turn. Before we move forward, I need to know who that is. Because if we handle Deng Xiao and leave the person above him untouched, we've removed one piece and the machine continues. That changes the risk profile, Xinyu said carefully. She was already adding a notation to her summary page. Yes, the backer knows about me already. The rooftop observers I logged in the market district last week weren't Deng Xiao style. His people are direct. Those 2 were patient in a way that suggests a different operational culture. He paused. If the backer becomes aware that I'm preparing a tribunal challenge, they may accelerate rather than wait. We need the identification before we file. 3 weeks is thin for that, Chao Mingtian said. I know. Zhu Rinmei is the path. Zhu Rinmei, it turned out when she arrived 3 days later, had not only already identified the backer, she had been building a case file on the entire operation for 6 weeks, waiting for someone to ask the right question. And the backer was a core ascendant, not a sect functionary, not an administrator with ambitions. A core ascendant who had been operating through Wen Xiao as a buffer, keeping themselves anonymous, and who had been watching Wei Liang specifically since his cultivation awakened, which meant the rooftop observers had not been coincidence, and the jade chip at the end of the sealed letter had already been active for longer than Wei Liang had been aware. Whatever they wanted from him, they had been patient enough to wait for the right moment to ask, which meant the right moment was close, or they would not have revealed themselves now. Chapter 10. First Blood. The market district confrontation was engineered over 3 days of specific preparation. Wei Liang identified the enforcement squad routes, the vendor patterns they imposed on, and the individual squad member with the shortest documented temper and the most public record of provoked conduct. A compact enforcer named Lin, with 2 prior tribunal citations for excessive contact, both withdrawn under administrative review. Lin was valuable precisely because he was predictable. His behavior under provocation was documented, witnessed, and exactly calibrated to the kind of public incident that created an evidentiary record. The setup was simple in outline and precise in execution. Wei Liang walked into Lin's morning patrol route at the fruit vendor's corner carrying a basket from the family shop. He looked like a merchant's son on an errand. He allowed Lin to brush him, a deliberate assertion of right-of-way hierarchy that Lin deployed automatically, and he stumbled into a cart with enough visibility to ensure the 3 nearest vendors noticed. Lin's response to Wei Liang's carrying voice calling attention to the brush was exactly what the documentation predicted. The next 40 seconds were the most choreographed 40 seconds Wei Liang had ever produced. Lin grabbed his collar and announced a citation for obstruction of enforcement personnel. The announcement was loud enough to carry to a dozen bystanders. Then Lin drew back his right hand for a practical strike. Not cultivated, not elegant, simply the physical action of someone who considers the outcome already determined. Wei Liang stepped into it. Not away. Into it. Closing the distance to a range where the strike's angle was wrong and the ancestor's reach could redirect rather than absorb. The technique hit Lin's elbow joint. Not the hand, not the wrist, the joint, and the compression wave deflected the arm sideways without breaking it. Lin stumbled. The deflection was technical enough that he couldn't immediately identify what had happened to him. He tried twice more. 2 more deflections, each cleaner than the last. On the third attempt, Wei Liang let it land. On the shoulder, the correct location to absorb the impact without significant injury, and he went to one knee, which was both honest and visible. 12 witnesses had been present before the first strike. The number had grown to 19 by the time Chao Mingtian materialized from the crowd's edge with a hand extended and the wide-open expression of someone who is simultaneously helping his sworn brother and cataloging faces. Lin stood over Wei Liang with his expression reshaping from the satisfaction of a strike landing to the first awareness that the situation had gone differently than intended. The vendor to his left said, without raising her voice, "That was unprovoked." 2 others nodded. Chao had statements from 9 witnesses by the end of the first hour. The remaining 10 declined, but provided no contradicting testimony. Wei Liang went home with the shoulder bruising and the evidentiary record and the knowledge that Deng Xiao was watching. Xinyu had tracked the overseer's morning route and confirmed his observation position 2 blocks away before the confrontation began. He did not acknowledge the observation. He walked home with Chao and let the calculation proceed. Xinyu's report came the next morning. A message from Deng Xiao to Wen Xiao through private courier. The relevant portion: delay the Wei family action. I want to understand what I'm dealing with first. The stall was established. The tribunal preparation window was open. The following morning, Wei Liang was at the same corner of the market, entirely legitimately, restocking from a vendor. He heard Deng Xiao's footsteps and cultivation signature approaching from the north side before he saw him, and he was already facing the correct direction when the overseer appeared in the thoroughfare. Their eyes met across the crowd, and the full weight of Deng Xiao's spirit condensate cultivation pressed forward, not targeted, not an attack, simply present in the way that presence at that level is unavoidably present. Wei Liang stood inside it. He maintained it for 3 breaths, which was longer than he had expected to be able to manage, before Deng Xiao turned and walked away without speaking. He bought his stock, paid for it carefully, and walked home. The calculation had been extended. He had perhaps 3 weeks before Deng Xiao reached a conclusion, and he intended to use every day. But when he arrived at the shop, Mei was at the door with an expression that meant something had happened in his absence. She pressed a folded note into his hand without a word. It was not Xinyu's handwriting, not Chao's, not Mao's. The hand was precise and unfamiliar. The note contained 4 words: "We are watching you." No signature, no seal. The paper was high quality, the kind that cost more than ordinary merchants spent on correspondence. Wei Liang stood at his own doorway and read it twice, then folded it and put it in his pocket. The rooftop observers he had noted 2 days prior had not been Deng Xiao's people at all. Someone else entirely was paying attention, and they had chosen today, the day of the first public confrontation, to announce it. The timing was a message. We saw what you did, and we wanted you to know we saw it. He had 3 weeks to identify who they were before the tribunal date arrived. If they moved faster than that, he had no plan to address it. Fellow cultivators, before we begin this journey, strengthen this channel's foundation. Subscribe and ring the bell so you never miss a new chapter. A single like fuels the furnace. Now let us begin. Chapter 11. The price of gifts. He spent a full night with the genealogical tree and no other agenda. Not training. Not planning for the tribunal. Not reviewing Xinyu's documentation or Chao's witness progress. Just the tree, its branches, its silhouettes, and the careful accounting that he should have been making from the beginning. 3 gifts received over 6 weeks. The cultivation technique from Little Flame, the enhancement pill from Second Daughter, the jade bracelet from the silhouette that had barely survived the sending. He opened the system's notation on each and held them simultaneously in his awareness, the way you hold a ledger when you want to understand the total rather than the individual entries. Little Flame's entry. The technique had been a complete foundational method, not a resource or a shortcut, but an entire period of her accumulated knowledge, reformatted and sent backward. The system described the cost as a permanent narrowing of her cultivation development timeline. The peak she would reach in her future was now lower than her original potential. The reduction was not catastrophic, but it was real. Compounding. Second daughter's entry. The pill had been concentrated future cultivation potential, converted into present use acceleration. The cost was similar in structure, but larger in magnitude. Her cultivation ceiling had been reduced significantly more than Little Flame's, because the pill had required drawing on deeper reserves. The third silhouette's entry, nearly extinguished. The system's notation simply said the cost had been close to everything this particular future had available. He stayed with that last one for a long time. The silhouette was barely visible on its branch, a shimmer of presence, not the warm ghost light the others carried. Whatever it had sent him, the jade bracelet, had nearly used up this child's contribution to the future entirely. And he still didn't know what the bracelet was for. The bracelet was warm on his wrist. He had been wearing it since it arrived. It carried the warmth of something that intended to be useful when the moment required it. He had not found the moment yet. Then Little Flame pulsed. Not scheduled, not responding to a request, not carrying the preliminary quality of a gift about to be sent. She pulsed with the particular intentionality of someone who has been watching and has decided, now, to act on that watching. He sent a gentle refusal along the thread. He had been learning how to decline. He sent, I don't need anything right now. She sent back, I know. This is different. He let her continue. What she sent was not a cultivation resource or a technique. It was warmth, the warmth that had characterized her presence from the first night. And through the warmth, a feeling composed of urgency, love, and a third element that took him a moment to identify. It took him a moment because it was the last thing he would have expected from a child silhouette on a genealogical tree. Fear. Not fear of him. Not fear for herself. Fear for him, specifically and directionally, oriented towards something she could perceive in his future that he could not yet see. The system noted, this gift carries no cultivation cost. It was built from connection rather than resource. It comes freely. He opened his hand, and the jade bracelet she sent materialized in his palm. Small, warm, different in construction from Third Son's sending, but similarly indeterminate in function. He put it on his right wrist. 2 bracelets now, left and right. He looked at Little Flame's branch. Still bright, still strong. She had spent nothing. What are you afraid of? He asked, aloud, to a tree in his mind space that could not hear spoken words. Her branch pulsed once in response. The pulse carried the feeling of, I'll tell you when I can. He stayed with the tree until the sky outside began to lighten, cataloging the children he had received gifts from and the ones he hadn't yet, the ones who seemed close to communication and the ones who maintained their distance. He was trying to learn the system from inside it, because no one had left him a user's guide and the jade scroll only described the mechanism from outside. When the sky was light enough that the shop would be opening soon, he went downstairs. He helped his mother restock 2 shelves and said nothing about the note in his pocket. He would tell her when there was something to tell. Right now there was only a threat without a source, which was the worst kind, the kind that couldn't be prepared against specifically, only generally. He put the note in the locked box behind the counter where the household's financial records were kept, between the receipt for the disputed second assessment and the copy of the tribunal filing. Then he went to Mao's townhouse and asked, for the first time, about the Hollow Covenant. Not the abstract name, but the operational details. Who they were, how they worked, what they had done to the previous practitioner who had carried this system. Mao set down his ceramic cup. His expression shifted into something that was not quite dread but carried dread's specific gravity. You should know, he said. I should have told you sooner. He paused. But I wanted you to have a few more weeks where they were an abstract threat rather than a concrete one. Sit down. Wei Liang sat down, and what Mao told him in the next hour changed the shape of everything he had been planning. Because the Hollow Covenant wasn't backing Deng Xiao to extract spirit stones from outer district merchants. They were using Deng Xiao as pressure on Wei Liang specifically, watching how he responded to stress, what resources he called on, what connections he revealed. The assessment wasn't a collection operation. It was a character evaluation. And the tribunal challenge had just passed their first test, which meant the second test was coming, and it would not be legal in nature. Chapter 12. Tribunal preparation. Zhu Ranmei arrived at Elder Mao's townhouse on a Tuesday afternoon with the bearing of someone who finds the world moderately interesting and its inhabitants largely predictable. She was 20-something in apparent age and considerably older in everything else, that particular quality of stillness that comes from navigating complicated situations for a very long time without losing equilibrium. She wore merchant's clothes without any affectation, carried a writing case, and sat down without being invited to sit, poured a cup of Mao's medicinal wine without being offered any, and regarded Wei Liang with the practiced attention of a person running a comparison between what they were told in what they are observing. Mao described you as intelligent and underestimated, she said. Those are the two qualities I find most useful in a potential long-term ally. I'm not looking for a long-term ally today. I need testimony from additional witnesses across other districts under the same assessment revision. Those are the same thing. She sipped the wine with the comfortable ease of someone sampling a vintage she's encountered before. I have 7 families who are prepared to testify, from 2 districts I've been monitoring. The Wenxiao assessment revision touches 42 properties total across 3 districts. I've been tracking the pattern for 6 weeks, since it became clear that someone was running a coordinated extraction operation under administrative cover. She set the cup down with precise placement. I expected to wait longer before the right person challenged it. Here's what I want in exchange. Name it. Future cooperation. Open-ended rather than specified. I'm not buying a particular action. You are going to become someone worth knowing, and when I need access to something you can provide, I want to be able to ask and have a reasonable expectation of an answer. My requests are always commensurate with what the person can provide. I don't overreach. She looked at him steadily. You'll want to verify that against my history. Mao can speak to it. Wei Liang looked at Mao. Mao made the specific gesture that meant yes, it's accurate, with additional emphasis. On Mao, this constituted strong endorsement. Agreed, Wei Liang said. Zhu Renmei opened her writing case and spent the next 40 minutes walking him through the 7 witnesses, their districts, the documentation they held, the specific authorization stamps that traced each assessment to Wenxiao's signature. She was organized with the precision of someone who treats information as a primary form of currency and stores it accordingly. When she finished, she allowed a pause and then said, "There's a complication that has developed since yesterday." Deng Xiao filed a preemptive countercomplaint with the tribunal administration. She produced a document. She had acquired it through channels she didn't specify. The charge is spiritual fraud. He's claiming your cultivation is artificially induced, which would invalidate your standing as a cultivator and therefore your right to file a tribunal complaint. Xinyu, standing to Wei Liang's left, drew in a quiet breath through her nose. He has 2 sect disciples prepared to testify, Zhu Renmei continued. They'll request a cultivation testing array. The array they'll use is calibrated to detect artificially compressed spiritual core formation, the kind of signature that's produced when someone accelerates their development using purchased resources rather than natural progression. The pill. He had taken an accelerant. The core formation it produced might carry exactly the kind of signature the calibrated array would find. I can address the testing array, Elder Mao said from his chair. His voice carried the specific flatness of someone who knows exactly what the problem is and how to solve it. The enhancement approach used was supplemental, not artificial. The distinction is real and it's testable. I'll teach you to present your foundation's natural qualities under examination. The process takes 4 days. We have 19 before the tribunal. The adversarial format actually works in your favor, Zhu Renmei added. Adversarial tribunal hearings have broader evidentiary rules than standard complaint proceedings. The additional witnesses who haven't been disclosed yet carry more weight in adversarial context, because Deng Xiao can't counter-prepare for testimony he doesn't know is coming. Wei Liang read the counter-complaint twice. He read Wenxiao's name on the authorization. He thought about the 4th quarter assessment and his mother's hands flat on the counter and the enforcer tracking boot prints through the pine bark powder. What are the 3 most important things to prepare for, he said. Zhu Renmei looked at him with the expression of someone who finds this question particularly satisfying to answer. The fraud charge foundation. Address it fully before the tribunal date. Leave nothing for them to demonstrate. The testing array response. You need to pass it cleanly, not argue against it. And the Wenxiao documentation. If we can show the authorization pattern clearly enough that the panel can follow it to its source in the first session, we control the framing before Deng Xiao's counsel can redirect. She paused. Do those in that order. The first protects your standing. The second proves your standing. The third wins the case. He nodded. Then he turned to Mao. The testing array. Tonight. Tonight, Mao agreed. But as they began the testing array work that evening, Zhu Renmei's secondary intelligence arrived by courier. The Hollow Covenant's core ascendant operative had been seen entering the Crescent Peak sect's administrative complex that afternoon. Not as a visitor. As someone who was expected. The organization wasn't just watching from outside. They had a contact embedded in the sect itself. Chapter 13, The Tribunal. The quarterly grievance tribunal convened in a stone hall on the outer administrative square, before a 3-member panel comprising senior members of the sect's administrative and enforcement bodies. It was technically neutral. In practice, it was the arena where the district's power arrangements were stress-tested, with the results confirming or revising the existing structure. Most complaints were withdrawn before reaching the floor, The process of filing was itself intended to demonstrate the cost of challenging established authority. The complaints that reached the floor were usually resolved in favor of the party with superior institutional backing. Wei Liang brought 17 witnesses, documented authorization records, a 900-year-old retired elder in formal sect robes, a healer with the complete medical records documentation of the assessment's health impacts, a self-appointed sworn brother who had spent 2 weeks making frightened people feel capable of courage, and an information broker who had appeared to the panel as a neutral observer and was actually the most preparation-complete person in the room. Deng Xiao's counsel opened with the fraud charge. The presentation was well-constructed. A late-awakened commoner with no sect history, previously assessed as Qi Baron, now claiming cultivation through suspicious acceleration, using that claimed cultivation to harass enforcement personnel. The 2 sect disciples testified to their observation of his cultivation's inconsistent character. The testing array request was filed formally before the first session closed. Elder Mao, who had spent 4 decades as a senior sect figure before his retirement and whose name on a motion still carried institutional weight, responded by requesting that the testing array be deployed immediately before the fraud charge testimony continued. The panel agreed to this sequencing. Wei Liang stood before the testing array in the hall's center, before the panel, before Deng Xiao and his counsel, and before approximately 30 observers who had arrived because the administrative square's grapevine moved faster than official notice. The array was calibrated for artificially compressed spiritual core formation. Mao had spent 4 sessions teaching him to present his foundation's natural qualities, the genuine aspects of his development, while allowing the supplemental elements to remain below the array's detection threshold. The natural aspects were extensive and real. The array was not wrong about what it could detect. It was wrong about what it would find. The reading came back clean. Standard late awakening development. No artificial compression artifacts. Deng Xiao's counsel refiled the fraud argument on grounds of the inconsistency between the panel's result and his disciple's testimony. The panel chair examined both sets of information and noted that testimony and testing result held different evidentiary weights. The fraud charge had not been dismissed. Tribunal panels did not dismiss charges mid-session, but it had lost its foundation. Then Mao called the first of the 17 witnesses. They proceeded in order. 7 of the witnesses were from Zhu Renmei's network, families from 2 other districts who had not been named in any documentation available to Deng Xiao's preparation. Each testimony was supported by its own documentation. Each documentation bore Wen Xiao's authorization signature. The panel received each one with the careful attention of people who are watching a pattern assemble itself before them and are not yet saying what they see. By the 4th witness, the panel members were conferring quietly during the breaks between testimony sections. Deng Xiao's counsel attempted process redirects, documentation authentication challenges, testimony format objections, jurisdictional scope questions. Mao addressed each one with the systematic patience of a man whose institutional knowledge was old enough that most of the objections he heard were ones he had originally written the counters to. Then Deng Xiao made an error. The 5th witness was an older woman whose medicinal storage had been emptied under the same provision applied to Wei Liang's family. She was 63 and frightened. When the cross-examination paused on a complicated documentation question and she hesitated, searching for the correct phrasing, Deng Xiao leaned forward from the respondent's position and said, in a voice pitched for the woman and not for the room, "But the room was stone, and stone carries sound. Remember what I told you about the reassessment window, grandmother." The hall went entirely still. The panel chair lifted her head from her notes. "Would the respondent like to rephrase that statement?" she said. Deng Xiao's counsel placed a firm hand on the overseer's arm. Deng Xiao sat back. His face showed nothing. His hands on the table were white at the knuckles and flat. The session recessed. The outcome was no longer uncertain, but Wei Liang watched Deng Xiao's back as the overseer left the hall and understood that a man stripped of official power does not stop being dangerous. Sometimes the opposite is true. Chapter 14. Verdict and Venom. The verdict came in 2 parts, delivered by the panel chair with the careful precision of someone who is aware that the text she is reading will become a document with future relevance. First part. The extortion charge was substantiated. The tier adjustment provision as applied to the 12 affected properties constituted systematic overassessment without proper procedural authorization. Overseer Deng Xiao bore supervisory responsibility for its implementation under the enforcement ethics provision. He was suspended from duties pending full administrative review. The Wei family's 4th quarter assessment was voided. Documentation of the findings was to be forwarded to the sect's senior administrative council. Second part. The spiritual fraud charge was not substantiated by the available evidence. The practitioner Wei Liang's cultivation was confirmed genuine under testing. The charge was dismissed. The extorted payments from previous quarters were not ordered returned. The tribunal's jurisdiction was limited to prospective action, and the panel declined to reach beyond its authority. The path to restitution, Mao explained afterward, was a separate enforcement action that would require the administrative review to complete first. It was a partial victory, a real one. Shen Yu delivered the news to Wei Liang's mother because Wei Liang had been held in post-session documentation review. She told him afterward that his mother had stood very still for a moment and then cried. Not loudly, not dramatically, simply the way a person cries when pressure that has been sustained for months releases all at once. His sister Mei had listened to the summary, nodded once with precision, and gone back to her work. Wei Liang walked home alone through the outer district in the late afternoon light, intentionally, because he had expected that Deng Xiao would need to make a personal response, and that the response would require privacy rather than witnesses. The alley manifested at the intersection of two secondary streets, exactly where the geometry made an unobserved exit possible if Deng Xiao had arranged his position in advance. He had. The overseer's spirit condensate cultivation was fully present, not deployed as a technique, but simply visible, the ambient aura of a spirit condensate cultivator in an outer district space, an environmental fact, like heat from an open furnace, that didn't require intention to be present. The pressure moved forward through the alley like a tide, not violent, but entirely clear about the weight difference between them. Tribunal's end, Deng Xiao said. His voice was not the professional warm tone from the shop. This was the voice underneath that one. I don't. The aura pressed Wei Liang back a step. Then two. His back met the alley wall. 3 full cultivation ranks above him. The gap was not navigable through technique or refusal, and they both understood this. The review will exonerate me. Administrative provisions are designed for that outcome. Deng Xiao studied him the way he studied the shop, appraising, calculating, deciding. After the review, the assessment schedule continues, and you will no longer have a tribunal window. He paused. Take your family and leave this district. 6 weeks. I'll call it your head start. Wei Liang held his position against the wall and felt the jade bracelet on his left wrist go from its ambient warmth to something actively hot. Then it flared. The bracelet released a single burst of defensive qi, warm, precise, surprising in its scale relative to the small object producing it. The burst passed outward in a sphere, hit Deng Xiao's extended aura at close range, and disrupted it. Not blocked, not stopped, but interrupted, the way a stone interrupts a stream's surface. For 2 precise heartbeats, the pressure was gone. Deng Xiao stumbled. 1 step backward, his cultivation disrupted at a range and by a method he hadn't prepared for, his expression shifting from confident to alarmed in the moment between 1 heartbeat and the next. Wei Liang moved. Not fast enough to outrun Deng Xiao at full readiness, but Deng Xiao was not at full readiness for exactly 2 heartbeats. 2 heartbeats was enough to reach the alley mouth and establish open street, with 30 feet of clear distance. He turned. Deng Xiao had his cultivation fully reasserted and was standing at the alley's midpoint, but he was no longer moving forward. His gaze was on Wei Liang's left wrist, where the bracelet had gone cold. Wei Liang could feel the hairline fractures spreading through the jade. Your review will exonerate you, Wei Liang said, keeping his voice level and carrying. But the documentation exists now. Records have a way of surviving administrative reviews. He held the distance and the gaze. 6 weeks isn't enough. He turned and walked away. The bracelet shattered quietly on the 3rd block. He folded the pieces into his pocket and kept walking, but Deng Xiao's suspended status was not the same as removed, and the shadow backer was still unnamed, and whatever little flame had been afraid of was still out there, waiting on the same night that had just proved it was stronger than he'd thought. Chapter 15. Spirit Condensate. Rising Elder Mao drove the training at a pace Wei Liang would have found impossible before he had a reason to keep up with it. 3 sessions a day, foundation refinement in the morning, technique development in the afternoon. The specific spirit condensate approach work in the evening when his reserves were lowest and the cultivation push was hardest. The simultaneity was intentional. Mao had learned, through the centuries that preceded this, exactly how to calculate the pressure a formation could absorb before cracking, and he applied that knowledge the way he applied everything. Carefully, thoroughly, without sentiment about the difficulty. Wei Liang did not complain about the pace. He didn't have time to complain. Chao Mingtian's first comprehensive scouting report arrived at day 8, a pulse master level hire operating from in and outside the outer district, moving on a retainer schedule rather than casual employment, with movement patterns that connected him to 3 locations Wei Liang recognized as associated with Deng Xiao's private network. Not enforcement division personnel. Professional hired muscle, the kind that cost more than a suspended overseer should be able to afford, which meant the backer was still funding the operation. Zhu Remei's supplementary assessment, delivered in the form she preferred, one paragraph, no excess, was 10 days at most before the private squad moves. Shen Yu worked the recovery side, medicinal preparations for the cumulative physical cost of the accelerated training, evening check-ins on his chi burn recovery from the assassin squad incident, 2 corrections to his technique application during afternoon sessions where she was present and could observe what the healer's eye catches that the cultivator's self-assessment misses. The evening of the 10th day, Wei Liang sat in Mao's back room in the final approach to spirit condensate and felt the process come to its critical point. Spirit condensate formation was not an extension of what had come before. It was a structural reorganization of his entire meridian system. Every pathway that had been developed independently now required to converge on the core's formation point and reinforce it simultaneously, with the turbulent quality of multiple large-scale processes requiring the same resources at precisely the same moment. Mao talked him through the stabilization sequence. Clinical, precise, 900 years of accumulated understanding deployed with the quiet precision of a practitioner who had watched this process fail once and was not going to allow a second failure. Shen Yu was in the corner with her preparation kit, her chi sense tracking the physical substrate for warning signs. 3 hours. The core flickering, forming, losing coherence, forming again. The meridian system strained to the limit of what it could bear. Wei Liang held the breath patterns and the circulation patterns and the pressure of Mao's instructions simultaneously, and kept holding when his reserves were at their floor, because the core was close and stopping now would cost him more time than pushing through. Then the click. Interior and unmistakable, the most definitive thing that had ever happened inside him. Spirit condensate. Real. Settled. His. The genealogical tree blazed in his mind space. Not the steady warm glow of the previous weeks, but a cascade of bright expansion, branches extending into previously dark regions, 3 new silhouettes appearing bright and certain, as if they had been waiting just at the edge of visibility. A 4th appeared at some distance from the others, high and separate, on a branch that suggested it would exist because of a specific choice not yet made. Mao, his hands on Wei Liang's wrist and shoulder, went still for a moment. Then he said, "Stronger foundation than the last practitioner at this stage." His voice carried something that was not precisely pride, something older and quieter than pride. "You're comparing." "I have been waiting 900 years to compare," Mao said. "Allow me the moment." Wei Liang smiled, genuinely, for the 3rd time since this had all begun. Then Chao Mingtian's knock came at the door. The scouting report had updated. The private squad was moving tonight. Chapter 16. The assassin squad. They came at the 3rd bell. 5 cultivators, approaching from 2 directions with the coordinated timing of professionals. 3 from the street-facing entrance, 2 through the back alley. Their chi signatures were suppressed to the level of ordinary foot traffic. The formation they entered with was designed for forcible relocation, not theft. The entry angles were structured to prevent the target from reaching upper floors or securing defensive positions. Chao Mingtian had been sleeping in the storeroom on a mat he had placed there himself, entirely without being asked, because he had assessed the tactical situation and arrived at a conclusion about where the most useful placement for him was. He was a light sleeper, because someone who has spent years as a self-taught cultivator in a district that doesn't value independent practitioners learns that light sleeping is a survival adaptation. The 2-person alley team encountered him at the storeroom's back door. The sounds that resulted were not consistent with a 2-on-1 encounter where the one was at a disadvantage. The street-facing team reached the shop door during the second, louder set of alley sounds. The team leader was fast and cautious. He had the door open and 2 steps inside before he registered that the weight displacement behind the counter was wrong. Wei Liang's ancestor's reach hit his left shoulder at the moment his eyes located the discrepancy. The disrupted entry angle put his 2 backup members into each other rather than into the room. What followed was 3 minutes that Wei Liang would later describe to Mao as instructive. Raw spirit condensate was powerful. It was not efficient. Every technique application cost more than the equivalent from a well-consolidated cultivation. He was spending reserves at a rate that required continuous monitoring, making decisions about when to apply force and when to hold, because full expenditure in the first 90 seconds would leave him defenseless in the second 90. He chose economy over power. The ancestor's reach, targeted at mobility rather than injury. The bloodline resonance pulse, deployed once as a burst that disrupted 2 incoming attackers simultaneously when they converged at the same entry point. A technique he had been working on for 2 weeks, and which performed at exactly the edge of his training in live application. Xin Yu called 2 corrections to his positioning from behind the counter where she had taken cover with her kit. The healer's eye for overextension had spotted 2 moments where his technique was costing more than it needed to. He took both corrections without argument or pause, because they were accurate, and the accuracy was worth more than the moment it cost to acknowledge them. Mao appeared at the top of the stairs. He did not engage. He simply made his cultivation signature visible. The residual pulse master capability of a retired elder, not a combat quantity, but enough that a professional hired fighter's first glance upward required a recalculation of the room's threat profile. The lead assassin lost a second of attention to the recalculation. 3 of the 5 were disabled before the 3rd minute ended. 2 had retreated through the alley, which was no longer occupied by Chao Mingtian, who had moved to the building's side access during the engagement to cut off the fallback route. He had gotten one of the 2. Wei Liang stood in the cleared shop with 4 incapacitated assassins, and 1 successfully escaped one, breathing carefully, and took stock of himself. He was functional. He was depleted. He had held the spirit condensate under combat conditions for the first time, and what he had discovered was that he was structurally suited to this work in a way that exceeded his current technique quality. The gap between what he could do and what he was doing was smaller than he had feared. The system notified him, in the quiet voice it used for administrative matters, that a new branch had stabilized at the tree's upper left section. A gift was ready to send, from a silhouette he had not heard from before. He acknowledged the notification and turned to check on everyone else first. But a gift from a silhouette he had never heard from meant a branch that had just stabilized, which meant a future that had just become possible that hadn't been possible before tonight. He had no idea which choice had created it. He had no idea what it would cost the child waiting on the other end of that branch to send it. He checked on his people. He would open the channel after. Whatever she was sending, it wasn't a cultivation resource. Her preliminary pulse carried the unmistakable signature of a warning, and given what little Flame had already spent to send the last one, whatever this was, it was something she couldn't afford to leave unsaid. Chapter 17. Little Flame's warning. First, the captured assassins were secured, the shop's damage was inventoried, the district watch had been summoned and was on its way, and Wei Liang was sitting alone in the back storeroom with the door closed and the lamp turned low. He opened the gift channel. He had been expecting a cultivation resource, another technique from the Jade Scroll, perhaps, or something that would accelerate his advance toward the Pulse Master range. The gift-ready notification had carried weight, and weight, in his experience, meant something significant was being sent. What Little Flame sent was text, not object, not technique, not the warmth and knowledge delivery that cultivation gifts used. Text, the projection of a handwritten note, her exact handwriting, the precise and slightly impatient characters of someone who had been taught proper calligraphy and found it constraining. Father, the man you're about to kill is not the real enemy. Please spare him. I know what you've been planning. I know the private squad was Deng Xiao's arrangement. I know you're thinking about ending this directly and cleanly. But the man who organized the squad, the Pulse Master hire near Deng Xiao's residence, his testimony is going to matter later, and if Deng Xiao is gone before that testimony exists, the person behind him stays hidden for another decade at minimum. There is someone backing Deng Xiao who is much more dangerous and much harder to see. I can't name him yet, not in a way that would help you. I've tried to find the right words, and they don't work here. But I can tell you that the shadow behind the overseer is the real problem, and killing the front of it removes your only traceable path to the back. Keep Deng Xiao alive. Keep the Pulse Master alive. Use them. I'm sorry this cost what it cost to send. I spent more than I should have. I know you'd have told me not to, if I'd asked, so I didn't ask. Forgive me for that. I love you. Be careful tonight. The note faded. The projection dissolved. Wei Liang sat in the storeroom with the aftermath of it, and opened the genealogical tree, and Little Flame's branch had dimmed more than any previous sending had cost. More than second daughter's pill. More than anything he had observed. She had spent from her cultivation reserves significantly to deliver a warning in text format. A format that cost more than object delivery. He was learning, because it required precision of language rather than precision of chi. He held the knowledge of what the cost had been. Then he stood, went to the room where the lead assassin had been secured, and asked him to talk. He offered a clean exchange, complete information, provided voluntarily, in exchange for release and a head start before the district watch arrived. He applied pressure not through physical force, but through the specific kind of focused attention that communicates a complete understanding of what a person is afraid of. In this case, a hired professional who was afraid of being connected to a high-profile enforcement corruption case. The assassin talked. The key information: Deng Xiao was receiving private funding from a core ascendant who operated through Wen Xiao as intermediary. The core ascendant's name was unknown to the assassin. The connection's proof was in Wen Xiao's communication records, which the correspondent had been careful to route through clean channels, but had apparently not cleaned thoroughly enough. Wei Liang released the assassin and watched him go. Then he stood at the shop door with the night air on his face and thought about Little Flame's dimmed branch and the warning she had sent, and what it meant that she had spent that much to tell him one specific thing. He looked up, as though up were the direction she existed in. "I hear you," he said quietly. "I'll be careful." The branch, across the distance of a future he would never reach, pulsed once in acknowledgement. But the cost she had paid to send the warning was still there, written into the tree's record, and it was larger than any single gift had cost before. Whatever she had paid it without asking. Whatever she was afraid of, it had seemed worth that price. He was afraid to find out what it was, and he opened the gift channel anyway, because fear was not a reason to leave his daughter's warning unread. Chapter 18. Deng Zhao's fall. The expanded charges required 4 days to assemble and 2 to present. Zhu Renmei's network had a contact in the administrative compliance office who had been watching Wen Xiao's private courier traffic for 6 months, motivated by the professional conviction that Wen Xiao's authorization pattern was wrong and that being right about it would eventually be worth something. The contact provided 3 sealed communication records between Wen Xiao and an unnamed correspondent, obtained during a period of inadequate courier security. The letters were coded in the language of business correspondence, but the amounts they referenced corresponded with specific enforcement actions on specific dates, and the timing matched shouldn't use comprehensive records exactly. Elder Mao petitioned the tribunal's senior panel for an emergency expanded hearing under the provision that allowed escalation when new evidence suggested external coordination in enforcement abuse. The petition was granted, which meant a senior panel with broader investigative authority and the ability to compel additional documentation. The 2-day hearing was the most formally structured proceeding Wei Liang had participated in, and he participated in it for 3 hours of direct testimony, organized and delivered with the systematic clarity that Mao had been coaching him toward since the original tribunal preparation. The lead assassin's voluntary statement was presented through Zhu Renmei as a documented record, the identity protected, the testimony authenticated through the standard affidavit format that allowed such records. Deng Zhao's position deteriorated through the first day in the specific way that positions deteriorate when the evidence is extensive and organized. His counsel's redirects, process challenges, documentation authentication questions, witness credibility attacks, were handled by Mao with the systematic efficiency of an elder who had written several of those procedural forms himself, back when they were still being drafted. At the lunch recess of day 2, the senior panel obtained Wen Xiao's financial records under their emergency compulsion authority. When the session resumed, the panel's demeanor had shifted in the way that demeanors shift when the weight of evidence has crossed the threshold of doubt. Careful, contained, but no longer uncertain about what they were looking at. Wen Xiao was arrested during the afternoon break. Deng Zhao's counsel withdrew at the following morning's opening. The verdict: arrest, full investigation, restitution proceedings. The Wei family's records cleared, the property assessment reviews voided, the 4th quarter notice nullified. Wei Liang walked home through the outer district in the late afternoon light and let himself feel the full weight of what the preceding 72 days had cost. Second daughter's dimmed silhouette. Little flames spent sending from the night before. The third silhouette, nearly extinguished, whose bracelet had shattered in his pocket. When he arrived at the shop, his mother was polishing the sign. The Wei family provisions characters, worn smooth from decades of her hands, caught the afternoon light at the same angle they always did when the sign was clean. She was doing it in the late afternoon for the first time he could remember. Inside, she said, "I made the winter preparation." May was at the kitchen table. She looked at him for a long moment with their father's eyes. "I want to know," she said, "how you actually did that." He thought about the true answer. He thought about the children it would require explaining, and the cost structure of gifts sent backward through time, and Little Flame's dimmed branch, and everything that was still ahead. "I found a good teacher," he said, "and some people who decided to help." May held his gaze for exactly the right amount of time to communicate that she knew this was not the complete answer, and then she returned to her work with the patience of someone who has already cataloged the incomplete answer and is now waiting for the conditions that will make the complete one available. The sealed letter arrived under the door that evening. No mark, no seal, unfamiliar handwriting that was precise and unhurried. "We know what you carry. We are watching." He set the letter on the table and looked at it for a long time, because the phrase "what you carry" was not a description of a cultivation technique or a bloodline art. It was a description of the genealogical tree and the children on its branches and the costs they had already paid. Whoever sent this letter knew about the children. Chapter 19. After the storm, he spent 3 days not acting on the letter. This was not indecision. It was strategic withholding of response, a distinction that mattered because the response he chose would communicate something, and he needed to understand which communication was least costly before making it. Acting on the letter immediately would tell its sender that he found it urgent. Ignoring it permanently would tell them he found it dismissible. Either response revealed something. Waiting while doing other visible, productive things revealed something different. That he was aware of the letter and not afraid of it, which was true, and that he had other priorities, which was also true. The 3 days were useful for the training anyway. Spirit condensate needed consolidation, not just technical refinement, though Mao pushed that hard, but the deeper process of allowing a newly formed core to settle into its permanent configuration. Raw new cultivation was expensive and imprecise. Consolidated cultivation was efficient and reliable. The difference between them, in a combat situation, was the difference between winning and managing. Mao ran him through the consolidation sequence. Morning circulation work, afternoon technique refinement, evening review of the bloodline resonance pulses application points. He also, on the second afternoon, walked Wei Liang through a portion of the Jade Scroll he had not seen before, the section on the system's deeper architecture, the parts that Mao had told him to wait for. Wei Liang read 3 pages, and then set the scroll down and asked if he could continue tomorrow, because 3 pages was already more than he could hold in one sitting. That's the correct response, Mao said. The last practitioner tried to read the full section in one night. He was awake for 40 hours and the information didn't settle properly. Shen Yu came on the second day with recovery preparations and her professional attention, and when the medical portion was complete, she sat across from him with the still directness that was her natural register. "Tell me about the children sometime," she said. He looked at her. He thought about what it would mean to tell her. The full picture, the cost structure, the dimming silhouettes, little flames spent branch from 2 nights ago. "When there's time," he said. She nodded. She had learned to distinguish between not yet and never with him. On the 3rd day, Elder Mao arrived at the shop rather than waiting for Wei Liang at the townhouse, a departure from his usual pattern that signaled importance. "The Crescent Peak sect's outer disciple invitation period opens in 2 months, he said, when they were alone in the storeroom. "I've arranged a sponsor's recommendation under my name. It will still be current." He paused. "The sect provides cultivation resources, library access, and institutional cover that makes continued advancement significantly more sustainable. It also makes me visible. To everyone. Which is different from being visible only to people who already know you." He set his hands flat on the counter. "Your letter sender is one fraction of a larger structure. The sect puts you inside a different information environment, harder to approach quietly, easier to monitor from a distance. The trade-offs are specific and I want you to consider them." "I've considered them." He had, during the 3 days. We go in knowing they're watching." Xiao Mingtian, who had been present in the storeroom without being noticeable, a skill he had developed through what he described as lifelong practice at being someone people don't quite see when they're not the focus, straightened immediately. "I'm coming," he announced. "You need to qualify." "I'll qualify." He said this with exactly the same certainty he had deployed about everything else. "How hard is it?" The genealogical tree was quiet behind Wei Liang's eyes, warm in its familiar way. 2 silhouettes were waving at something in their future that he couldn't see. One was apparently sleeping, a small curled shape on its branch. Little Flame's branch was dim but present, steady, measured in its pulse. He went to bed that night with the tree's warmth against his closed eyes and the letter on the table. He had not told the others what Mao said after. That the Hollow Covenant had resources that made the Crescent Peak sect look like a local market stall, that their patience was measured in centuries, and that the previous practitioner of this system had lasted less than 2 years after they identified him. Wei Liang was 10 weeks in. The clock had been running since the night the system awakened, and he had only just found out it existed. And now the Hollow Covenant had walked through his door and looked him in the eye, which meant the clock had just entered a different phase. Chapter 20, The Shadow Moves. The letter's sender arrived on a Wednesday morning with impeccable timing, just after Wei Liang had completed the morning's cultivation session and before he had shifted to the technique work, which meant he was alert and settled rather than either exhausted or mid-focus. He wore administrative compliance robes from a different department than Wen Xiao's, the core compliance division's mark rather than special assessments, and he had the appearance of someone who had spent a long time being in the background of situations and had decided, on the basis of specific information, that this particular foreground was worth entering. His name was not given immediately. His manner was the professional warmth of someone who practices warmth as a technique. "The organization I represent," he said, once they were inside Mao's townhouse with the social preliminaries dispensed with at efficient speed, has been aware of your bloodline system's activation in this city since the night it occurred. We have been observing your progression with considerable attention. He looked at Wei Liang across the table with the specific evaluation of someone comparing a subject to a predicted model. We are here to offer recruitment, not to threaten. Your bloodline ability is significant, the most significant our organization has encountered in 4 centuries. Development under controlled conditions would be substantially faster than your current pace. We offer resources, protection from parties who might otherwise attempt collection, and long-term institutional backing. Wei Liang kept his hands still on the table. What do you call yourselves? That's information for a later stage of the conversation. I'm declining. He said it without preamble or softening, because the time between the offer and the refusal was itself information he didn't want to provide. The man received this with the practiced composure of a professional absorbing an expected result, not disappointed, already moving to the next step in a protocol he had run before. We expected this response. We have a contact method for when your thinking changes. He placed a jade chip on the table, communication artifact, probably two-way. Our experience with practitioners in your position is that circumstances tend to shift their perspective within 6 months. After he left, Wei Liang set the jade chip aside and looked at Mao. The Hollow Covenant, Mao said. Not a question. Why didn't you explain them before? Because you understand them better having encountered them on your own terms. Everything I described before the meeting would have been abstraction. Now you have a face for the abstract. Mao turned the chip over in his hand, examining its construction with the attention of a man who recognized the craft signature from 4 previous encounters over 3 centuries. They won't push immediately. They've been patient for 400 years. 1 more month is nothing to them. But they have a limit. Yes. And they know about the system specifically. The recruitment framing, bloodline ability, controlled development, collection. Those words aren't general. They know what they're dealing with. Yes, Mao said. He set the chip down. Read the Jade Scroll's latter sections this week, before anything else comes up. That night Wei Liang attempted to sleep and couldn't, and eventually stopped attempting, and simply lay still with the genealogical tree warm in his mind space. 12 silhouettes on their branches, little flame dim but present, the new branches carrying their newer occupants. The tree shook. No warning. No gradual disturbance. One moment it was stable and the next it was trembling. All 12 silhouettes flickering simultaneously, not in the way they flickered when they were communicating, but in the way a structure trembles in something it didn't expect to encounter. He surged upright and reached for the bloodline thread, his chi manifesting before the conscious decision caught up with the protective instinct. Little Flame's branch went dark. Not dimmed. Dark. Silent. 3 seconds. 4. The branch bare in his mind space where her warmth had been, and he was reaching for it with everything he had in a way that was not technique and not strategy, but the raw refusal to accept what he was looking at. 5 seconds. Little Flame's branch blazed back to life. The silhouette settled from flickering to slow, even, familiar pulse. Her presence returned in a wash of warmth that felt, in context, like waking up from a nightmare. He stayed upright on the sleeping mat with his cultivation fully manifested and his heart's pulse in his ears for a long time before either slowed. The system had already logged the event in the corner of his awareness. External attempt to access bloodline thread detected. Source, unknown. Intrusion repelled. Duration, 4.7 seconds. No sustained breach. Children unharmed. He read it 3 times. Something had known about his system. Something had reached through whatever layers of concealment covered him and placed itself against the bloodline thread, testing whether it could find purchase. His system had pushed it back. The original architecture, whatever protections the previous practitioner had built into the design before they were killed, had held. But it had found the thread to test. He did not sleep again. He went to the Jade Scroll and turned past the sections Mao had shown him, to the parts he had been told to wait for, and began reading at the point where the previous practitioner's notes shifted from technique documentation to something that read more like a warning diary. The handwriting changed character in those sections, still precise, but with an urgency underneath the precision that suggested the writer was running out of time to write what they knew. He read until the window showed him morning light. By then he understood 3 things clearly. The first, his children were not simply a power system. They were something specific that someone had designed. Not him, not them. And the design had a purpose he had not been told. The second, the Hollow Covenant's patience was not confidence about the future. It was strategy about the present. They were letting him develop because development served their purpose, and they would move the moment the timing was right for them rather than for him. The third was the one that changed everything. Whatever had pressed against the bloodline thread tonight had not been trying to read it. It had not been testing his defenses. It had not been measuring his capability. It had been checking whether the children were ready. For what? He didn't know yet. But ready was the word the log had implied. In the specific framing of the breach attempt, it was not curiosity that had reached for the thread. It was the patient assessment of something that had been waiting for a specific threshold and wanted to know if that threshold had been crossed. He closed the jade scroll and held the knowledge of this in the gray morning light. Something had built his system. Something had built it with a purpose. And now it was watching to see if the purpose was being achieved. He looked at the genealogical tree. All 12 silhouettes, stable, warm, present, little flame at rest with her dimmed but enduring brightness. He looked at them for a long time. Then he opened the jade scroll to where he had stopped and kept reading. Because the only way forward was through, and the dawn would come whether or not he was ready for what the next day would ask of him. Chapter 21. What the jade scroll said. Wei Liang spent the morning in a state that was neither calm nor dread, but something suspended between. The quality of breath held after an intake, the body committed to what comes next, but the moment of reckoning not yet arrived. He sat at Elder Mao's workbench with the jade scroll before him and the previous night's reading pressing against his mind, demanding to be organized into something actionable. The scroll's latter sections had been written by the previous practitioner, a scholar named Jian Huaqing, identifiable from signature fragments embedded in the page composition. The handwriting changed character in those pages, still precise, still disciplined, but the urgency beneath each sentence transformed it into something that read simultaneously as analysis and warning. Jian Huaqing had been running out of time when he wrote those words, and he had known it, and he had written anyway with the conviction of someone determined that the knowledge reached the next person regardless of whether they survived to know if it had. You read the restricted sections, Mao said from behind his tea. You told me to. This week. I didn't mean last night. The old elder set down his cup and regarded Wei Liang with the measured attention he reserved for situations requiring recalibration. How much did you understand? The architect built the future bloodline resonance with intent, Wei Liang said. Jian Huaqing calls the designer the primordial architect, but he uses the title without definition, as if the reader was expected to recognize it, or as if he was writing too fast for preamble. The point is this: the children are not a side effect of the system. They are its central mechanism. Whatever the architect was trying to accomplish, it operates through them, not through the practitioner who carries the connection. Yes, Jian Huaqing understood this in year 3. He was killed 6 months later. Wei Liang kept his voice even. The scroll says the system then went dormant for 9 centuries. It doesn't say why it reactivated in me, but it implies the dormancy was choice, the system waiting for a host configuration it could use. Mao set down his tea and folded his hands with deliberate care. The qualifications are not fully documented because the architect never shared them with Huaqing. What the scroll implies is that the host must carry a specific bloodline resonance potential, a spiritual and genetic configuration that enables future branching calculation at the resolution this system requires. Most bloodlines don't produce that resolution. Yours does. The Hollow Covenant knew this. They've been filtering bloodline cultivators across cultivation centers for centuries, looking for whoever the system would choose. Yes, you are the first viable host in 900 years. What that means to an organization that has maintained surveillance infrastructure across that span of time, you can calculate it yourself. Outside, the ordinary sounds of a cultivation sex morning filled the district. Forms work in the lower courtyards, the clang and rhythm from somewhere cooking, birds moving through the spiritual energy-dense air with a different quality than birds moved through ordinary air. Wei Liang sat in Mao's small room and held the knowledge that he had been identified and tracked before he had existed in any form relevant to his own understanding. The tree shook last night, he said. Something tested whether my children were ready. The system logged it. External intrusion attempt, 4.7 seconds, repelled by the original architecture. Children unharmed. Mao went still in the specific way of someone absorbing information that had just invalidated a model they'd been running. That is not in any protocol the Hollow Covenant operates under. Their standard procedure is observation before formal recruitment. An intrusion attempt violates their own rules. He frowned at the space between them. Unless something shifted their timeline. Unless an external variable forced their hand. It wasn't the Hollow Covenant who touched the thread, Wei Liang said. They moved faster because they detected the intrusion, not because they made it. Whatever reached for the bloodline thread last night is a different party entirely. The discomfort on Mao's face served as confirmation. 2 parties. Neither working with me. Both with their own schedules. Wei Liang's voice stayed flat and analytical. And the entity that reached for the thread wasn't testing my defenses or measuring my power. The system's log used precise language. It was checking whether the children were ready. Not whether I was. Whether they were, for something specific. For what purpose? Mao asked, the question carrying the weight of a man who feared he already understood. I don't know yet. Jian Huaqing called it the purpose, a design intent built into the system's foundation that operates independently of the practitioner's will. He couldn't fully articulate it. He died before he could. Wei Liang looked at the scroll on the workbench. The dormancy wasn't malfunction. It was the system choosing not to be used until the purpose could be served. 900 years of patience, waiting for a host who could carry it. They worked until late morning. Mao produced a second scroll with Pulse Master threshold documentation specific to the future bloodline resonance. Wei Liang absorbed the material with the focused attention of someone for whom the information had a deadline attached. By the time morning bells rang through the compound, he had identified 3 clear priorities. Reach Pulse Master before the Hollow Covenant acted, understand the second party's identity and purpose, and establish alliances capable of functioning when both threats escalated simultaneously. He rose to leave and paused at the door. One more thing. When I cross the Pulse Master threshold, what does Jian Huaqing say happens to the tree? Mao's expression shifted slightly. More branches. Significantly more. The number of futures the system can access grows at each cultivation milestone. The children who become possible. He paused. There will be more of them who can reach back. Wei Liang took this information with him into the morning. More children who could reach back meant more futures he owed the outcome to. And that meant the deadline had moved even closer than he'd calculated before sitting down. Chapter 22. Cui Bolin arrives. Wei Liang first became aware of Cui Bolin through sound, the particular acoustics of a voice calibrated to carry across a public space while maintaining the pitch of casual conversation. It was the kind of voice that had been practiced into naturalness in environments where projecting volume implied vulgarity. The voice carried the assumption of being heard, as if that assumption were simply the structure of reality. And this quality, audible to anyone listening with attention, revealed more about its owner than anything he said. Your name, the voice was saying, from somewhere across the registration courtyard as Wei Liang waited at the outer gate for a supply manifest. And your sect affiliation, if you have one. The young woman at the registration table had not, until that moment, appeared to know she was being addressed. She turned. Wei Liang felt the genealogical tree pulse before he fully registered her presence visually. The system responding to significant bloodline potential entering range with the distinctive urgency of a new calculation opening at high priority. He turned his attention to her and found a cultivation aura unlike anything the sect's existing population carried. Fire affinity, unconventional and dense, bearing the signature of entirely self-developed technique. Every practitioner who had learned their art through confrontation with reality rather than formal instruction carried this mark, the gaps in theory filled by practical invention. Each improvised solution leaving a trace as distinctive as healed scarring. Her fire chi was covered in those marks, every one of them a scar that had become a strength. She was not yet spirit condensate, but the foundation beneath her current rank was the kind that experienced instructors recognized from across a courtyard and immediately began making plans around. The young woman turned toward the voice with the measured composure of someone who had processed this type of approach before and had her response prepared. The assessment, the recognition of what was being deployed against her, and the decision about how to receive it. All 3 completed in approximately 2 seconds, visible in the sequence of her expression if you were watching closely enough. I'm busy, she said. There's no cue at the moment, Cui Bolin observed, in the tone of someone pointing out a helpful fact. I'm busy being somewhere other than this conversation. She turned back to the registrar without waiting for his response. Cui Bolin's expression underwent a brief, controlled recalibration, not embarrassment, which would have required caring what an audience of outer disciples thought, but the efficient updating of a model that had just received new information. He noted her name from the registration board, Su Fengling, and withdrew toward the inner compound staircase with the unhurried composure of someone who had merely completed a preliminary assessment and was moving on to what came next. Wei Liang watched him go and felt the tree pulse again, not the background warmth of routine awareness, but an active signal, the system drawing his attention with a specificity it hadn't deployed before. A new branch was extending from the genealogical trunk. Its potential silhouette was already bright with a luminosity none of his existing 12 silhouettes had matched. He understood what the tree was telling him. He was significantly less prepared for how clearly it was telling him than he had expected to be. He crossed to the registration table when a natural opening appeared, waited for her transaction to complete, and as she stepped away with her dormitory assignment in hand, he said, "The East Corridor, 2nd level. It has a view of the training grounds. Registration puts you in the outer sector, but that view is worth finding before the formal schedule begins. She looked at him with the evaluating attention of someone distinguishing between information being offered and information being used as an opening gambit. I've managed cultivation sects before, she said. I know. You look like someone who prefers working things out herself. I was pointing at the east corridor in case the working out was slow on the first day. He kept his tone clean, offered, no strings trailing behind it. The training grounds are worth seeing this week. After the outer assessment opens, you won't have the time. Her gaze stayed on him a moment longer than the first pass had lasted. Something in her expression adjusted. Not warmth, not yet, but the recognition of a register she hadn't been expecting from someone in this setting. Su Fengling, she said. Wei Liang. He inclined his head and resumed walking. Behind him, the new branch on the tree burned with the quality of a future that had just become considerably more likely. And alongside that warmth, the awareness that Cui Bolin had noted her name and was already planning. That two entirely different clocks had begun running in the same registration courtyard, and only one of them was positioned in his favor. He went back to Mao's townhouse and spent the afternoon calculating timelines, and what he calculated was that he did not have as much of it as he needed. Chapter 23. Xu Fengling. She proposed the spar herself the following morning, which Wei Liang had not anticipated but recognized in retrospect as entirely consistent with the courtyard encounter's evidence about how she operated. He had arrived at the outer training grounds intending to work through a technique refinement sequence and found her already moving through a fire cultivation form unlike any standard sect curriculum sequence he'd studied. The form was improvised in its origins and refined through use. Each transition bore the mark of someone who had run it hundreds of times, identified inefficiencies, and corrected them without consulting any external source. Her chi output was precise and dense, the fire emerging in controlled short bursts rather than broad arcs. The approach of a practitioner who had learned to fight in close quarters where broad-spectrum techniques endangered the fighter as much as the target. She was fast, not fast relative to her cultivation rank, fast in the unqualified sense, with reflexes calibrated to the demands of close-range aggressive combat and footwork that created angles rather than distance. Your spirit condensate, she said without pausing her form. He stopped walking. How did you, ambient chi reading, when you came through the gate yesterday? I read cultivation levels the same way some people register height. She let the form settle and turned to look at him with level attention. You're running a concealment. Presenting as vein opener. But holding a spirit condensate core at vein opener presentation requires the meridian control that leaves a compression artifact at the junction points. It's visible to someone who knows the signature. A pause. Why are you hiding it? Reasons that hold up under examination. Will those reasons catch me sideways? He assessed the evasive answer and its costs. She would register evasion and adjust her model of him accordingly, and her model was a resource he couldn't afford to damage at the first calibration. Possibly, he said. People want something I carry. My advantage depends on their not knowing my capability before I know theirs. She received this the way a practitioner received a situation assessment. No warmth, no alarm. Just the recognition of a plausible and internally consistent picture. Spar me, she said. Use your real level. I want to see your technique. Why? Because you watched me work for 10 minutes before you said anything. You know my approach now. I don't know yours. I don't like information gaps. She moved into ready stance, fire rising around her hands in controlled heat. Full output. If you manage yourself down, I'll know, and we'll have wasted the morning. They sparred for 45 minutes. She was significantly better than her cultivation rank implied, in ways that became more apparent rather than less as the session continued. Her fire techniques were anatomically targeted, meridian junctions, pressure points, close-range vectors that punished anyone who tried to create distance, meaning she had studied cultivation anatomy alongside combat technique, integrating both into a style that could operate efficiently in the space where most practitioners were most vulnerable. Her adaptation rate was the most striking quality. Within 15 minutes, she had cataloged 3 of his 4 primary techniques and developed functional counters, adjusting between exchanges rather than inside them, her analysis running faster than her physical response time, because she was working from accumulated pattern data rather than immediate reaction. The 4th technique, the meridian lock he and Mao had developed together, which appeared in no standard curriculum Wei Liang had encountered, she had no counter for. She absorbed it at the cost of an exchange, noted it with visible precision, and filed it. When they stopped, sweating and recalibrated by the quality of the contest, she said, Your 4th technique. Where's that from? My mentor. 6 weeks of development. He steadied his breathing. The joint fire footwork combination you used in the 3rd exchange, that's not in any manual. I built it for a specific situation. She flexed her fingers, fire cooling. Fighting in confined space with limited room for extension. Fire sequence first to force close contact. Footwork second to control the axis. Can you teach the fourth technique? In exchange for the joint combination. Agreed. A beat, while she assessed him from a slightly different angle than before. The concealment. Is it about the sect hierarchy or something external? Primarily external. Some internal by extension. Then you need a training partner who isn't part of either problem. She said it as plain observation, the way she appeared to say all things that were simply true. Are you working with anyone else at your level? He thought about Mao. Brilliant, not a combat practitioner. Xinyu, a healer, not equipped for sparring partners in this sense. Chao Mingtian, effective in his own mode, not what she was pointing toward. No, he said. Tomorrow. Same time. Bring the technique notes. She picked up her outer robe from the ground and walked toward the inner compound without looking back, and the tree was warm in Wei Liang's awareness with the warmth of something that was building toward a future he couldn't fully see yet, but could already tell was going to cost both of them something before it was done, and still be worth it. Chapter 24. The spar. By the fifth morning session, they had drawn a standing audience. Neither of them had encouraged this. It was the predictable consequence of two practitioners working at a level considerably above what outer disciples typically demonstrated. The information moved through dormitory common rooms and outer market conversations the way information about anything interesting moved through a sect's social network, and each successive morning brought more observers who had come once and returned. Wei Liang managed his visible output carefully, spirit condensate clear to any competent cultivator present. The pace of his advancement not visible in a single session, nothing that would allow someone watching to estimate how long he'd held this rank or how he'd reached it. Su Fengling managed nothing. She worked at her working level, which was the only level she appeared to operate at, and if the work happened to draw crowds, that was their concern rather than hers. On the seventh session, she introduced footwork that hadn't appeared in any previous meeting. The change came mid-combination, a spatial precision that hadn't been part of her earlier approach, driving Wei Liang into the training grounds corner with 3 simultaneous cutoffs on his retreat vectors. He found himself geometrically disadvantaged with her fire output coming from an angle he hadn't cataloged a counter for, and he had to answer at full spirit condensate output with emergency improvisation that still cost him the exchange decisively. When they reset, he looked at her with the question he didn't need to articulate. Formation Elders morning drills, she said. I've been watching from the upper corridor this week. Positional theory. You overhauled your footwork approach in a week from observation. 7 sessions, 7 nights of integration practice. She rolled her shoulders, cooling. The gap in my earlier approach was structural. I was using speed to create angles rather than creating them through positioning. Formation theory is positional theory. The translation is direct. She looked at him with an expression that was not quite amusement, but carried something adjacent to it. Did you not notice I was watching the formation drills? I knew you were somewhere early in the mornings. I didn't know what you were doing. Pay more attention to where I am, she said. This was, he recognized, both practical advice and an operational principle she intended him to carry forward. From the upper walkway, Cui Bolin had been present for his 4th consecutive morning session. He stood with the patient stillness of someone who had assigned himself to this location for a purpose and was executing that purpose without visible impatience. His attention moved between Wei Liang and Su Fengling in a pattern that was not about learning technique. It was about assessing value, the specific observation of someone deciding what something was worth and how to acquire it. After the session ended and the audience dispersed, Su Fengling stretched in the morning air and said, without looking directly at the walkway, he's been up there every morning this week. What has he concluded about me? That you're worth acquiring through whatever approach becomes available. Wei Liang gathered his notes from the training ground's edge. He made his initial approach when you registered. You declined cleanly. He updated his model and moved to observation. He's now assessing whether approaching through me is viable or whether he needs a different vector. And the hired contact, Pulse Master level, arrived this week from outside the sect. Cui Bolin brought in outside resources rather than working with what the sect's hierarchy offers him. He paused. He's not improvising. He's executing a prepared approach with prepared assets. She was quiet for a moment, processing this with the systematic attention she gave anything that touched her operational situation. Then, partners. Formally. Intelligence sharing, mutual backup, full context on what each of us is running against. Yes. If you withhold something that catches me unprepared, the arrangement ends. Agreed. From the walkway above, Cui Bolin watched them leave the training ground together and made a note somewhere in his assessment that Wei Liang was certain already accounted for this as a variable. and the note probably read that two targets moving together were more difficult to separate than two targets moving independently, which was true, and which meant Cui Bolin would now be planning for the complication rather than the simpler version of his approach. Good. Let him plan for it. The complication was the point. Chapter 25. Dual Alliance. The gift from second daughter arrived Thursday evening in the quiet of the shared study alcove, while Wei Liang was reviewing technique notes by lamplight. The system's notification pulse came first, the internal jolt he'd learned to recognize across weeks of use. Then the materialization, a spatial storage ring, small and plain, settling into his open palm with the weight of something constructed to function rather than to display. He had received nothing from second daughter before. Her silhouette on the genealogical tree occupied a branch that grew in a different direction from little flames, quieter in its brightness, more considered in its rhythm, the signature of a child who processed before acting and whose gifts carried the quality of someone who had identified the precise problem before selecting the solution. He extended his chi into the ring and found construction that paused his analysis entirely. This was not a standard storage artifact. The spatial folding inside was layered and dense, the inner space small by volume but immaculate in its structural integrity. The craftsmanship of a person who had spent decades mastering both the theoretical underpinnings and the applied refinement of spatial technique. The meridian integration mechanism responded to his chi without resistance, as though it had been calibrated for his specific frequency before it was sent. Someone had built this for him specifically, then spent the capacity to transmit it across the temporal distance between her present and his. The emotional resonance that accompanied the gift was layered in a way the others hadn't been. Pride in the craft, not pride in having given a gift, but the deep satisfaction of an artisan whose work had come out correctly. And beneath that, the quiet acknowledgement of a cost accepted without complaint, because the cost was not the point. What had been spent was the currency of a future that had become more limited. What had been given was made permanent by that limitation. "I'm sorry it cost you that," Wei Liang said to the empty alcove. Second daughter's silhouette dimmed and settled. "Rest." He put the ring in his inner pocket and tried to return to the technique notes, and failed, and eventually stopped pretending and sat for a long moment with the specific weight of owing unpayable debts to people he hadn't met yet. The children who existed in the futures where he succeeded, they had already done their accounting. They had decided the outcome was worth the price. He owed them that outcome, not gratitude, not admiration, but the specific thing they had paid for, a world where they could exist. Elder Mao's morning examination of the ring was thorough and increasingly quiet as he worked through its construction. When he finally set it down, his expression carried the contained concern of a scholar encountering something that exceeded his frame of reference by a meaningful margin. "Late core ascendant artifact refinement at minimum," he said. The spatial fold characteristics suggest sovereign level technique applied to the construction. Your daughter, when she made this, was a practitioner of extraordinary accomplishment. He turned the ring over once more. The calibration to your chi frequency is precise. She built this knowing exactly who would receive it. She spent the sending capacity permanently. Yes. Mao set the ring on the workbench between them. Don't display it openly. Spatial storage at this quality implies either generational wealth or specific cultivation advantages. Either reading draws scrutiny. Keep it interior. He picked up his morning tea. How many silhouettes are in the tree now? 12. One still dormant. Little flame has dimmed from the warning she managed to send. Wei Liang pocketed the ring. The warning about one of my mentors feeding my enemies. I'm still determining what to do with it. He watched Mao receive this sentence with the practiced composure of a man managing a response. Face even, hands steady, expression displaying the neutral attention of someone processing neutral information. It was a good performance. It told Wei Liang something specific about what he was looking at. The report from Chao Mingtian arrived that afternoon, delivered in person through the direct communication approach Chao preferred over written records. One of Cui Bolin's regular associates had been observed meeting a private contact near the outer market 4 days earlier. The contact's ambient chi read at Pulse Master, above the grade available through standard sect recruitment channels. The meeting had lasted 20 minutes and involved the exchange of a sealed document and a resource token. He's not working with what the sect offers him, Chao Mingtian said, stating the operational conclusion with characteristic brevity. Wei Liang added this to the accumulating weight of the week and updated his timeline accordingly. His own advancement to Pulse Master could no longer proceed at a natural pace. He had to get there before the threat that was already at that rank came to collect him. Chapter 26. Patrol Sabotage. The Outer Market Patrol assignment appeared on the Outer Disciple board Tuesday morning for Thursday execution, which gave anyone monitoring the board 40 hours to pass the information through a channel and position an ambush. Wei Liang had not requested the assignment. It had come through standard rotation, which meant it was accessible to anyone with access to the rotation schedule, a list whose relevant entries included the compromised information pathway through Elder Mao. He took the assignment and added Chao Mingtian to the patrol team on a crowd management justification. Then he watched the board and monitored Zhu Renmei's network for evidence of the information's movement. The evidence arrived Wednesday afternoon. The patrol route, timing, and team composition had been forwarded somewhere through a channel that traced back to the information access point he had been managing. What he received in return from Zhu Renmei was a brief note confirming that a group of 6 outside practitioners had arrived at the Outer Market District's east entry and appeared to be positioning. Thursday morning, cold and clear, they moved through the market at standard patrol pace. Permit checking, documentation review, the ordinary surface of an administrative compliance assignment. Wei Liang spoke with merchants. Chao Mingtian carried documents. Nothing about their movement suggested anything other than what it appeared to be. The ambush materialized in the third square. 6 practitioners converging from 3 coordinated angles, arriving at the midpoint of the square with the timing of a group that had been briefed on a specific target's expected position and schedule. The approach was professional, not aggressive amateurs, but contractors who had done this kind of work before, working with information they trusted about who they were dealing with. Wei Liang let them reach 3 meters. He answered at spirit condensate full output. The recalibration that followed was rapid. 2 of the 6 assessed the gap between briefed expectations and current reality within the first 45 seconds and withdrew, not out of fear, but out of the professional recognition that the contract had been misrepresented in terms of target difficulty and the fee structure didn't account for the discrepancy. Wei Liang let them go. The information they carried back was useful to him. The remaining 4 took 3 more minutes. Chao Mingtian occupied 2 of them with an efficiency that was entirely characteristic. Iron body absorption of everything that was thrown at him, both opponents simultaneously, holding them at close range until they ran out of options. The 5th Wei Liang took with the meridian lock technique, applied through a position the target hadn't covered because he hadn't known to cover it. The 6th escaped through a gap that none of them had fully closed. They walked back through the outer gate with 3 subdued practitioners and a patrol report that would require significant additional pages. Cui Bolan was at the inner courtyard's upper railing when they returned. Wei Liang tracked him without direct acknowledgement. The 3-phase expression moving through initial recognition that the patrol had returned intact, then the brief, silent recalculation of someone whose expected outcome had failed to materialize, then the practiced return to pleasant composure that arrived just quickly enough for a casual observer to miss the middle phase entirely. Wei Liang did not miss it. He filed it. The debrief opened an investigation into the patrol route leak, which would be thorough and ultimately inconclusive because the source was above the investigation's scope and the people running it had no reason to look where it led. That evening, Zhu Renmei's letter arrived. The contact Cui Bolan brought in has been replaced. Higher caliber, different organizational signature, same external source. New contact, Pulse Master confirmed, specialist designation. Cui Bolan is being funded in advancement resources by a party above him. This is no longer a harassment operation. The escalation is real and the resources behind it are not his own. Wei Liang read this standing in his doorway, then went inside and opened his cultivation notes and looked at the gap between his current position and the threat level he was reading, and spent the better part of an hour thinking about how to close that gap before the gap closed him, and what resources existed to do it faster than the natural rate would allow. Chapter 27. Pulse Master, same place every session, Su Fengling said. She was not being unkind. She was identifying a variable in the technique problem with the precision she applied to variables generally. They were in the inner training hall. Access acquired through her first-place advancement examination results. The space better than the outer grounds in every relevant way. Formation stabilized chi, no observers, the quality of environment that allowed intensive practice to compound rather than plateau. Wei Liang was cycling the Pulse Master threshold sequence for the 3rd time in the afternoon session, and for the 3rd time the stutter arrived at the 16th circulation, the familiar almost of a breakthrough that kept declining to become the actual. Your meridians can handle the load, she continued. The expansion has been there for 2 days. The chi density is there. This is a mental obstruction, not a physical one. He finished the cycle and sat with the stutter's texture instead of attempting to push past it. What he found was a tension between 2 simultaneous recognitions. The cultivation system's confirmation that the threshold was reachable now, running in parallel with his own understanding of what reaching it would cost the children. Each new advancement opened more branches, made more futures reachable, added more silhouettes to the tree, more future children who would, in their own present moments, choose to spend their cultivation capacity sending gifts back. He was stalling at 16 because part of him was trying to protect them from his own advancement. Each milestone adds children to the tree, he said. More futures reachable, more capacity for them to spend sending back. Yes, she said. You've told me how this works. It doesn't sit right. I know. She was quiet for a moment, her fire affinity cooling in the room's air as she thought about it from the angle that was hers. But they're already there. The silhouettes you have, they chose. The ones who will appear when you advance through the threshold, they'll choose too. The system you described to me doesn't compel. They volunteer every time. She met his gaze with the direct attention that was her baseline register. Stalling at 16 doesn't protect them. It just delays the future they're already investing in. Make it count. That's the only repayment available. He cycled again. First son's gift arrived at the session's end, before the breakthrough. A new silhouette. This one carrying the ambient signature of someone who moved through situations at speed, perpetually slightly ahead of where the situation expected. The gift materialized as a resource pack. 3 condensed cultivation cores at a quality well above anything the sex market offered, plus 2 meridian expansion scrolls calibrated with enough precision that he recognized them as designed for a specific meridian configuration rather than a general practitioner's. Someone had done the work of understanding exactly what was needed and then spent the capacity to deliver it. The emotional resonance was direct and clean, a problem identified, a solution prepared, the action completed. And beneath the directness, the cost, permanent, acknowledged without drama, filed as the price of something worth paying. Thank you, he said quietly. Mao reviewed the cores that evening with the careful attention of a practitioner assessing cultivation resources of unusual provenance. These will push you to the Pulse Master threshold inside a week if used in sequence. The Meridian expansion scrolls are calibrated for your configuration specifically. Whoever designed these understood your Meridian layout in detail. He set the last core down. Your children have access to resources at their level that you cannot acquire here. Because the cultivation I reach becomes the world they live in. They're sending me forward. He began the first core's absorption that night. By the second morning, the Meridian expansion was perceptible. The ceiling he'd been approaching for weeks beginning, at last, to feel like a floor rather than a barrier. On the 4th day, the sex dispute mechanism delivered Shui Bolan's formal cultivation fraud challenge. The challenge was filed against Wei Liang specifically, requesting a public assessment test in 1 week, citing concerns about artificially accelerated spiritual core development. The timing was not coincidental. Someone had told Shui Bolan the advancement was approaching, and Shui Bolan had moved to create a public record that might constrain the use of that advancement before it could be demonstrated on his operations timeline. Wei Liang went to find Elder Mao and to begin preparing for a test that needed to fail to find anything, because he had not come this far to be caught by a bias detection array 1 week before the threshold broke open. Chapter 28. The fraud accusation. Shen Yu was the one who found the trap. She had access to cultivation test documentation through her healer credentials, and she reviewed standard protocols as part of ordinary practice preparation. This was her professional habit, not specific to Wei Liang's situation. The anomaly appeared in Elder Fong's equipment manifest as a detection array configuration update, filed 6 days earlier as a routine calibration upgrade. Shen Yu knew testing arrays from her healer training. She read the configuration twice, then a 3rd time, then came directly to Wei Liang. The calibration targets artificially compressed spiritual cores specifically, she said, presenting the documentation with the clinical precision she brought to diagnostic conversations. This is not a standard fraud detection setup. Standard testing arrays are broad spectrum. This is tuned for a specific signature pattern, the kind that would appear in a practitioner whose advancement was assisted by techniques with an unusual qi origin. She paused. The configuration was logged 2 days after Shui Bolan filed the challenge. The timing is not ambiguous. Wei Liang reviewed the documentation. The setup was elegant in its specificity. The array wouldn't catch ordinary cultivation fraud. It was calibrated for his situation in particular, or for situations like his, practitioners whose qi signatures bore the mark of non-standard advancement pathways. If he walked into the test in his natural state, the array would flag his qi pattern, and the flag would become the public record Shui Bolan needed. Elder Fong cooperated, Wei Liang said, or was pressured. He filed the configuration under a category that keeps it off routine review. She kept her voice even. What do you need? A way to present naturally. Something that makes the signature read as standard development rather than gift-assisted advancement. He looked at the configuration documentation. Elder Mao knows a roughening technique. I'll need to work through it before the test date. He paused. And I need to think about what to tell Mao when I go to him for it. The leak, she said. She had been briefed on the controlled information pipeline, though not on every layer of how he was managing it. I can't tell him the real reason I need the technique. I'll frame it as preparation for the standard fraud accusation, that I'm worried my unusual advancement pace might flag on any competent testing array. That's plausible enough. He folded the documentation and set it aside. And when I visit him, I'll give him something to forward, a piece of false intelligence about my advancement timeline. What do you want the Hollow Covenant to think? That I'm still 3 weeks from the threshold. That the challenge has created pressure that's slowing the work. He thought about it. They've been waiting for the advancement. If they believe it's delayed, they hold their timeline. That gives me space after I actually reach it. Xinyu listened to this with the focused attention she reserved for operational planning. When he finished, she asked, "And Chui Bolin's information source within the sect? He had to learn about your advancement approach from somewhere." Yes, the leak identified itself by acting on the intelligence. The person who told Chui Bolin the advancement was near is the same person who has been feeding the Hollow Covenant. He did not name the person. She did not ask him to. The test came on schedule. Wei Liang worked through the signature roughening technique with Mao the night before, spending 4 hours on the modification with the precision that the work demanded, and delivered the false advancement delay intelligence in the same session through a naturally placed comment. The next morning he entered the testing chamber, stood through 3 passes of the detection array, and produced nothing the configuration was looking for. Elder Fong reviewed the clean results with the flat efficiency of a professional whose expected outcome had not materialized. The challenge was dismissed without qualification. Chui Bolin thanked the elder, offered Wei Liang a measured nod across the chamber, and departed with the composure of a man who had received a setback and had already filed it as past. He's already in his next approach, Su Fengling said quietly in the corridor. Yes, Wei Liang said. But so are we. And his next approach is running against a version of the situation that's about to change faster than he expects. Chapter 29. Telling Xu Fengling. Partial. The outer study hall at midday was emptied of other disciples by the pull of the meal schedule, large and quiet, the high windows letting in pale afternoon light, the residual qi of a morning study session still warm in the air. Wei Liang and Su Fengling sat at the corner table farthest from the entrance, and he told her the full operational picture. He started with the system structure because everything else required it. The future bloodline resonance, the genealogical tree in his mind space, the potential future children whose silhouettes occupied its branches. He described how the tree worked, how bloodline resonance potential in the people around him shaped the futures it could access, how each cultivation milestone opened new branches, how each gift was sent at permanent cost from the child's own future capacity. He described what the children had sent him. Second daughter's precisely calibrated ring, first son's resource pack, third daughter's positional awareness technique, Little Flame's warnings paid for out of a reserve that was running perceptibly lower with each sending. He did not go into the architect's design intent, the 900-year dormancy, or the external intrusion on the bloodline thread. Those were structural mysteries he was still processing, and introducing them would add weight without changing any decision she needed to make today. What she needed was the operational picture, the resource structure, the thread alignment, the logic of why the Hollow Covenant wanted the system and what it became at higher cultivation tiers. She listened without interruption, her attention the focused kind that meant she was constructing a model rather than reacting to a narrative. They spend permanently, she said when he finished. Not a question. Yes. They choose each time. The system confirms this. I've checked. They initiate voluntarily. The system doesn't compel. They volunteer. Something moved in her expression, a specific anger, directed at the structure of the situation rather than at any person within it. The anger of someone who holds fairness as a real value and has encountered an arrangement that violates it at a fundamental level. The organization hunting you. They want the system because of what it becomes. The gifts scale with cultivation level and with the quality of futures the system can reach. At core ascendant and above, the gifts shift from resources and techniques to something more significant. Information with strategic weight, power interventions at a different order of magnitude. The Hollow Covenant has been waiting 4 centuries for someone who reaches full development under their control. He paused. What they do with practitioners who reach that level under their control. Jian Huaqing's Jade Scroll implies it isn't mentorship. She absorbed this. You've been managing all of this for 12 weeks. Yes. You should have told me earlier. I was assessing how much you needed and whether I could afford the exposure. I calibrated wrong. He met her gaze directly. In the future, I tell you earlier. She received this without warmth or criticism, as an operational adjustment, noted and filed. What is the controlled information pipeline you mentioned to Shunyu? I want to understand how that works. He explained the Mao situation, the test, the result, the decision to convert the compromised relationship into a managed channel rather than cutting it. He explained the logic. Cutting Mao would alert the Hollow Covenant that their source had been identified. Pretending full trust was unsustainable. The controlled pipeline maintained his operational capability while converting the threat into a tool. That's cold, she said. Yes. It's correct. Also yes. The door at the far end of the hall opened. Xiao Mingtian came through it at the pace of someone who had been moving quickly and had slowed to the fastest walk that wouldn't look like he'd been running. The specific gait of urgent intelligence being delivered with composure. He reached the table and set himself down. Chui Bolin's Pulse Master Specialist, he said. Southgate Inn. This morning. Meeting with Wen Xiao, 40 minutes, private garden, concluded rather than ongoing. A pause. The two separate problems are connected. Whatever Wen Xiao's organization wanted from you, Chui Bolin has been their local mechanism from the start. Wei Liang and Su Fengling both turned to look at each other across the table, and the silence between them had the quality of two people simultaneously completing the same calculation and arriving at the same conclusion about what it meant for everything they've been doing until now. Chapter 30. Yen Xiao's network. Qiao Mingtian had already surveyed the sightlines from the tea house's second-floor corner alcove before arriving to brief them. This was characteristic, and it was the quality that made him valuable in situations like this one. He had reserved the table under a merchant name, assessed the ambient qi interference patterns that would limit detection from either direction, and identified the window angle that gave the clearest view of the private garden below, without putting the observers in a sight line that faced toward the garden's exit. They positioned before the first arrival. The garden below them was empty in the way of spaces prepared for private conversations. The stone bench arrangement at an angle that permitted only two sight lines from outside. The ambient cultivation formation on the garden's boundary wall actively suppressing qi reading from a standard radius. Whoever used this space for meetings had chosen it with care. When Xiao arrived first, the Pulse Master, Chui Bolin's specialist, arrived 9 minutes later. What Wei Liang assembled across 40 minutes of observation. The exchange was partially coded in the manner of practitioners who handled sensitive transactions regularly. The surface language carried full meaning only with knowledge of both the context and the code. 3 weeks studying what Mao's compromised network and Zhu Renmei's contacts could tell him about the Hollow Covenant's operational patterns had given Wei Liang enough of both. The Hollow Covenant's operational footprint spanned at minimum 7 sects across 3 kingdoms. Their purpose was described twice in the exchange as collection, a word whose meaning was clarified by its surrounding context, specifically the references to processing readiness and transportation capacity that had no plausible benign interpretation. They collected bloodline practitioners, not recruited. The distinction was operational and permanent. Chui Bolin had been engaged as a local facilitator whose role was to create conditions allowing Wei Liang to be removed from the sect's protective territory. What Chui Bolin believed he was facilitating was the acquisition of an embedded cultivation technique. When Xiao had given him a deliberately false description of the artifact, specific enough to motivate someone who understood cultivation market values, false enough that if Chui Bolin was ever questioned, his knowledge would be limited and misleading. The exchange concluded. When Xiao moved toward the garden's exit, at the gate, he stopped. He stood with one hand on the stone post and tilted his head in the specific way of someone who has received a sensory signal that doesn't match the ambient environment. Not a scan, not a deliberate detection technique, but the instinctive response of a practitioner who had spent years in situations where noticing things that were slightly wrong was the difference between walking away and not. He turned his head slowly and looked at the tea house's second-floor windows for 3 full seconds. Wei Liang had stopped breathing at the first pause. His ambient qi output was already at minimum suppression level. He gave nothing to the scan, no movement, no qi fluctuation, no adjustment response that would make him more visible than the trained stillness of someone who had practiced for exactly this kind of moment. Su Fengling beside him had gone statue-quality motionless. Qiao Mingtian had ceased to occupy his window position, present one moment, and simply absent the next through a mechanism Wei Liang did not track. When Xiao looked for 3 seconds, then he looked away and departed the garden at an unhurried pace that gave nothing away. In Wei Liang's mind space, Little Flame's branch had pulsed, one sharp pulse, arriving a fraction of a second before when Xiao turned. A warning that came from a future in which she had already seen this moment. He had felt the pulse and held still because of it, and the stillness had been the correct response. Now, In the aftermath, her branch strained. Words trying to push through the gift channel. Incomplete. The strain of a silhouette that had already spent significantly and was running against its own limit. Father, there's someone you need to. The transmission cut. Little Flame's branch dimmed and settled, not extinguished, but considerably dimmer than it had been before the attempt. She's trying to send me something, Wei Liang said quietly. She can't complete it yet. The channel needs more capacity than her current reserve allows. What does she need? Su Fengling asked. My advancement to Pulse Master. Each milestone widens the channel. He looked at the empty garden below, where Wen Xiao had been standing 30 seconds earlier. We have one more piece of information from today. The Hollow Covenant knows about the second party that touched the bloodline thread. Wen Xiao's organization is moving faster because of that other party, not despite it. There is a race happening between two entities I haven't fully identified, and I am what they're racing toward. The weight of this settled in the tea house alcove. Outside, the cultivation city's midday noise continued below them, ordinary and indifferent. Then we don't wait for the advancement, Su Fengling said. We make it happen now. She stood, gathering her outer robe. What does the resource pack from First Sun need to accelerate the timeline further? I start the second core tonight and hold the cultivation session until the threshold breaks, however long it takes. He rose, and I stopped stalling at 16. Chapter 31. Pulse Master Breakthrough. The breakthrough happened on the third evening following the tea house observation. Wei Liang had been working through the Pulse Master threshold sequence since the afternoon, pushing against the familiar stutter at the 16th cultivation loop with a different approach than he'd used before. He stopped trying to resolve the tension between the two recognitions and started holding them both at once, simultaneously acknowledging the advancement's readiness and the cost it would create. Not resolving, not prioritizing. Both true, both present, both held. Su Fengling worked her own practice nearby, her fire affinity running high-intensity sequences that filled the formation-stabilized training hall with the warmth of dense qi work. She wasn't trying to help. She was just working, present in her own focused attention on her own technique development. But her fire qi's quality, at high output, created a precise contrast with Wei Liang's spiritual pulse that made the internal landscape legible in a way that solo cultivation hadn't managed. Her warmth defined the edge of what he was reaching for clearly enough that he could see the gap between his current state and what he was trying to reach, and for the first time see it accurately rather than through the distortion of how much he wanted to reach it. On the 32nd cycle of the session, the 16th loop held, and continued. 16 becoming 17, 17 becoming 18. The pattern not fracturing below threshold but deepening. The familiar ceiling dissolving not into absence, but into a different architecture. A structure below the previous floor that could hold more, resonate farther, touch the ambient qi of the world around him with a weight that hadn't been available at spirit condensate. His spiritual pulse dropped below his habitual frequency and reasserted itself from a lower register with a new resonance. Heavier, fuller, capable of the cultivation interfacing with the world's own qi that Mao had described as the defining characteristic of Pulse Master advancement. The genealogical tree blazed. The expansion came the way windows thrown open in a dark room changed the available light. Not gradual, not incremental, but the sudden presence of space that hadn't been accessible before. New branches extended from the genealogical trunk at a rate that made individual counting impossible in the first surge. 5, then 8, then more than the mind space visualization could render separately, each branch carrying the potential warmth of a future child who could now, from their respective present, reach back. Silhouettes appeared, small and ghostly, the specific luminosity of futures that were now within the system's reach because Wei Liang was now within reach of them. Elder Mao went fully still. He sat in the corner of the training hall with his session notes open on his knee, and he did not move or speak for a long time. And when he finally spoke, his voice carried the particular quality of a scholar registering a data point that had exceeded every model he'd been running. 12 weeks, he said. Spirit condensate to Pulse Master in 12 weeks. Jian Huaqing required 6 years. He turned a page in his notes, looking at previous entries as if checking his own accuracy. What did you feel at the moment of the threshold? Both recognitions at once. I stopped trying to make one yield to the other. Mao wrote something carefully. Huaqing never described that approach. He treated advancement as a technical problem. Optimize the meridians, accumulate the qi, apply the threshold technique. You treated it as something else. It's about the children. The system knows that. The cultivation responds to what the practitioner knows it's actually for. Wei Liang let the new rank settle into its configuration. Qi redistributing through the expanded meridian pathways, the spiritual pulse finding its natural frequency at the new level. What comes next? Recovery, Mao said. And then what I suspect will be a significant recalibration of the timeline you've been operating under. His voice was thoughtful, not alarmed. At this pace, core ascendant arrives before any of us expected to plan for it. Su Fengling, across the hall, had settled from her own session and was looking at Wei Liang with an expression he didn't have a clean category for. Not pride exactly, not relief exactly, but the expression of someone who had been waiting for something to happen and was now watching it arrive and finding it exactly as significant as she'd expected it to be. It happened, she said. Not a question. Yes. She nodded once. Little flame. He reached for the channel. It opened, clear and full, wider than it had been at any previous rank, the increased bandwidth of advancement making available what had been partially blocked before. Little Flame's message arrived complete, the transmission she had been building towards since before the tea house observation, carrying the precision of something composed carefully and sent at the first moment the capacity allowed. Asterisk the warning I tried to send. Don't trust the person who seems to be guiding you. One of your mentors is feeding information to your enemies. I love you. This cost me more than the others. Asterisk. Wei Liang read it in his awareness twice. He let it settle into the space where the confirmed suspicion lived, the test result, the East Quarter ambush team, the chain of evidence that pointed to exactly where Little Flame was pointing. He looked across the room at Elder Mao, who was reviewing his session notes with the focused composure of 3 centuries of practice at appearing to be doing exactly what he appeared to be doing. Wei Liang held the knowledge and returned to his own breathing and did not let any of it reach his face. Chapter 32. The mold. The test itself took 2 hours to design and 3 days to complete. The principle was straightforward. Feed each potential source a different piece of actionable information. Wait for that information to surface in one Xiao's operation. Identify which version appeared. The difficulty was in the calibration. Each piece needed to be plausible enough to forward immediately, distinctive enough to trace back to its source without ambiguity, and specific enough to motivate action rather than simply noting. To Elder Mao, a Jade Scholars archive in the outer city's East Quarter, accessible for private study in 3 days, at a specific time and location that would be worth monitoring for anyone tracking Wei Liang's out-of-sect movements. To Xinyu, an arranged meeting with an external informant who claimed knowledge of the Hollow Covenant's regional operations at the West Gates Market District on the same timeline. To Chao Mingtian, intelligence about a Hollow Covenant supply route through the outer harbor with a specific shipment scheduled for the same window. Each piece was delivered in conversation, embedded in naturally structured exchanges, introduced at the points where they fit organically rather than announced as separate items. Each recipient received their piece without any indication that 2 other people had received different pieces. Wei Liang then activated the full scope of Zhu Renmei's monitoring function and waited. 20 hours later, a Hollow Covenant team had positioned at target coordinates in the outer city's East Quarter. The coordinates matched the Jade Scholar building. The team profile was 3 practitioners in capture configuration, arrival timing consistent with having received actionable intelligence within the previous 12 hours. East Quarter. Mao's version. Wei Liang sat in the dormitory common room after the other outer disciples had gone to morning exercises and held this knowledge. He had done everything correctly and received the outcome he had been hoping would not be the outcome. The result was precise and clear and pointed at only one place. Mao. Not from malice. The old man carried no hatred for Wei Liang, no mercenary calculation that treated the relationship as a market transaction. He carried a leveraged situation 3 centuries old that had never resolved, and he managed it with the care of someone trying to minimize harm while being unable to eliminate the threat. And he told himself each time that what he forwarded was below the threshold of true harm, and he had been wrong about where that threshold was, and the wrongness had accumulated. Wei Liang sat with the grief of this and let himself feel it, and then made his decision. Cutting Mao out eliminated a significant resource, alerted the Hollow Covenant that their source had been identified, removed his most experienced mentor at the moment of highest threat. Not viable. Maintaining full trust. Unsustainable. Would produce a genuinely harmful leak within a time frame he couldn't control. Not viable. Converting the relationship to a controlled information channel. Coldest option, most operationally sound. Preserved his capability while converting the liability into a tool. The person Little Flame had warned him not to trust was not a person he needed to cut out. She had specified not trusting, not abandoning. He went to Mao the next morning with a prepared piece of false intelligence. He delivered it at the natural moment in a naturally structured conversation, and he watched the old man receive it with the slightly over-careful attention of a man who was filing it for a purpose, and he held the grief of this at the distance necessary to function. The controlled pipeline was now operational. He would learn to use it precisely, not to harm, not to waste, but to shape what the Hollow Covenant believed they knew about him, one managed piece at a time. Chapter 33. Misinformation Campaign. Su Fengling found the warehouse in 40 minutes of systematic reconnaissance, working through the leather district with the efficient directness of someone who had learned to navigate hostile terrain and had kept the skill current through practice. Her selection criteria had been specified before she went. Enclosed approach vectors, limited civilian traffic during the operational window, structural capacity for a 4 to 6 practitioner ambush team to position without external sign, formation dampened walls that would prevent chi detection from outside the perimeter. The warehouse met all four. It also had a documented history, formation dampening wall treatment installed by a previous occupant, a cultivation artifact merchant who had wanted to prevent chi leaks from affecting neighboring properties. The treatment that stopped leaks also stopped detection. Perfect ambush site, she said when she returned with the assessment. Perfect trap site. The qualities are identical. They'll choose it when they receive the intelligence, Wei Liang said. When Xiao's teams use formation-dampened spaces for operational security. This is exactly the kind of location their briefing would call for. He had fed Mao the false intelligence that morning. He would be working through a specific Jade Scroll translation at this location in the afternoon, alone, requiring uninterrupted quiet for sensitive study work. Specific enough to act on. Vague enough about exact timing that the Hollow Covenant would want preliminary eyes before committing a full team. They positioned inside the warehouse's upper-level storage platform 2 hours before the expected window. Chao Mingtian covered the east ground floor exit, a position that made the exit architecturally impassable for anyone trying to use it under pressure. Su Fengling took the platform's southern edge, where her fire output would have optimal range coverage without cross-firing Wei Liang's position. Wei Liang took the northern edge, directly above the main floor center. The Pulse Master arrived with 3 assistants 40 minutes into the window. The team entered with the professional spacing of practitioners who had run capture operations before. First practitioner clearing left, second clearing right, third covering the entrance, the Pulse Master entering last, and moving immediately to the room's center to establish spatial control. Wei Liang waited until all 4 were inside and the entrance was covered by the team's own positioning. They had closed their primary exit. He dropped. The fight lasted 11 minutes. It had the quality of 2 people who had trained together for 7 weeks operating as a unit against 4 opponents who had not been briefed that a unit was what they were dealing with. Su Fengling's close-range fire techniques targeting the 2 assistants simultaneously from ground-level shadow, denying them the space to respond to each other rather than to her independently. Chao Mingtian making the east exit operationally non-existent. Wei Liang taking the Pulse Master directly with the full suite of their combined preparation. The meridian lock applied through the positional angle third daughter's technique had opened. The countermeasure sequences developed across 7 weeks of sparring. The trust of 2 practitioners who had been in enough genuine contests with each other to have no uncertainty about what the other would do next. The Pulse Master was stronger individually. Together, Wei Liang and Su Fengling were faster than the operator's defensive arrays could track simultaneously. 3 contained. 1 escaped through a gap in Chao Mingtian's coverage that none of them had adequately accounted for. Su Fengling stood in the settled aftermath, fire cooling, and looked at Wei Liang with the specific expression of someone who had done work that came out the way work comes out when the preparation has been correct. "Are we partners now?" she asked. "Yes," he said, without calculating what was in his answer before he gave it. She held his gaze for a beat with the quality of someone receiving a confirmation they had needed, then turned efficiently to the work of securing the contained practitioners, and Wei Liang allowed himself one moment of something that was not strategy and not calculation, but simply the fact of not being alone in this, before he turned to the same work. Chapter 34. Cui Bolin exposed the Pulse Master cooperated inside one day. He was a professional who had accepted a misrepresented contract, and professionals who accepted misrepresented contracts and were subsequently captured by the party their contract had described as a manageable target generally had one rational option available. He explained the terms of his engagement, the communication channels through which it had been arranged, the nature of the compensation, advancement resources funded from a source above Cui Bolin, not from Cui Bolin's own clan treasury. He could not identify the funding source. He was not supposed to know it, and he didn't. The Hollow Covenant maintained that gap in their local assets knowledge deliberately. Wei Liang curated the testimony before presenting it to the Inner Council. Cui Bolin's full operational role was documented. The contracted capture attempt, the patrol sabotage, the fraud accusation with its targeted detection array, the external organizational connection that funded the escalation. The Hollow Covenant's existence remained entirely in shadow. Wei Liang appeared in the testimony as the principal responsible party, which was accurate, without appearing as the local mechanism of a 4th-century organization that a sect council had no framework to address, which was also accurate. The 2-day proceedings ran at the pace of sect politics, thorough, procedurally exact, and shaped by the alliance structures that wealth and donation history created within sect administrative bodies. Wei Liang's defense was technically accomplished. His family's donation leverage was deployed by clan allies on the inner council. His council argued the hire as a protective response to what he characterized as Wei Liang's pattern of creating hostile conditions, and the framing was smooth enough to be worth taking seriously, not smooth enough to preserve rank and standing. By the end of day 2, inner disciple rank stripped, behavioral covenant imposed, immediate expulsion for any subsequent violation. The outcome Wei Liang's defense had been designed to achieve was to keep him in the sect with options intact, and it succeeded on those narrow terms. He thanked the council for its deliberation. He collected his documentation. He departed with the composure of a man who had processed the verdict before it was announced and was already operating from the adjusted model. At the chamber door, he looked back at Wei Liang for 3 seconds. What was in the look was nothing emotional. No anger, no calculation on display, no theater. It was the look of someone marking a file and turning to the next page. The file entry was, Wei Liang can escalate effectively when pushed. The next page was, what he cannot see yet. He's not done, Su Fengling said in the corridor. No, but his resources in this sect just diminished significantly, and his external funding source now knows the local mechanism failed. They'll recalibrate. Wei Liang thought about what that recalibration would look like from an organization that measured patience in centuries. That probably means they move to direct engagement rather than local proxy operation, which means we skip the next phase of whatever Wei Liang was supposed to be and go straight to whoever comes after him. Lady Bai, Su Fengling said. Probably. He hadn't told her about Lady Bai yet. Zhu Renmei's intelligence hadn't confirmed her identity at this point, but the shape of what came next was already visible from the direction things were moving. Something more capable than Wei Liang was the next logical step for an organization running a direct access operation. Keep your guard up in the next 2 weeks. Whatever comes, it won't announce itself. Chapter 35. What Mao's the morning Wei Liang chose was quiet by design. After the 7th bell, before the outer exercises generated noise in the adjacent streets, in the particular stillness of a cultivation district before its population committed to the day's activity. Elder Mao was at his usual position with his cultivation notes arranged in the 3-section system of many decades. Progress assessments left, reference documentation right. Current problems in the center. He looked up when Wei Liang entered, and something in the quality of his attention registered the visit's character before either of them spoke. Wei Liang sat across the table. He described the test, the 3 information pieces, the 3 recipients, the Hollow Covenant team that had appeared at the East Quarter location, matching Mao's version of the intelligence. He presented it as an operational assessment, facts in sequence, outcomes stated last, no accusation in the framing. The evidence didn't require accusation. It was simply the description of what had happened and what it meant. Mao's composure let go. This was not a dramatic collapse. It was the specific release of a sustained weight that has been set down, not relief, because what was being acknowledged was not good, but the particular exhaustion of someone whose management effort can stop now that the thing being managed has been found. The composure that came back was not performance, but the genuine article. The steadiness of an old man facing a conversation he had been dreading and finding it more bearable than the dread had implied. They hold a student of mine, he said. His voice was even in the way of things that have been carried for a long time and have settled into the carrying. Lian Yanming. I trained her a century ago, the most gifted practitioner I mentored across 150 years. She made choices I couldn't redirect before the consequences became permanent. They captured her before the covenant became what they are now. She is still alive. I've confirmed this twice in 30 years. He looked at the table. They don't process her. She is too useful as a behavioral control on me. Every time I receive an intelligence inquiry, I assess whether compliance stays below the threshold of true harm to you. I have drawn lines, and I have not crossed them. A pause. But I've been wrong about where the threshold was. I know that now. Wei Liang let the silence hold for a moment before responding. He thought about Little Flame spending her future to send him a warning about this moment. He thought about the full weight of what Mao had been managing, 3 centuries old, 1 student held, each compromise calibrated carefully, each calibration slightly off, and what it meant to be that person and be found. Here is what happens going forward, he said. You remain my mentor. You continue to receive cultivation information from me. What you receive is what I choose to give you. You forward exactly what I intend you to forward, and you don't know in advance which parts are real and which parts are for them. The ambiguity is protection for both of us. He paused. And when I have the capability to reach Lian Yanming, when I understand the Covenant's infrastructure well enough to find where she is, we attempt it. I don't promise success. I promise I don't forget she's there. Mao sat across from him for a long time. The morning light moved across the floor between them in the slow way of early light on clear days, settling into specific patches and shifting as the sun's angle changed. You're not cutting me out, he said finally. No, you should be angrier. The anger is there. I'm choosing not to spend it on you, because spending it on you doesn't give me back what was leaked. Wei Liang picked up his tea. Anger at you doesn't change the situation. It just costs both of us attention we need for the actual problems. Something changed in Mao's face, the expression of a person receiving more than they deserved, processing what to do with the excess of it. He straightened. He reached for his cultivation notes with the deliberate motion of someone returning to work. What do you need today? He asked. Everything in your historical files about the Hollow Covenant's collection infrastructure, how they transport, where they hold, what architectural patterns their facilities follow. Wei Liang opened his own notes. I'm starting to plan forward. The time when I can move on their operations is closer than it used to be. Outside, the outer exercises had begun. And somewhere in the city, the refugee column from the north that had arrived the previous day was being processed through the sect's administrative intake. Cultivators from a shattered formation array, a dead zone expanding, a prearranged harvest site activated. The thing Little Flame had warned about was 2 days away from being Wei Liang's problem rather than someone else's distant news. Chapter 36. Romance Thread. Shin Yu chose a Thursday afternoon for the conversation, which was her pattern. She processed difficult subjects for 3 to 5 days before raising them, and Thursday afternoons were the window she trusted for things she had been preparing that long. Wei Liang had noticed this rhythm across their months of friendship without ever commenting on it. They walked the outer wall's upper path, elevated above the sect's usual foot traffic and offering a view across the training grounds and outward to the district's rooftops. The afternoon light at this hour did unusual things to the cultivation city's ambient qi density. Spiritual energy in the air caught and transformed the light differently than it did in ordinary cities, giving the familiar view a quality that never quite repeated. I see what's happening with you and Su Fengling, she said, without performance and without softening. I've watched it develop across 2 months. The partnership you described to me as operational is not only operational, and I know you well enough to read the difference. Yes, he said. She kept her gaze on the view ahead. I'm not going to compete for your attention. That's not a posture I want to take, and it's not honest to how I feel about myself or about you. But I need to know which of 2 things is true. Are we redefining what we are, or are we maintaining the pretense and letting something uncomfortable build underneath it until it damages what we actually have? He stopped walking. I don't want to lie to you. What I feel for you is real, and it's not small. It's the warmth of someone who knew me before any of this and chose to stay. But what the system shows me about Su Fengling isn't a comparison to anything I feel for you. It operates through a different logic entirely. The tree's response to her is something I can't explain in terms that are fair to you, because the terms that are accurate make it sound like ranking, and that's not what it is. He looked at her directly. What I won't do is manage the distance between what I feel and what I show. You've earned an honest account. You deserve someone who isn't managing you. She was quiet for a while. The late afternoon shifted around them, bells from the inner compound, the sound of a training session ending somewhere below. Thank you for not constructing a clean story, she said. I should have said it clearly weeks ago. Neither of us was ready. She turned to face the view again. I'm staying. I've thought about leaving, taken it seriously, run the accounting. But what you're doing matters in a way I can't walk away from now that I partially understand it. And you are one of the best people I know, and I would rather have what you actually offer than be alone with a principal. She paused. This is me saying that clearly, so we both know where we stand, and there's nothing pretending underneath it. He stood beside her and felt the particular quality of gratitude for a person who had looked at a complicated situation, done their real accounting, and come back with an honest answer. I owe you the full picture, he said. I've given you partial versions for months. The architect's design intent, the external intrusion on the bloodline thread, what Jian Huaqing scroll says about the purpose, all of it. You've been in this from the beginning, and you've made decisions without the complete information. That's not fair to you. She turned to look at him with the expression she wore in her most resolved moments. Not the performance of strength, but the actual thing, the quality of someone who had done the accounting and knew what they were agreeing to. Then tell me everything, she said. All of it. Chapter 37. Shun Yui knows. She listened for the full duration, without interruption. This was how Xianyu administered to people she cared about. She gave the full weight of her attention as a starting condition, before assessment, before any response. He told her all of it. The primordial architect and the 900-year dormancy, the external intrusion on the bloodline thread, and what the system's log said about the intruder's purpose, what Jian Huaqing had understood in his final months before his death, what the Jade Scrolls latter sections implied about the system's purpose. He told her about the Hollow Covenant's collection infrastructure, the underground facilities, the processing operations, the 17 bloodline practitioners he would eventually find in Yao Tianwei's basement, and the 10 he would fail to free on that first attempt. He told her about Mao. When he finished, Xianyu sat with the information the way she sat with difficult clinical findings, giving it space to be fully what it was before she responded to it. Do they know? She asked. The first question that had been waiting behind everything else. The children. Do they understand what they're spending? I check the system after each gift. The silhouettes initiate voluntarily. Each time, the system confirms active choice. Voluntary isn't the same as fully understanding. The anger beneath her clinical voice was audible to anyone who knew her, directed not at Wei Liang, but at the structural unfairness of a situation where love was denominated in a currency that couldn't be replaced. A child who loves their parent will spend themselves before the accounting is complete. I know, but I've asked the system to show me their state between gifts. After each sending, the silhouette dims. Before the next sending, there is always a period where the silhouette has full access to what it costs and chooses again. The choosing is ongoing. They see the diminishment and they choose to continue. He paused. That's not the same as it being right, but it is what it is. She was quiet for a moment. Then, can I see them? He had not been asked this before. He reached for the system interface's external visualization function, not certain it existed, finding it exactly where the system's internal logic suggested it would be, dormant and waiting for this specific moment. He opened it. The genealogical tree materialized in the air between them, soft, translucent, dimensional enough to read without being solid. The branches spread from a central trunk that carried the warmth of every future Wei Liang's cultivation had made possible. 12 silhouettes occupied their positions, second daughter quiet and precisely bright, first son warm in his quick-pulse way, the newer silhouettes still establishing their character on their branches, and little flame, at her dimmed branch, reduced from her original brightness by the accumulated cost of everything she'd sent, still present, still pulsing at her steady habitual rhythm, the glow of a fire that had been banked but not extinguished. Xianyu looked at her for a long time. How much does she have left? She asked, her voice carrying a specific quality he recognized as the voice she used when the clinical answer and the human answer were running in opposite directions. I don't know. The system shows diminishment but not reserve totals. He watched Little Flame's branch. She keeps sending regardless. Yes, Xianyu said. She does. She watched the tree for a long moment before he let the projection fade. She was looking at the space where it had been. Then we owe them everything. Not gratitude. That's not a currency that means anything here. The outcome. They've been spending toward a specific future, and we owe them that future being real. That's exactly what it is, he said. I know. She turned toward him with the expression of someone who has made a decision and is putting it past the moment of making it. I'm in entirely. Not as the healer on your operational perimeter. As someone who knows the full picture and is committed to the result. A pause. Now tell me what kind of cultivation healer network you're going to need when this escalates. Because I'm 3 months behind where I should be on building it. And if you'd given me this information earlier, I could have started sooner. So take that as feedback about future information sharing. He looked at her. This person who had known him first, who had chosen the harder form of loyalty, who was now demanding to be given the real work rather than the protected version of it. I'll do better at that, he said. I know you will, she said. Now start talking about the healer network. We have work to do. Chapter 38, Sect Advancement Exam. The mid-year examination announcement arrived Monday for a Friday exam, which was 5 days, sufficient if the 5 days were spent efficiently, inadequate if they weren't. Wei Liang's preparation had been structural rather than examination-specific. Months of cultivation work, technique development, and theoretical study had built the foundation the examination was designed to measure, and the 5 days were for calibration rather than last-minute acquisition. The format was 3 phases: written theory in the morning, formation solving in the afternoon, combat trials through the evening. Outer disciples placing in the top 30 of the cohort advanced to inner disciple rank automatically. Exceptional performance in individual phases received additional recognition. Wei Liang had given careful thought to his target outcome. 3rd place overall, capable enough for unremarkable inner disciple advancement. strong in the written and formation components, where his Pulse Master Foundation's depth would show without requiring power display. Careful in the combat trials where first or second place required demonstrating levels, he wasn't ready to demonstrate publicly. Third was the number that acquired the rank and the resources it unlocked without generating the scrutiny that higher placement would have attracted. He placed third. The written theory component placed second in the cohort. Mao's 3th-century cultivation library had built a conceptual vocabulary and technical depth that most outer disciples hadn't accessed. He traded the gap down in combat trials, winning his matches with spirit condensate full output rather than the Pulse Master capability behind it, performing as a cultivator who was strong and knew it rather than as someone with access to rank the examiner hadn't been told to expect. Su Fengling placed first by a margin that was not close. The written component scored highest in the cohort. The formation puzzle sequence set a record that the examination administrator verified against 11 years of historical data before announcing, visibly recalibrating his expectations in real time. The combat trials were not competitive contests. They were demonstrations, conducted with the frank directness of someone for whom the examination's challenges were problems she had already solved before entering the arena. 2 historical records. The crowd watching the combat trials had the specific quality of attention that genuine extraordinary performance drew, not appreciation of craft, but the collective updating of a group of people revising what they understood about the people around them. Xiao Mingtian placed 15th with complete satisfaction. His combat performance had entertained a modest crowd through the simple novelty of an iron body practitioner making every attempt to overcome him functionally irrelevant. His written theory score was adequate. His formation score was, by his own assessment, middle. He was promoted and appeared to experience this as confirmation of natural order. After the rankings were posted, the sect's Grand Formation Elder crossed the courtyard towards Su Fengling with the unhurried deliberateness of someone whose decision was made before she stood up. Elder Gao Ruixin was the sect's most technically precise formation practitioner. Not the most famous, not the most powerful, but the one other senior practitioners referred to when they needed to understand why a specific formation element worked. Her reputation rested on decades of technical work that other people built on. She spoke briefly with Su Fengling. A private meeting requested, at Su Fengling's convenience, to discuss observations about her fire formation work. No urgency, no pressure, professional acknowledgement from one practitioner to another. Su Fengling agreed, and told Wei Liang afterward. She looked at my formation results the same way Elder Mao looks at things he finds genuinely interesting rather than things he finds merely competent. Whatever she wants to discuss, I think it's real. She paused. I think it connects to things that matter in Arc 3. When is the meeting? 2 days. I'll tell you what she says. In the north, the refugee column from the devastated kingdom had now been processed through the sect's intake system, and the cultivation team assigned to preliminary assessment of the dead zone phenomenon had filed an initial report describing ambient qi depletion at a rate inconsistent with natural cultivation drain, in an expanding radius around a specific ruined site. And the report had been routed to the sect's archive committee rather than its response team, which meant nothing was going to happen through official channels before the radius reached someone who mattered. Wei Liang read the preliminary report summary through Zhu Renmei's intelligence network and noted that the unofficial response would need to start before the official channels caught up, but that was a problem for after Lady Bai's situation resolved, because he could not fight on 3 fronts simultaneously, and Lady Bai's arrival was now only days away. Chapter 39. The Hollow Covenant's move. Lady Bai arrived at the sect under the administrative designation of guest lecturer, with confirmed suite access in the senior quarters and 3 scheduled sessions on advanced bloodline theory. The arrangements had been made through 2 separate senior administrative channels, deliberate redundancy from someone who did not leave arrival access to chance. Wei Liang attended the first session seated 3rd row, 3 seats from the center, present, not prominent, not marginal, the position of a practitioner with a legitimate interest in the material. The lecture was excellent. Lady Bai was a genuine authority on bloodline cultivation theory in a way that was not performance. The depth was in the material itself, the precision in how she handled questions, the quality of the frameworks she used to organize concepts that the standard curriculum addressed only superficially. She had spent decades with this subject, and it showed in how she carried it. She was also, simultaneously, running a detection sweep. Wei Liang felt it at the 40-minute mark. Ambient qi movement distributed through the lecture hall in the omnidirectional way a lamp distributed light, touching every practitioner in the space simultaneously without appearing to originate from any specific direction. A detection template was running against the ambient readings, looking for a specific qi signature among the cultivators in the room. The genealogical tree shook. His hands were flat on the study table. His breathing was at its established rate. His ambient qi output was at minimum suppression level. The technique Mao had taught him deployed with complete focus. He let the tree's response happen entirely internally and gave it nothing to reach. Not his face, not his posture, not the rhythm of his qi output. The technique required full attention, and he gave it fully. The sweep completed and moved on. Lady Bai's lecture continued without any change in her presentation. Pacing, tone, attention angle all unchanged. She had received whatever the sweep produced and filed it without altering her external behavior. This was the specific competence of someone who had run this technique in many rooms, many times, over many years, and had refined both the technique and the concealment of its use to the point of automation. Wei Liang spent the remainder of an excellent lecture on bloodline resonance theory thinking about what she would do with what the sweep had registered. Zhu Remei's message arrived through the internal courier system that afternoon. Lady by Swaling. Correspondent. Confirmed senior operative tier, not scout designation. Background. She backed Deng Zhao's case against your family 2 years ago. She has tracked your bloodline resonance signature for that full period. She is here because your location is no longer uncertain to the Hollow Covenant. She did not come to assess whether you are worth approaching. She came to transact. Wei Liang read this standing in the corridor, folded it, and walked toward the dormitory with the knowledge that the situation had simplified in the way situations simplified when the uncertainty resolved. All the ambiguity about whether he had been found collapsed into the confirmed fact that he had been, and the remaining question was what he did about it. A sealed message was pressed against his dormitory door when he returned, placed by hand rather than courier, no identifying seal, precise brushwork on clean paper. He looked at it for a moment. He did not pick it up. He turned and walked to the courtyard's east end and spent 30 minutes in the ambient noise of the late afternoon, letting his mind organize the situation without the pressure of the unread message sitting 2 paces from his hand. Lady Bai would want to know whether he opened the message quickly or delayed. Both behaviors were readable. Quick opening implied anxious need for information. Delayed opening implied strategic composure. Either answer told her something she intended to use. He needed a third register. Neither of those two. He went to Su Fengling that evening. She listened, built the threat model, asked her operational questions. What does she want? What does she think she can offer? What is her timeline driven by? She wants the system, he said. She thinks the offer she's carrying is better than any alternative I have available, which tells us she's done a thorough assessment of what I have available. The offer will be real in its content and structured toward control in its implication. He paused. The message is still on my door. What are you going to do? Something that isn't open it, or ignore it. He had the shape of it already. Something she hasn't planned for, because she planned for open and she planned for ignore, and she hasn't accounted for a third response. In his mind space, little flame pulsed, one slow, deliberate beat. The warmth of a child watching her father approach a moment she recognized and knew he would find the right answer for, if she gave him just enough to work from. Chapter 40, Lady Bai's Offer, Arc 2 Cliffhanger. He picked up the message the following morning, not immediately on waking, not with ceremony, but at the natural point in his morning routine when organizing his materials brought him past the door and the message was simply the next object in sequence. He opened it the way he opened correspondence that had been waiting an appropriate interval. The letter was beautifully executed. The brushwork carried the precision of decades of practice without the embellishment of someone trying to display that precision. The content was organized with the structure of someone who had written this kind of communication before and refined the sequencing across multiple iterations. The Hollow Covenant had known about the future bloodline resonance since the night of its reactivation. She acknowledged this directly, without softening. The extended observation period had been deliberate strategic patience. They had wanted to assess the system's developmental trajectory and capability ceiling before committing to formal engagement. What they had observed had confirmed their expectations and exceeded them in the advancement timeline. The offer was substantial. Integration into the Covenant's research structure. 4 centuries of bloodline cultivation documentation, the most comprehensive archive of his system's kind in existence. Development resources unavailable to any independent cultivator at his current stage. Explicit protection from parties whose interest in the future bloodline resonance ran toward acquisition rather than development. And yes, she was aware of the external intrusion on the bloodline thread. Yes, the Covenant had a name for what had made it. Yes, she was willing to share that name in a direct conversation. The ask, a single meeting. Private. No commitment implied by the meeting itself. Wei Liang read the letter twice and set it on the table and looked at the ceiling. The offer was constructed with a precise understanding of what would attract him. The archive access was real, for centuries of documentation on bloodline cultivation systems would fill gaps in his knowledge faster than any alternative path. The protection component had genuine value if the Covenant actually understood the external intrusion source, and he did not. The framing of no commitment from the meeting was sophisticated. It gave him permission to seek information without requiring he pay for it in advance. It was built by someone who understood exactly what he needed. It was also built to convert him from an independent practitioner with his own operational agenda into a resource in the Covenant's collection infrastructure. Development was where she said utilization. Protection was where she meant control. He knew what Yao Tianwei's archive was. He knew what Jian Huaqing's notes implied about what the Covenant did with bloodline practitioners who completed their development arc under controlled conditions. The offer was not what it said it was. The information behind it was real. He sat with the letter and felt the specific shape of a trap that had been engineered by someone intelligent enough to place the trap exactly where the genuine need was located. Little Flame's branch pulsed. Once, then again, strained, the quality of a silhouette pressing past its current capacity because the moment required it. The words arrived in fragments, assembling in his awareness with the precision of something composed carefully and sent at the first available instant. Father. Don't answer her letter. Don't ignore it either. She is watching to see which you choose, and either answer tells her something. You need to find a third option. He waited. The branch strained further, Little Flame's diminished brightness working against the limit of what the channel could currently carry. And Father, there is something coming to the sect from the north. Something that was supposed to arrive in my time. It's arriving in yours instead. We didn't send this one. The transmission cut. Little Flame's silhouette settled back to its dim and enduring glow, the cost of the sending visible in the further reduction of her brightness. Another permanent price paid because this was the moment that required it. Wei Liang set the letter down and held everything she'd given him. The third option was already formed. Not an answer and not silence, but a counter-inquiry, specific, weighted, offering Lady Bai exactly what she'd offered him. What does the Hollow Covenant know about the entity that tested the bloodline thread on the 14th night of the second month? Answer this question, and I will consider the meeting you have proposed. If she answered, he gained intelligence and time. If she did not, he knew the protection she was offering was less substantial than the letter implied. Either outcome produced useful data. Neither committed him to anything. He reached for paper and brush and wrote 2 sentences. Clean and precise, exactly what was needed. He sealed the letter and held it in his hands for a moment. Outside, the North's problem was one day closer than yesterday, when Xiao was somewhere in the city reconsidering his approach after the warehouse failure. Elder Gao Ruixin had a meeting scheduled with Su Fengling tomorrow morning. And in his mind space, Second Son's silhouette pulsed, one quiet, steady beat, carrying the warmth of a child who had already seen how this arc ended and found it worth what it cost to get there. Wei Liang looked at Second Son's branch for a moment. A child he hadn't met yet. A child whose silhouette pulsed with the specific quality of someone who had seen the future and was not afraid of it. He sent the counter-inquiry through the morning's first courier routing, then went to the training grounds and waited for Su Fengling, and held in his awareness the specific fact that whatever was coming from the north, whatever his daughter had warned about arriving out of sequence, he was not going to be facing it alone. That was not nothing. That was, in the precise accounting of what he had 12 weeks ago when all of this started, everything. Chapter 41. The third option. Lady Bai's response arrived 3 days after Wei Liang sent his counter-inquiry. It was not delivered by courier. The sealed message appeared on his training mat, inside the locked dormitory room, on a surface he had personally swept free of foreign spiritual residue before beginning his morning cultivation session. The lock on the door bore no marks of tampering. The ward formation Elder Mao had installed showed no activation signature from the inside. The message was simply there, resting between 2 cultivation posture guides, as if it had always been there, and he had only just noticed it. He looked at it for a count of 30 breaths before picking it up. The brushwork inside was different from the first letter, faster, less performed. Lady Bai's first message had been composed with the precision of someone who writes the same letter many times and has learned to make it feel personal, while keeping it professionally efficient. This was something else. The second response was written in a single sitting, without revision marks, the kind of handwriting that surfaces when the writer is genuinely interested in what they're communicating. The content was 3 sentences. The external intrusion on your bloodline thread on the 14th night of the second month was made by a Category 7 construct operating under the Primordial Archive's maintenance protocols. We call it the Hollow Sentinel. It is not the Covenant's. We have been trying to locate its source for 11 years. Below that, a pause in the brushwork. The ink was heavier there, where the brush had rested. Then, your counter-inquiry demonstrated the third option, thinking we have not encountered in a practitioner of your age. The meeting offer remains open. No timeline attached. Wei Liang set the letter on the table and stood by his window and watched the courtyard below. The inner disciples' morning training session was underway. Su Fengling was visible in the far corner, moving through a fire technique sequence that she was performing far below her actual capability level, which meant she was working on foundational precision rather than output. She did this every third morning. He had learned the rhythm of her training over 4 months without ever discussing it with her. The Hollow Sentinel. A name. The Hollow Covenant had a name for the thing that had reached into his bloodline thread, and they were not its operators. They had been trying to locate its source for 11 years, which meant the intrusion on Wei Liang's system was not the first, and the Covenant was operating in reactive position relative to something it didn't fully understand. This was valuable. The Covenant's information value on the Hollow Sentinel was real, and their fear of the thing was also real, which meant that whatever the Covenant's collection program had assembled across 4 centuries of operation, they were not the apex of the threat landscape. There was something above them that neither they nor Wei Liang fully understood yet. The genealogical tree shifted in his mind space. Not a gift, not a message, a structural adjustment. The way the tree sometimes reconfigured when he integrated new information about his situation. Multiple branches recalibrated simultaneously, the future potential calculations updating in real time in ways he couldn't consciously parse, but could feel as a change in the tree's overall weight. You have that expression, Su Fengling said. She had appeared in his doorway. He had not heard her arrive, which meant she had stopped her training session specifically and come directly here, which meant she had been watching him standing at the window for longer than he'd realized. She was carrying a practice cloth over one shoulder, and her fire cultivation was still running at training temperature, leaving the air around her half a degree warmer than ambient. I received information, he said. It opens more questions than it closes, which makes it more useful than information that closes questions. Useful how? She came in and read the letter over his shoulder. Her breathing didn't change. Not the Covenants. They're tracking it too. She handed the letter back. Their 11 years of tracking data is worth more than a formal meeting on their terms. The question is how you get the data without paying the meeting's full cost. I have a thought about that, he said. The Grand Formation Elder, Gao Ruixin, the one who had recognized something in Su Fengling's cultivation signature during the advancement examination and had been providing private instruction since, had contacts in the Iron Gate Kingdom's cultivator network. The Celestial Convergence Tournament, held decennially in the Iron Gate capital, drew practitioners from across 4 kingdoms. Information circulated through tournament networks and channels that the Hollow Covenant's standard intelligence infrastructure couldn't fully penetrate, because those channels were built on personal relationships rather than organizational frameworks. The Covenant monitored institutions. It was slower to monitor individuals who had no institutional affiliation. The tournament was the third option, not only for the information access. There was something more specific. Grand Elder Yao Tianwei, who had administered the Convergence Tournament for over 2 decades, had a pattern of interest in bloodline cultivators that was documented in fragments across Zhu Renmei's network. Bloodline cultivators who attended the tournament and accepted Yao's private archive invitation tended to subsequently withdraw from their sects to pursue independent research. The pattern had a frequency that exceeded coincidence. Yao's research, whatever it was, might document bloodline interactions with the Hollow Sentinel, because bloodline collection and the Sentinel's known operational pattern pointed in the same direction. 2 independent investigation threads into the same phenomenon, both requiring access he didn't currently have, both convergent on the Iron Gate Kingdom. I'm going to register for the Celestial Convergence, Wei Liang said. Su Fengling's expression was the one she produced when she had already reached the same conclusion and was waiting for him to get there. I registered this morning, she said. I put your name down as well. And Chao Mingtian's, though he hasn't technically met the qualification criteria. He'll manage. He always does, she said. He has a gift for qualification criteria. Wei Liang sent Lady by a third message that evening, professionally courteous, specific, structured to appear as a practitioner managing competing priorities rather than one who was actively investigating the Hollow Covenant while pretending to consider its offer. The information you provided is useful and the meeting remains a possibility. I am giving serious consideration. The Celestial Convergence Tournament has prior claims on my schedule for the next 4 months, at which point I anticipate clearer availability. He did not expect her to wait 4 months. He expected her to position observational resources at the tournament, which would keep her investment active without requiring him to commit to a direct meeting. In the meantime, He would be gathering intelligence she didn't know he was gathering. He went to the training grounds afterward and spent 2 hours on the bloodline resonance pulse defensive technique, refining the response arc, working on the exact quality of chi input that produced maximum defensive coverage with minimum bloodline thread stress. He was still learning not to waste the system's connection architecture on tasks that his own conventional cultivation could handle. In his mind space, the genealogical tree pulsed once with the specific warmth he associated with a child watching its parent approach a decision it recognized as correct. He had 4 months. He intended to use every hour. Chapter 42. Tournament prep. The preparation months compressed the way intensive work always did. Each day simultaneously full and vanished, the calendar driven forward by training schedules, intelligence briefings, and Xiao Mingtian's ongoing navigation of the certification process. He qualified on the 31st day. The mechanism involved 3 inner disciples who had agreed to calibration sparring and who had not anticipated that Xiao Mingtian's iron body cultivation would make the first 2 exchanges feel like striking a very polite wall. The sect certification board reviewed the match documentation with the careful attention of people who understood what was technically happening and were making a professional judgment that the criteria were met. Xiao had won. The criteria required a win. The paperwork was submitted. You could have just done the 4-month qualification process, Su Fengling said, when she found out. The 4-month qualification process takes 4 months, Xiao Mingtian said. We have 4 months of preparation. One activity had to yield, so you challenged inner disciples. I calibrated with inner disciples, he said, with the slight semantic distinction of someone who had been thinking about this, in a context that the certification board could recognize as qualifying combat. The board recognized it. I'm qualified. He looked at her. You qualified through the normal examination process? Obviously. Then we're both qualified, he said, contentedly. The path doesn't affect the qualification. She looked at Wei Liang. Wei Liang kept his face arranged in the configuration that Xiao interpreted as approval. Training divided along its natural lines. Wei Liang spent his sessions pushing the Pulse Master Foundation toward Core Ascendant. The transition required a specific quality of cultivation work, not power output, but precision, the shift from drawing on stored cultivation to resonating with ambient spiritual law. Elder Mao guided the theoretical framework with the patient expertise of someone who had been studying this transition for 9 centuries, his compromised status now actively managed. Wei Liang fed him 1 deliberate piece of false intelligence per week, calibrated to be significant enough for the Hollow Covenant to relay, but inaccurate enough to cause no real damage. The old man knew he was being used as a controlled pipeline. They didn't discuss it directly. There was a particular quality to Mao's teaching sessions after that understanding became mutual, more thorough, more generous, the attention of a mentor paying a debt through the only currency still available. Su Fengling's sessions with Grand Formation Elder Gao Ruixin were largely private, but she reported fragments afterward, usually in the direct way she communicated things she found technically interesting. Gao had found something in Su Fengling's spiritual core architecture that she described as a resonance interface, a structural quality that let her cultivation framework receive and transmit external law patterns at a fundamental level, rather than simply defending against or absorbing them. It was not a bloodline ability in the standard classification. It was something more like a natural architecture, built in through years of unconventional self-taught cultivation that had developed without the normative structural constraints a sect training system would have imposed. Gao had asked 3 times whether Su Fengling was aware of the underlying structure. She had answered yes each time. She had not asked what the underlying structure meant yet, because she was still building the competency to ask the right follow-up questions. She keeps looking at me like I've done something unusual by existing, Su Fengling said, on the 42nd day of preparation. You probably have, Wei Liang said. That's not reassuring. It wasn't meant to be. It was meant to be accurate. She looked at him with the expression that said she was deciding whether to pursue this. She decided not to, which was also characteristic. On the 47th day, the gift arrived. Third daughter's silhouette had been dim since her earlier sending. Wei Liang had been watching the branch with the specific attention of someone who understood the cost now in more dimensions than the system's interface displayed. He felt the sending begin and reach for the channel's control interface. He could not stop a sending in progress. The system's gift mechanism operated on the children's initiative, not his request, responding to future knowledge of moments that would require specific preparation. Third daughter sent through a positional awareness technique, a method that encoded the spatial relationships between objects in the practitioner's environment as a distinct form of sensory data, operating on a perceptive wavelength that bypassed standard spiritual scanning. Objects at the periphery of attention acquired qualities of position, mass, and relational distance that conventional senses would miss. The technique was sophisticated, practically valuable, and precisely the kind of perception enhancement that would matter for navigating an unfamiliar underground space. Third daughter's silhouette afterward was barely a shimmer. The branch still glowed, but faintly, the specific luminosity of a child who had used most of what they had and was still present, but considerably reduced. Wei Liang sat with the new technique in his mind space for a long time before he began studying its mechanics. He had known, since the first gift, that each sending cost something permanent. He had known, since the vault annotation he hadn't read yet, that the cost was worse than the system described. He sat with third daughter's branch and held the fact of what he had received. Then he absorbed the technique. He did it carefully and thoroughly, over 3 training sessions, integrating the spatial awareness into his existing perceptive framework until he could maintain it as a background layer without active concentration. The world became incrementally more legible. Corners and covered surfaces acquired quality of presence. Objects at the edge of attention became distinct rather than peripheral. Third daughter had sent him what he would need for the Iron Gate Kingdom. He would use it well. Zhu Renmei's intelligence on tournament competitors arrived in Week 8, organized by cultivation level and known combat style. The Celestial Convergence field included 6 Core Ascendant practitioners, with the Hollow Covenant's sponsored candidate at the Core Ascendant middle rank, likely seeded for a specific tactical purpose. The tournament's elimination bracket structure meant Wei Liang would likely face the Covenant's candidate in the semifinals, a timing that was almost certainly deliberate. "They've seeded him to meet you," Su Fengling said, reviewing the intelligence document. "They want to assess my capabilities in a controlled setting," Wei Liang said. "A tournament fight is less opaque than surveillance. They'll learn more from watching me fight their candidate than from any other available intelligence-gathering method. And if their candidate wins, then they learn that too." She looked at him. "You plan to win." "I plan to advance to the Core Ascendant breakthrough under combat pressure and use the fight to demonstrate capabilities I choose to demonstrate," he said. "Winning is a component of that." Chao Mingtian, who had been listening with complete attention while appearing to review his own qualification documentation, put the papers down. "You're planning to break through to Core Ascendant during a tournament semifinal. The pressure provides the catalyst," Wei Liang said. "And a public tournament setting provides a cover explanation for the breakthrough's timing that the Hollow Covenant can't easily probe." Chao absorbed this. "And the tournament final is where the real work begins," Wei Liang said. On the 91st day of preparation, a refugee column appeared at the sect's outer gates. 47 cultivators, survivors of a sect 2 days north. Their formation arrays had failed from the inside. All ambient spiritual energy within a 14-kilometer radius had vanished. The senior practitioners sent to investigate the source had not returned. The problem from the north had arrived. Wei Liang filed it in the growing category of things he needed to address, but could not address yet without the resources the tournament would provide. He went back to training. Chapter 43, The Warning from the North. The 47 survivors came through the sect gates over the course of 2 hours, the column's pace reflecting its composition. The junior disciples and support staff who had been sent away before the senior practitioners went toward the failure point. People who had obeyed orders to leave and had been walking for 2 days with the specific weight of knowing they were alive because they hadn't argued. Elder Mao went still when Wei Liang described the failure pattern later that evening. Not the stillness of someone thinking. The stillness of someone whose research had just walked through the door as a testimony. "The inverse devour array," Mao said. He was already moving to his bookshelves, the organized chaos of 900 years of accumulated material, each volume and folio occupying a position that made sense only to its collector. He extracted a research folio from the middle of the 3rd shelf without hesitation, the motion of someone who had known exactly where this material was for a very long time. "I have extensive documentation. The mechanism inverts the cultivation world's natural spiritual circulation. Instead of ambient energy flowing inward toward practitioners and formation arrays, it flows outward toward the formation's anchor point. Living practitioners within the field experience progressive spiritual depletion. Cultivation techniques fail because the chi flow they depend on is being systematically reversed. Advanced practitioners who attempt to counter the drain by increasing their own output find themselves depleting faster. The array scales its pull to match resistance." He set the folio on the table with the care of someone handling material that had been waiting for its proper context. Wei Liang looked at the documentation. The annotations were dense, cross-referenced across multiple documents, the handwriting's consistency suggesting decades of accumulated additions to a core text. "You've been expecting this." I've been expecting something like this, Mao said. The inverse devour array in the theoretical framework I've been working from is a construct designed for large-scale ambient spiritual energy harvest, not for combat, not for territorial denial, but for systematic resource extraction. The fact that it's manifesting physically, near the Iron Gate Kingdom, in proximity to the Celestial Convergence Tournament's timing, he paused. The array requires an anchor point, a physical structure that serves as the extraction terminus. That structure would have been built before the array's activation, potentially years or decades prior. Who builds it? Wei Liang said. Mao looked at him steadily. The same entity that builds harvest systems, he said. The Hollow Sentinel's operational profile includes documentation of large-scale ambient energy collection events. The construct isn't just monitoring practitioners who use bloodline systems. It's managing a broader harvest infrastructure. The connection was clear once it was stated. The Hollow Sentinel that had touched Wei Liang's bloodline thread, the Category 7 maintenance construct the Hollow Covenant had been tracking for 11 years, was a component of something larger. The Inverse Devour Array was another component. The same system, operating at different scales simultaneously. The Celestial Convergence Tournament is in the Iron Gate Kingdom, Wei Liang said. The array's location is also in the Iron Gate Kingdom. Yao Tianwei administers the tournament and has been collecting bloodline practitioners for 17 years. He worked through the geometric logic. If Yao's bloodline collection program is documented in the same research archives that contain information about the Hollow Sentinel, then the Iron Gate Kingdom is the convergence point, Mao said. And the tournament timing is not coincidental. Wei Liang read through Mao's documentation for 20 minutes before asking the next question. The array's mechanics were clearly described, but the mechanism's power requirement was less clear. An array capable of drawing down ambient spiritual energy across a 14-kilometer radius would need a substantial continuous energy input to maintain its inversion field, which meant a dedicated power source either built into the anchor point's architecture or maintained by practitioners stationed at the site. The refugees had reported no practitioners at the site, only the expanding dead zone and the absence of the senior disciples sent to investigate. The array can be self-sustaining once activated, Mao said, anticipating the question. The inversion mechanism draws the ambient spiritual energy it consumes from the field it generates, a recursive structure that requires significant activation energy to establish, but relatively little to maintain once the circulation reversal is running. The anchor point serves as the energy buffer and routing hub. Once the field is stable, the array can operate indefinitely without external input. He paused. The previous practitioner's research notes, the ones I gave Yao as the baseline archive, included a theoretical section on this architecture. It was one of the sections I flagged as most significant. Wei Liang looked at him. The implication was clear. Yao's research notes included theoretical documentation of the inverse devour array's self-sustaining architecture, which meant the person who had built the array in the northern ruins might have had access to the same baseline research Mao had sent Yao. The threads were connecting earlier than he had expected. Wei Liang petitioned the sect's outer council the following morning for authorization to organize an advanced scouting mission toward the affected zone. The council's refusal was diplomatically framed around resource prioritization and jurisdictional questions, whether the northern incident fell within Crescent Peak Sect's operational territory, whether the intelligence was verified enough to justify deploying a scouting force during tournament preparation season. It was a legitimate governance decision made by people who did not have enough information to understand why the question was urgent. He had expected it. He had petitioned because the record of a rejected petition might be useful later. He left the council chamber and found Su Fengling waiting outside. He had not told her he was attending the council meeting. She had found out independently, which was her standard operational procedure. Refused, she said. Prioritization concerns, he confirmed. Jurisdictional ambiguity. How long until we have the intelligence to make the council's concerns irrelevant? The Iron Gate Kingdom, he said. The tournament gives us access to Yao Tianwei's network and the region. If the array's anchor point is in Iron Gate territory, we'll have better information after 4 months there than the council can gather through official channels in a year. She nodded. The movement of someone who has received a satisfactory operational answer and is already revising their preparation priorities to account for the new information. Then we add the array to the Iron Gate intelligence list. He added it. Zhu Renmei's intelligence, arriving that evening through her network, confirmed what Mao's cross-references suggested. The affected zone was centered on an ancient ruin site 14 kilometers northeast of the Iron Gate capital. The Hollow Covenant had flagged the site 40 years prior as a pre-arranged harvest site. The flag predated Yao Tianwei's tournament administration by almost 2 decades. Whoever had built the array infrastructure, they had been planning the current activation for longer than any of the current players had been aware of the threat. Wei Liang added the ruin site to his Iron Gate intelligence file. He sent a controlled misinformation message through Elder Mao to the Hollow Covenant, implying that he remained unaware of the ruin site's significance, that his attention was entirely occupied by tournament preparation. If the Covenant relayed that impression to whoever was managing the array's activation timeline, their assessment of his threat level would remain lower than his actual preparation level. He filed it and returned to training. The tournament was in 6 days. Little Flame's branch pulsed once as he settled into his evening cultivation session. Not a message, just presence. The warmth of a child who knew what was coming and was present with him in the knowing. He steadied his breath and pushed his cultivation foundation forward. Chapter 44. Grand Elder Yao Tianwei. The Iron Gate capital was built from gray stone, the weight of it visible in every structure. The city carrying the aesthetic of a civilization that valued permanence over beauty and had, over generations, developed beauty through the accumulation of well-made permanent things. The streets were wide enough for formation array carts at full extension. The buildings varied in height toward the city center, where 3 concentric defensive formations rose like layers of an argument about appropriate power concentration. The outermost formation was the most elaborate, the aesthetic statement of a city that wanted visitors to understand its cultivators before they understood anything else about the place. The tournament's opening ceremony filled the plaza between the second and third formation rings. 300 practitioners representing 37 sects and independent organizations filled the plaza in the mid-morning light, and the ambient spiritual energy of that many cultivators in a concentrated space gave the air the quality of a day before a large storm, present, charged, awaiting resolution. Wei Liang stood with Su Fengling at his left shoulder and Chao Mingtian at his right. Chao had already mapped the available food vendors around the plaza's eastern perimeter within 5 minutes of arrival, which he described as strategic resource awareness. Wei Liang had stopped contesting this framing around month 2 of their association. Grand Elder Yao Tianwei appeared at the ceremony's designated moment with the punctuality of someone who had performed this arrival 47 times and had optimized the timing. He was silver-haired and possessed warmth in the specific form of a quality that had been carefully developed rather than naturally occurring. Not false, but constructed, maintained through continuous active attention to how it was being received. His cultivation aura was core ascendant, modulated to feel welcoming, not suppressed, not restrained, but shaped to land gently rather than press. It was the aura management of someone who understood that cultivators entering a tournament are already managing elevated threat awareness, and that a host who felt dangerous would increase that awareness rather than reduce it. He welcomed the participants with remarks that were warm, brief, and carefully nonspecific. No commitments. No claims that could be verified or contested. The rhetorical structure of someone who gave this speech every 10 years and had learned to make it feel contemporary without updating its strategic content. Wei Liang watched the welcome remarks with the specific attention of a practitioner who had spent 4 months learning to separate form from content in social performances. The form was perfect. The content was a precise absence. Every sentence communicated warmth while committing to nothing. Every gesture conveyed openness while revealing nothing. The entire presentation calibrated to make the audience feel seen without making the speaker observable. 17 years of administering this tournament had produced a person who could perform accessibility with the same precision that other practitioners performed combat techniques. The performance was impressive. That was also, Wei Liang noted, why it was dangerous. Wei Liang's bloodline tree reacted to Yao's presence with something he hadn't anticipated. Not a gift, not a message from Little Flame or any of the primary silhouettes. One of the branches at the genealogical tree's outer edge, a branch he had noted as dormant since the first days after the system's activation, carrying a silhouette whose form had never been clear enough to read, lit up in a color that was not gift gold or message amber. It was silver adjacent, cold and precise, the visual quality of a warning carrying more urgency than the standard gift channel could express. The silhouette at the end of that branch pressed against the inner surface of the visualization, not trying to send through the normal channel, but making itself visible, marking itself as significant, communicating through presence rather than message. It was afraid. The silhouette knew Yao Tianwei. Whatever future this child occupied, they had encountered the Grand Elder, or what the Grand Elder represented, and the encounter had produced fear specific enough to persist through the bloodline channel as a warning. Wei Liang filed the reaction and kept his face in its tournament attendee configuration while Yao completed his welcome remarks. The Grand Elder moved through the assembled participants after the formal portion concluded. His path was not random. Wei Liang tracked it carefully, noting which clusters Yao paused with and how long, what the conversation's body language suggested about its content. Yao was collecting information: practitioner backgrounds, cultivation-type signatures, affinity distributions. He moved through the crowd with the efficiency of someone running an assessment process that had been refined across 2 decades of practice, the social warmth providing the cover that made the assessment invisible to anyone who wasn't watching for it. He assessed Su Fengling. The assessment was longer than the others. He spent 30 seconds in social conversation and approximately twice that in active cultivation signature scanning, the detection technique operating on a wavelength just above standard perceptive range. Wei Liang felt the scan as a faint pressure in the bloodline thread, the system reacting to an external assessment that was trying to read something it was sensitive to. He held the thread stable. Su Fengling held her conversation with Yao with the ease of someone who had spent years navigating merchant family social environments. She was warm and professionally engaged and gave him nothing he hadn't already observed from the tournament registration documentation. Yao moved on. His expression, when his face turned toward the plaza's northern section, carried the controlled satisfaction of someone who had found what they were looking for and was deciding on timing. The tournament marshal found their group at the ceremony's conclusion. Grand Elder Yao Tianwei extends an invitation, the marshal said, to the members of your team for a formal reception this evening. The Grand Elder would particularly value a conversation with the young woman of your group at some point during or after the reception. Wei Liang noted the phrasing, particularly value, applied to Su Fengling specifically, which was not the standard host language for a general reception invitation. We would be honored, he said. All 3 of us. The marshal noted this and left. Chao Mingtian watched him go and then looked at Wei Liang with the expression of a man revising his threat assessment in real time. He's collecting bloodline practitioners, Chao said, not as a question. He's been doing it for at least 20 years, Wei Liang said. The tournament is his primary collection mechanism. The archive invitation is the intake process, and the reception is the first screening stage, Su Fengling said. She was looking at the space the marshal had vacated with the particular focus she gave to tactical situations that required social navigation. He wants to assess me more thoroughly than the ceremony allowed. The ambient noise and crowd reduce his detection technique's precision. The reception gives him controlled proximity. We attend, Wei Liang said. Together, we do not separate for any part of the evening. Agreed, she said. In his mind space, the silver-tinged branch settled. The silhouette there was still, its fear replaced by something that might have been a held breath. A child watching its parent take the right step into a danger both of them had already seen clearly. The tournament started tomorrow. There were 4 months of preparations worth of readiness and 1 evening's worth of reception to navigate first. Chapter 45. Tournament begins. Wei Liang's first match was in the second morning session. A water affinity practitioner from the River Lotus sect named Peng Jiahao, whose match footage from 2 prior provincial tournaments showed a technically sophisticated style built around pressure management and counter-striking. He was well-trained, confident, and had probably beaten practitioners at Wei Liang's displayed cultivation rank often enough that this match felt like a qualification maintenance exercise rather than a real contest. Wei Liang was displaying vein opener advanced. He was suppressing 3 full cultivation ranks, Pulse Master Actual, through a technique Elder Mao had refined specifically for situations where revealing his true rank would eliminate strategic options he needed to preserve. The suppression was becoming physically uncomfortable in the way that containing an expanding substance eventually becomes uncomfortable. The body knows the pressure is increasing even when the technique manages it successfully. He had been managing it successfully for 4 months. He could manage it for the duration of the group rounds. Peng Jiahao's water techniques were genuinely good. The flowing counter-pressure style that redirected directional force rather than meeting it, requiring the opponent to commit fully before the redirect engaged. Against a vein opener who attacked with honest directional pressure, the style was deeply effective. Wei Liang spent the first 3 exchanges establishing exactly that pattern. Attacks that looked committed, that had the kinesthetic signature of a practitioner pushing toward their limit, but that maintained a half-step of reserve he had built into each motion from the start. Peng Jiahao read the pattern accurately. He committed to his redirect on the 4th exchange. Wei Liang was already sideways. The commitment had been projected. He had been building toward it, establishing it as the expected next action, and then not performed it at the moment the counter anticipated. The Ancestor's Reach strike, drawn from the Jade Scroll's original technique set, landed at the point where Peng's cultivation flow was extended and momentarily thin. Not a damaging blow, but a disruptive one. The qi contact producing the specific kind of cultivation flow interruption that a practitioner needed 2 or 3 breaths to stabilize from. 3 breaths was more than enough. The match ended cleanly. Tournament officials recorded the result without apparent interest in the details. Yao Tianwei, Wei Liang noted, had not been present for the morning session's first matches. Su Fengling's first match was in the third morning session, and it was not clean in the way Wei Liang's had been clean. It was decisive, which was a different quality. Her opponent was an Earth Affinity cultivator from a border sect who specialized in progressive formation lock, a technique that embedded formation anchors in the tournament ring's surface during the match, creating an increasingly constrained movement space for a fire cultivator whose techniques required mobility and directional range. Against an unprepared fire practitioner, the style was effective enough to have earned the Earth cultivator a tournament ranking in the prior convergence cycle. The formation lock design assumed a fire cultivator would respond to movement restriction by increasing output. The formation was calibrated to absorb increased thermal output from a fixed position, which made the confinement increasingly advantageous over time. Su Fengling had trained with Grand Formation Elder Gao Ruixin for 4 months. She read the installation pattern of the formation's 3 primary anchors during the first 3 exchanges, identified which of the 3 the structure required in sequence for the lock to function, and destroyed the second anchor before it was fully embedded. The formation without its second anchor was not a formation. It was an expensive collection of spiritually charged stone arranged in an aesthetically deliberate pattern with no functional purpose. The Earth Affinity cultivator looked at his half-finished technique. Then he looked at Su Fengling. Then the match resumed and concluded. Xiao Mingtian's match was in the 4th session. His opponent was a body-type cultivator, faster and more technically refined, who had 3 distinct speed techniques and the combat experience to use them in combination. For 4 exchanges, Xiao absorbed strikes through iron body cultivation and returned them with the mechanical regularity of a wall being asked to respond to the things thrown at it. The strikes absorbed by the iron body were redirected into increased physical density rather than dissipated as impact damage. By the 4th exchange, Xiao Mingtian was measurably harder to move than he had been when the match started. His opponent noticed this on the 6th exchange and adjusted strategy, shifting from direct strike techniques to the faster, lighter applications that stripped away accumulated density through frequency rather than force. This approach showed technical sophistication. It also showed that the opponent had not yet encountered someone who had been specifically developing the iron body's density absorption for 4 months with the intention of facing exactly this adjustment. Xiao spent the next 2 exchanges establishing that the lighter, faster strikes were adding density at a slower rate, and that the mathematics still moved in one direction. The match contained a moment on the 9th exchange, the opponent's foot finding a small depression in the tournament ring's surface left by a prior match's formation discharge, that concluded it efficiently. The afternoon session brought Yao Tianwei to the observation gallery. Wei Liang marked his arrival during his own second match and tracked the Grand Elder's attention distribution without allowing it to affect his match performance. Yao watched Su Fengling's second match with the focused attention of a practitioner reading a technical document, moving through the layers of her cultivation signature in sequence, working from the surface presentation into the structural architecture below it. The detection technique ran for the duration of her match. When she finished, his expression shifted by a degree that most observers would have missed. He had found what he was looking for. Wei Liang noticed the shift. He also noticed the moment when Yao's attention moved to him, and he adjusted his second match's performance carefully, not hiding his full capability, but shaping the display to present as a practitioner at their limit rather than a practitioner managing a suppression. The subtle difference communicated a different development trajectory, one that would interest a bloodline collector as a primary subject rather than a secondary one. At the afternoon session's conclusion, the tournament marshal approached with an invitation. The Grand Elder was hosting a formal reception that evening. He would particularly value speaking with the young woman of their group. All 3 of us, Wei Liang said. The marshal noted it and departed. Su Fengling, beside him, was already running the operational implications. He's accelerating, she said, quietly, when the marshal was far enough away. The standard pattern Zhu Rinmei documented has the archive invitation going out at the tournament's halfway point. We are at the first day. He saw something in your cultivation signature during the assessment that changed his timeline, Wei Liang said. Whatever his framework needs from your resonance type. He recognized it as a match he hasn't found before, or hasn't found in the quality he needed. Then we have less time than the pattern suggested, she said. We have tonight's reception and tomorrow's matches, he said, after which he will issue the archive invitation and expect an answer within 24 hours. Then we go in tomorrow evening, she said. Yes. She looked at him with the particular quality of a partner who had integrated the revised timeline and was running the operational consequences. I need 30 minutes with Zhu Rinmei's network contact for the sublevel intelligence update before the reception. The compound's defensive configuration may have changed since the observation period. Go, he said. I'll locate Chao Mingtian. In his mind space, the silver-tinged branch pulsed once, the child at its end watching, holding its breath, present with him in the moment before the reception began. He went to find Chao Mingtian, who was already mapping the reception venue's layout through social channels. Chapter 46. Yao's table. The reception occupied the third level of Yao's tournament compound, a hall that balanced generosity with control, ceiling high enough to create a sense of ease, layout structured so that any gathering of 3 or more people would naturally orient toward the room's center, where Yao moved with the practiced comfort of a man operating in territory he had designed for exactly this purpose. The food was excellent. Chao Mingtian established this fact within 90 seconds of entry and communicated it to Wei Liang through the expedient of placing a small plate of significant items at his elbow and saying, "Strategic resource assessment." Wei Liang did not argue with the framing. Yao reached them midway through the reception, having completed a careful circuit of the other notable clusters with the thoroughness of an administrator managing obligations sequentially. His greeting was warm, specific, and genuinely technically engaged. He had reviewed their morning match footage, he said, and had found the approaches interesting. His question about Su Fengling's fire techniques formation reading application was real. He understood what she had done and wanted her technical perspective on how she had learned it. Gao Ruixin's training has a foundation in formation structural analysis before formation application, Su Fengling said. Once you can read the installation pattern sequence requirements, the intervention point becomes apparent. Gao Ruixin, Yao repeated, with the quality of someone filing a name he already knew and updating its context. She's extraordinary. I've followed her formation research for years. Her structural analysis work on nested formation incompatibility is the best documentation of that phenomenon in the past half-century. He said this with the genuine enthusiasm of a cultivator who loves the field, not the performed enthusiasm of someone establishing social currency. The technical interest was real. This was the part that made him dangerous. His scholarship was genuine, and his warmth was built on a foundation of actual capability. He moved the conversation through cultivation technique and into bloodline affinity distribution patterns, framing the shift as a natural follow-on from the formation discussion, because fire affinity cultivation had specific bloodline inheritance characteristics that formation reading capability interacted with in documented ways. The transition felt natural. It was designed to feel natural. Su Fengling answered with matching technical precision and redirected each substantive answer back toward the general and away from the specific details of her lineage and inheritance architecture, doing it with the ease of someone who had spent years in merchant family social environments where someone always wanted to know your supplier. Wei Liang watched the exchange from three-quarter position, present in the conversation, contributing occasionally, but primarily tracking the assessment layer running beneath the social layer. Yao was moving through a practiced sequence, cultivation technique to establish collaborative register, bloodline origin inquiry framed as scholarly interest, affinity inheritance mapping presented as professional curiosity, and then the invitation. He would reach the invitation at the natural conversational pause that followed the bloodline mapping questions, in the register of warmth that a productive technical exchange established. The timing was precise. The technique was good. At the moment Yao's third bloodline architecture question concluded, Su Fengling glanced at Wei Liang. A half-second check, barely visible in the room's social motion, carrying the quality of a partner confirming they had the same read. He returned it. Yes. I've maintained a private cultivation archive for the past 17 years, Yao said, making the transition at the calculated moment. The warmth in his voice was real and the framing was positioned precisely to feel like a generous offer rather than an invitation to an assessment. Not institutional. I'm not interested in the scholarly bureaucracy that formal archive management requires. This is personal, maintained for the serious practitioner who wants exposure to bloodline research that sectarian curricula simply don't carry. He produced the jade invitation card. The brushwork on its surface was detailed and formal. A private cultivation assessment, tomorrow evening. I would particularly enjoy showing you the section on fire law affinity inheritance documentation. Your cultivation signature suggests a lineage thread that I've very rarely encountered in this quality. He pressed the card gently into Su Fengling's palm. She took it. Her expression produced exactly what it should have, a flicker of professional interest, the visible response of an ambitious young cultivator encountering a significant resource opportunity. The performance was better than most practitioners could have managed because it was built on a foundation of genuine interest in the research rather than performed enthusiasm. She was interested in what was in Yao's archive. She just wasn't going to see it under his terms. "I'll consider it," she said. Yao's eyes moved briefly to Wei Liang, registering that the decision involved more than one person, then back to Su Fengling with the warmth of a host satisfied that the conversation had reached its intended endpoint. He excused himself graciously and moved to the next cluster. The moment his back was fully turned, Su Fengling's hand moved to Wei Liang's knee under the table and pressed the jade card against it. He took the card without looking down, feeling the secondary spiritual layer in the card's ink, reactive material, designed to mark the carrier as trackable through ambient spiritual detection. The technique was standard for a cultivator who had wanted to monitor a subject in an unfamiliar environment. 8 hours, Su Fengling said, a conversation volume appropriate for ambient reception noise. After 8 hours of continuous contact, the marking completes. "We give it to Chao Mingtian," Wei Liang said. "He carries it through the morning rounds tomorrow. Yao's tracking shows one of us at a known tournament location." "I was already thinking that," she said. She picked up a piece of fruit from the tray between them and ate it with the calm of someone who had processed the threat and moved through to operational planning. His archive visit for tomorrow evening. He's not going to wait. My bloodline signature read as something he's been missing. He'll want to confirm it at close range. "We need Zhu Renmei's intelligence on the compound sublevel tonight," Wei Liang said. "Whatever is below the archive, we need to understand the layout before we walk in." "Already messaged her," Su Fengling said. Before the reception, he looked at her. She returned the look with the quality she produced when she considered something obvious enough that commentary was unnecessary. Chao Mingtian, who had been maintaining perfect social cover by eating thoughtfully and appearing to be entirely occupied with assessing the room's architectural features, leaned over with the card at his elbow and said, quietly and pleasantly, "I'm the decoy again." "Your critical operational infrastructure," Su Fengling said. "The distinction matters to my professional self-image," he said. "It should also matter to your professional self-image that the decoy operation requires you to be at tournament venue tomorrow morning, where you will be performing in front of cultivators who will form opinions of your combat capability," Wei Liang said. "Acquit yourself well." Chao considered this. The operational requirements align with the personal interest, he decided. Fine. They spent the remainder of the reception managing their social obligations. Wei Liang engaging with 3 other tournament participants on cultivation theory, at sufficient depth to be remembered as a knowledgeable practitioner without revealing anything operational. Su Fengling making 2 connections in the tournament's fire affinity contingent that would provide cover for later movements in the capital. Chao Mingtian mapping every exit and secondary access point in the building with the thoroughness of someone who had learned to do this automatically in any new environment. At the reception's conclusion, walking back to their inn through Iron Gate's lit evening streets, Wei Liang held the intelligence from the past 3 hours alongside the intelligence Zhu Renmei's network would provide overnight. Yao Tianwei had found what he was looking for in Su Fengling's bloodline signature. He was moving faster than his normal pattern suggested, accelerating the invitation timeline from the usual tournament midpoint delivery to the day after the opening. Whatever her resonance structure represented to his synthesis framework, it was significant enough to compress his standard patience. They needed the sublevels layout. They needed tomorrow's match results to provide additional cover. And they needed Wei Liang to advance to core ascendant before the semifinal. In his mind space, the silver-tinged branch pulsed once, watching, waiting, the child there holding everything they knew about what was coming. Chapter 47. Investigation. Zhu Renmei's intelligence arrived in 3 stages across the night, organized by source reliability and cross-reference depth. Stage 1 reached them at the 2nd hour after midnight. Yao Tianwei's official documentation. 23 years of tournament administration, 18 years of prior independent research published in 3 treatises that were genuinely valuable and widely cited by bloodline cultivation scholars who described Yao as thorough, generous with information, and unusually precise in his questions. The precision of the questions, in retrospect, was the signal. Every letter of inquiry that Zhu Renmei's network recovered, addressed to various bloodline researchers across the continent, asked questions that mapped exactly to the components Yao was missing from his synthesis framework. He had been building his theoretical frameworks missing pieces from correspondence for decades, paying in access to his own archive, while collecting the specific information he couldn't observe directly. Stage 2 arrived at the 4th hour, the pattern of cultivators who had accepted private archive invitations across 23 years. 41 names. Zhu Renmei had traced 37. The standard arc was consistent and damning. Invitation accepted, private session, brief positive subsequent report, then withdrawal from sect affiliation within 6 to 18 months under the explanation of pursuing independent research. 11 of the 37 had independent documentation after the withdrawal. 26 had nothing after the withdrawal, no sect records, no regional cultivation authority appearances, no correspondence, no subsequent tournament participation. 26 practitioners who had been present in the world and had then ceased to appear in any record. Wei Liang read through the names twice. Some were familiar, sect affiliation and approximate cultivation era, placing them in contexts he had encountered in other research. Most were not. 26 cultivators who had accepted the private invitation and then simply stopped being findable. Not dead, there were no death records. Not relocated, no relocation records. Simply not present in the documentation of a world that had been running without them for some period between 1 and 23 years. He felt the genealogical tree shift. The silver-tinged branch, the one that had responded to Yao Tianwei's presence at the opening ceremony, pressed its silhouette forward again, carrying the same cold urgency it had carried then. The child there knew more about Yao Tianwei than their branch's limited communication channel could express. Stage 3 arrived at the 6th hour. From what Zhu Renmei described only as a person who has been watching the Iron Gate Kingdom's underground infrastructure for longer than seems advisable. The sublevel documentation. It was not complete. The source had not entered the space directly. But the information accessible through the compound's ambient spiritual circulation and the observable structural indicators above ground was enough to establish the outline. A level below the compound's official foundation, accessible through a masked access point. The sublevel had been active for at least 19 years, based on the wear patterns in the spiritual circulation around the access point. It consumed cultivation energy at a rate consistent with maintained formation arrays of substantial complexity, the kind of formation infrastructure that required living cultivation sources as a power supply. The archive was not where the significant work happened. It was the intake level. Su Fengling set down the Stage 3 report and looked at Wei Liang across the table where they had been reading in parallel. The archive session is the first stage of whatever the sublevel does, she said. The 26 practitioners with no subsequent trail are not missing. They are the sublevel's long-term active subjects. The ones with subsequent documentation were released, Wei Liang said. Short-term extraction, less compatible with whatever the framework requires, or less valuable at the level they were drawn from. The 26 are the comprehensive cases. What is he building that requires 26 concurrent cultivation sources? She said it analytically, the question of someone working through a technical problem rather than expressing outrage. The outrage was present but filed, because outrage wasn't immediately useful. The bloodline synthesis framework, Wei Liang said. The theoretical goal he has been building toward through decades of correspondence and archive invitation. If he can successfully synthesize enough bloodline-type signatures, hold them in a maintained formation array, run their cultivation qualities through a cross-lineage interface. He stopped. He believes the synthesis will produce access to a cultivation law that no individual bloodline lineage can reach. A composite law comprehension built from the combined architecture of multiple bloodline types. Su Fengling was quiet for a moment. And my resonance structure is the interface he's missing, Wei Liang said. Your structural compatibility with external law frameworks, the quality Gao Ruixin identified, is the connector node that allows incompatible bloodline types to run in the same synthesis architecture without the cross-lineage interference that would otherwise fracture the framework. He assessed that from 40 seconds of cultivation signature scanning at the opening ceremony. He's been doing this for 23 years, Wei Liang said. He knows exactly what he's looking for. She looked at him with the steady eyes of a practitioner who had absorbed a significant threat assessment and arrived at operational planning. Then we don't just need to survive tomorrow evening, she said. We need to get into the sublevel. The formation infrastructure down there is holding at least 11 active extraction subjects, the ones from the past 9 years who have the no subsequent documentation status. Possibly 26, if his oldest long-term subjects are still in the framework. A gift pulsed in Wei Liang's mind space, not a new one, but the spatial awareness technique third daughter had sent, integrating contextually with the new information. He had absorbed the technique as a positioning tool. He understood now that it would allow him to map living cultivation sources in an underground space as distinct spatial presences, distinguishing the quality of a practitioner in formation array suspension from the ambient energy of the formation structures themselves. Third daughter had sent him exactly what he would need for the sublevel. We go in tomorrow evening, Wei Liang said. We learn the sublevel's layout firsthand. When Yao's assessment process meets an unexpected variable, we stop cooperating with the process and start extracting, Su Fengling said. As many as we can. She paused. We won't be able to get everyone in a single engagement. He has too much formation infrastructure for 3 practitioners to dismantle fully. I know, Wei Liang said. Then we go in knowing that, she said. He looked at her. The specific quality of her expression in that moment, not acceptance of an incomplete outcome as sufficient, but acceptance of an incomplete outcome as the starting point of a process that would continue until it was complete, was one of the things that had moved from admirable to essential in his understanding of who she was. Yes, he said. We go in knowing that. He spent the remaining night hours in cultivation work. His Pulse Master Foundation needed to reach the core ascendant threshold before the semifinal. He had 3 rounds of group stage matches to maintain cover and 1 semifinal to use as the breakthrough catalyst. The pressure timeline was clear. He spent an hour at the end of the night in the specific cultivation work Elder Mao had called the approach review, not pushing toward the breakthrough threshold, but examining the cultivation foundation's current architecture and identifying the specific points where additional quality would make the most difference when the threshold finally broke. The approach review was a technique for practitioners close to a rank transition. Instead of accumulating more power, you identified the quality distribution in your existing foundation and smoothed the rough points that would create resistance at the breakthrough moment. The smoother the foundation's quality distribution when the threshold broke, the cleaner and more complete the breakthrough's result would be. He had done this review every 3rd evening for the past 6 weeks. The foundation was as smooth as he could make it through conventional work. What remained was the catalyst. He sat with the foundation's current state for a moment and acknowledged what the preparation had produced. The cultivation work was done. The 4 months had accomplished what they were designed to accomplish. Not just the advancement itself, but the integration of the gifted techniques into his genuine cultivation architecture, the refinement of the spatial awareness perception to a functional background layer, the operational intelligence base that would make the archive session tomorrow actionable rather than merely informational. When he walked into the semifinal, he would be carrying everything he had built. The breakthrough would be the visible event. The preparation was what would make the breakthrough arrive at the right moment with the right quality. He thought about what Su Fengling had said about suggesting the approach review methodology to Elder Mao 2 weeks ago. She had made that suggestion knowing he would adopt the practice on his own instinct, which meant she had been engineering his cultivation preparation from outside his awareness. He was not certain how to feel about this. He was certain that it had worked, which settled the question at the practical level, if not the philosophical one. Little Flame's branch sent a single pulse of warmth. The feeling of her presence, close and certain, as he settled into cultivation. He ran the foundation work until dawn. Chapter 48. Tournament Advancement. The morning rounds proceeded with tournament efficiency. Wei Liang advanced through 3 quarterfinal matches with his Pulse Master strength still suppressed, managing the engagement range against core ascendant opponents through the combination of his gifted techniques and his 4 months of preparation. He won each match without revealing his full capability, controlling the pace through defensive technique and striking at precisely the moments when his opponent's cultivation flow was extended. The losses he permitted, 1 extended exchange in the 2nd match where he appeared to struggle, 1 visible defensive effort in the 3rd that communicated strain, were calibrated to present the image of a practitioner performing at his ceiling. Yao Tianwei watched the semifinal from the observation gallery. Wei Liang felt the moment the observation shifted from social to technical. The detection techniques pressure crossing into the ambient spiritual energy at the gallery's edge, probing the outer layers of his cultivation signature with the precision of 17 years of practice. He held the suppression technique exactly where it had been all tournament. What Yao's detection read was a Pulse Master working hard to maintain position, depleting his reserves at a rate consistent with genuine effort rather than managed performance. The semifinal opponent was the Hollow Covenant's seeded candidate. He was a core ascendant specialist in suppression techniques, specifically the progressive constriction style that wrapped an opponent's spiritual energy in an increasingly tight formation, tightening with each exchange, designed to reduce a Pulse Master to ineffective spiritual output within 10 exchanges. The technique was good. The candidate had built a tournament record on it. Against a standard Pulse Master, it was decisive. Wei Liang let the suppression begin to set on the 1st exchange. He spent the 2nd exchange confirming the technique's calibration. The constriction was setting to the profile of a standard Pulse Master's cultivation architecture. He spent the 3rd exchange establishing the response pattern the candidate expected, directional force, front-weighted, the kinesthetic profile of a practitioner trying to overpower through the suppression before it completed. On the 4th exchange, he was not where the candidate expected him to be. He stepped sideways out of the suppression's central architecture, moving to the angle where the constriction technique's coverage was thinnest, the geometric gap that any formation-type technique had when its anchor points couldn't cover the full circumference of its target. The spatial awareness technique Third Daughter had gifted him made the gap visible in real time, a 30-degree arc where the suppression's chi pressure was half what it was in the primary coverage zone. He fought from the gap. The suppression stalled at 60% completion rather than proceeding to full constraint. At 60% against a fresh core ascendant, he was fighting at roughly pulse master peak capability. Uncomfortable, not insurmountable. He had been fighting at pulse master peak capability for 4 months of preparation specifically because he had known this match was coming. The techniques he drew on in the exchanges that followed were the ones the gifted cultivation manual had built into his chi flow over months of training. Ancestors reach for the targeted disruption strikes, the bloodline resonance pulse's defensive function for the moments when the candidate forced engagement at range, and the compressed law touch method Elder Mao had provided for the moments when his cultivation needed to touch something just above its nominal level. He won in the 15th exchange. The crowd responded with the loudness of an audience that had not expected the match's direction and appreciated the reversal. Wei Liang stood in the center of the ring and felt his spiritual core do what it had been building toward for months. The Pulse Master ceiling shattered in the surge of the engagement's energy expenditure, the pressure that had been accumulating against an increasingly inadequate container releasing all at once. Core ascendant cultivation expanded through him like a breath taken too long overdue. The ambient spiritual law of the Iron Gate capital responding to his cultivation signature, the air carrying a presence it hadn't before, the tournament ring's formation array registering the rank shift in its diagnostic systems. He held the new rank for 3 full breaths, not performing the experience, just experiencing it, the genuine quality of a breakthrough that had been earned. When he looked at Yao Tianwei's gallery position, the Grand Elder's expression had moved from controlled interest to something considerably more direct. Not enthusiasm, the controlled response of a man who understood what he was looking at and was revising his timeline accordingly. About time, Su Fengling said, from the waiting area. She was smiling with the precise quality of someone who had been watching a container reach its limits for months and was satisfied that it had finally burst correctly. He walked off the ring without performing anything for Yao's observation. The assessment was complete. Whatever the Grand Elder needed to know about Wei Liang's development trajectory, the semifinal had provided it. He spent a few minutes in the waiting area, letting the breakthrough settle. Core ascendant cultivation had a quality in its first hours that differed from how it would feel after consolidation. It was responsive and somewhat uneven, the ambient spiritual law still negotiating with his cultivation signature to establish new equilibrium points. He ran the bloodline resonance pulse technique at low output to speed the equilibration process, the familiar defensive structure providing a framework for the new rank's architecture to organize against. Beside him, Chao Mingtian ate half a rice cake and offered him the other half with the silent efficiency of someone who had been managing this kind of moment since Chapter 8. He ate the rice cake. The afternoon's semi-final bracket completed. He was in the final. Su Fengling was in the final. Her opposite bracket path had been efficient and dominant, her fire cultivation performing above its nominal rank in the way that Gao Ruixin's structural training had built into its foundation. The final match would not be between them. The bracket had placed them in convergent paths that met at the championship. They used the afternoon for the operational planning session that the morning's matches had deferred. Zhu Renmei's Stage 3 intelligence was fully integrated now. The sublevels layout, the estimated formation complexity, the access points location. Wei Liang's spatial awareness technique mapped it against the compound's above-ground footprint, building a three-dimensional picture of a space he hadn't entered yet, but could now navigate from the information architecture alone. Su Fengling added 3 contingency protocols to the operational plan that he hadn't thought of, the first addressing how to handle a staff increase beyond the observed count, the second covering the scenario where Yao was already in the sublevel when they arrived, the third a rapid exit sequence for the drainage channel if the stairway became unusable mid-operation. All 3 were good contingencies. He added them to the plan without comment. He went to the final with the sublevel mapped in his mind space, and the cultivation breakthrough settled into its new level and the silver-tinged branch in the genealogical tree, watching from the tree's outer edge with the held breath of a child who had seen enough to know that the next 24 hours were the ones that mattered. Chapter 49. The final and the trap. The tournament final was a trap with excellent staging. Wei Liang recognized it during the first exchange, not from its external presentation, which was the standard core ascendant bout between a tournament winner and a northern sect specialist in water-earth combined techniques. He recognized it from the texture of the tournament ring beneath his feet, where the spatial awareness technique third daughter had gifted him registered a formation architecture that should not have been present in a standard ring surface. Someone had embedded a secondary formation in the ring between the semifinal and the final. The embedding was recent. The spiritual circulation around the formation nodes had the settling quality of something installed within the past 12 hours. The installation had required someone with the technical capability to embed formation nodes in certified tournament infrastructure without triggering the ring's standard ward systems. The Hollow Covenant had capabilities of that order. The seeded candidates match had been an assessment. This was the next stage. The embedded formation's design was elegant and specifically targeted. It would read his cultivation's bloodline resonance signature and progressively tune a suppression field to counter his future bloodline resonance system's operational architecture. Not his core ascendant rank, the system's connection to future bloodline channels. It would narrow the gift channels, then close them, then begin suppressing his cultivation from the architecture level, targeting the specific structural qualities the system had shaped in his spiritual core over months of gifted techniques. He had 4 exchanges before the tuning reached operational depth. On the first exchange, he appeared to engage the Water-Earth specialist normally, while the formation's scanning proceeded without apparent notice. He needed to understand the formation's layout before he could counter it effectively. Second exchange, the formation's tuning reached 30% completion. He felt the gift channels narrow, not severed, but the connection quality dropping, the thread between his present cultivation and his future children's sending capacity becoming thinner. Little flames branch pulsed in reflexive distress. He sent back through the connection the specific quality of a practitioner in control of a situation. Don't send anything. I have this. Third exchange. He applied the spatial awareness technique to the ring surface and mapped the formation in real time. 17 embedding points distributed across the ring's regulation surface. The activation anchor in the northeast corner at a position 10 degrees left of the ring's primary access gate. The anchor was the formation's keystone. Without it, the tuning field degraded. Without the tuning field, the suppression had no target. The formation's geometry had a dead angle. 17 points in a ring created 3 radii whose crosspoints generated a coverage gap in the quadrant opposite the anchor. The gap was narrow, perhaps 30 degrees of arc, but it was real. Fourth exchange, he repositioned toward the dead angle. Not toward the anchor, away from it, into the quadrant the formation's geometry covered least effectively, where the tuning field's density dropped to half its peak value. The tuning stalled at 60% rather than completing. 60% suppression against a fresh core ascendant was uncomfortable. He had been training at uncomfortable levels for 4 months specifically because he had known that the Covenant would attempt something like this. He fought from the dead angle for 11 more exchanges. The gift channels stabilized at their reduced state. He did not draw on them. He drew on his own cultivation, the genuine advancement he had earned through months of work, the ancestors' reach from the Jade Scroll, the bloodline resonance pulse's modified defensive application, the compressed law touch technique from Elder Mao. All things he had built himself, in this present, without the system's future borrowing. The Water-Earth specialist was genuinely skilled. Their combination technique coordination was better than anything Wei Liang had faced in the group stages. The water and earth cultivation qualities complementing each other in ways that created coverage gaps in standard counter approaches. He spent 3 exchanges studying the combination's internal timing before finding the moment where the 2 qualities coordination required a half-step of sequential rather than simultaneous application. He struck the half-step. The match ended on the 15th exchange. The crowd responded with a quality of appreciation that reflected a genuine contest rather than a one-sided resolution. During the victory ceremony, Grand Elder Yao Tianwei approached with the warmth of a congratulations that was also an acceleration signal. Something about the tournament final, the embedded formation's failure, the core ascendant capability Wei Liang had displayed in working around it, had updated Yao's assessment of the situation's urgency. You have had quite a day, Yao said. The warmth was present and the pressure beneath it was also present, the two coexisting with the ease of someone who had been operating this way for 23 years. The breakthrough in the semifinal was significant. The adaptation in the final was more so. His eyes held the quality of someone who had watched the embedded formation stall and was drawing accurate conclusions about why, without saying any of them directly. I look forward to our archive session this evening. I believe the documentation I have will be of considerable value to a practitioner at your developmental stage. The phrasing was different from the reception invitation. More specific. Your developmental stage carried an implication that my archive and your stage were a matched pair, that there was something in the archive specifically relevant to Wei Liang's cultivation system, not just to bloodline cultivation generally. Yao was signaling that he knew what system Wei Liang carried. "We look forward to it," Wei Liang said, with the deliberate "we" again. "All three of us." Yao's warmth did not shift. "Of course," he said. "The evening is flexible." He moved away. At the edge of Wei Liang's attention, Chao Mingtian said quietly, "That's not an invitation. That's a summons." "Yes," Wei Liang said. "I've been a decoy all morning," Chao said. "What's my role tonight?" "Cover," Wei Liang said. "And contingency. If we're inside the sublevel and the situation changes above it, you're the contingency response." Chao Mingtian accepted this with the equanimity of someone who had developed a professional relationship with the word contingency. "Fine," he said. "I'll be thorough." In his mind space, the silver-tinged branch flared once, the silhouette at its end forming with more clarity than it had yet achieved, a shape that was definitely a young woman, carrying the quality of someone who had known for a very long time that this evening was coming and who had done whatever she could to prepare him for it. He studied the silhouette for a moment. Whatever future she occupied, whatever experience she had with Yao Tianwei or with the thing the Grand Elder represented, she had been present in his awareness since the opening ceremony. The specific hell-breath quality of a child who was watching something she couldn't intervene in but could be present for. He had daughters and futures he had never seen, children whose lives he couldn't observe but who could observe his. The knowledge of what they saw when they looked at him was something he carried forward differently than he carried anything else. It was a form of accountability that operated at a level deeper than external pressure. He decided, in that moment, that whoever she was, he would not give her anything she needed to fear on his behalf. He went to prepare for the archive session. Chapter 50, Into the Underground. The third hour after sunset was when Yao's invitation specified. Wei Liang's team arrived at the second hour, with the explanation that they wanted to review the archive's catalog beforehand, which was a cover story plausible enough for someone who had just won a major tournament and was professionally curious about a significant cultivation research collection. The compound staff had two distinct qualities. The outer staff, the practitioners who managed the public tournament operations, moved with the professional warmth of people who dealt with cultivators continuously and had developed the social facility that required. The inner staff, encountered past the compound's second security threshold, had a different quality, efficient, quiet, focused on their tasks with the attention of people who understood what they were actually managing and found that understanding clarifying rather than troubling. The inner staff had been here for years. They were not troubled by anything. The archive occupied the fourth and fifth floors, a genuine cultivation research collection, impressively extensive, with documentation on bloodline cultivation theory that Yao had been accumulating and organizing for 17 years. The collection was real and valuable. Wei Liang spent 20 minutes genuinely reading documentation on bloodline inheritance pattern mapping, while the spatial awareness technique third daughter had gifted him built the compound's structural geography in his extended perception. The documentation on fire law affinity inheritance was in a dedicated subsection that cross-referenced bloodline lineages across 3 kingdoms and documented their cultivation signature variations across generations. The research was thorough enough that the section's author, Yao, based on the annotation style, had clearly corresponded with multiple fire affinity lineage members under the pretense of academic collaboration. The correspondence had produced detailed cultivation signature descriptions that the research used as its primary data set. Reading it, Wei Liang noticed that the most recent entries described a resonance connector type signature in language that matched what Gao Ruixin had described in Su Fengling's cultivation assessment. The annotation at the most recent entry read, *3 years of search. This type represents the synthesis framework's final missing element. If encountered, acquisition should be prioritized above all other collection activity. The entry was dated 8 months ago. Yao had known what he was looking for before the tournament began. The tournament had been the acquisition mechanism. Su Fengling was 2 feet away, reading a separate documentation section with the focused calm of a cultivator who had already processed the most alarming aspect of a situation and moved to what could be done about it. She looked up from the documentation, met his eyes, and looked back at the page. The look communicated that she had found the same entry independently. They both kept reading. The spatial awareness technique continued building the compound's geometry. The floors above the archive, residential and administrative, the ambient spiritual energy circulating in patterns consistent with rest spaces and working quarters. The level below the archive's foundation, something that did not appear in the compound's publicly registered construction documents. A space whose spiritual circulation patterns were entirely different from the archive above it. dense, structured, the circulation of a maintained formation array with active inputs, the specific energy signature of living cultivation sources connected to a sustained extraction process. 3 living presences, distinct from the formation infrastructure. The specific spatial quality of practitioners in suspension formation stasis, their cultivation energy flowing outward along structured channels rather than circulating naturally. The false wall access point was where Zhu Renmei's intelligence had located it, behind a rack of reference scrolls in the Eastern reading room, a surface with a spiritual reactivity that differed from the surrounding stonework in a way only the spatial awareness technique would register at distance. The access required Yao Tianwei's Qi Key signature, or, as Elder Mao had explained during week 3 of preparation in a session that Wei Liang had understood as theoretical and was now grateful to realize had been practical, a pattern-matching reconstruction of the lock's acceptance criteria from the ambient trace left by years of the key's use. Practitioner moving in the north corridor, Chao Mingtian said from the reading room's entrance, at ambient volume. Administrative rank. 2 minutes. Wei Liang was already working on the pattern-matching reconstruction. The trace signature around the false wall's lock was dense with years of Yao's Qi pattern, the specific energetic residue of a cultivator who had operated this access point hundreds of times. The reconstruction required reading the lock's acceptance criteria from the residue and constructing a Qi output that met those criteria without reproducing the full depth of Yao's actual cultivation signature. He had the Qi pattern formed at 90 seconds. He applied it at the 110-second mark. The scroll rack rotated inward. Chao Mingtian slipped through the corridor check, an interaction Wei Liang didn't hear that ended with footsteps continuing past the reading room's entrance, and appeared at the false wall access gap with the unhurried timing of someone who had confirmed the coast was clear before moving. The 3 of them went through. The wall rotated back. The stairway carved from foundation stone was lit by formation stones set at intervals, the illumination cold and functional. The air was cooler than the archive above and carried the ozone quality of high-density formation work layered with something organic that Wei Liang identified and filed without dwelling on. The 3 living presences resolved into clearer spatial profiles with each step down, the spatial awareness technique building detail into the picture as the distance decreased. Northwest quadrant. 3 formation cells arranged in sequence. The practitioners in them were alive, suspended, their cultivation energy flowing outward along extraction channels. The channels ran toward a central collection point in the room's east section, the terminus of the extraction formation's architecture. Further east, the records. And beyond the records, a heavy formation door that was sealed. He moved to the northwest quadrant's first cell and began the pattern-matching reconstruction on its lock. The formation architecture was more complex than the access wall. Significantly more, the lock built from 17 years of Yao's refinements. His spatial awareness mapped the formation structure while the pattern matching built the Qi key. He was working on the 3rd layer of the lock's acceptance criteria when the light above the stairway changed. Grand Elder Yao Tianwei stood at the stairway's foot with 2 senior practitioners flanking him. His cultivation aura was fully released. No modulation, no warmth management, just the clean weight of mid-level core ascendant at full extension. His expression carried the recognizable quality of a man whose surprise was at the timeline rather than the event. "You found it faster than I expected," he said. His voice carried its characteristic warmth even in this context, the quality of a man who has made warmth a structural part of his approach to every situation. "I suppose we skipped the social portion of the evening." Wei Liang left the cell lock in suspended progress. The pattern-matching construction paused at the 4th layer of acceptance criteria, held in readiness, and turned to assess the field. 2 senior practitioners flanking Yao, core ascendant both, positioned to cover the stairway and the sublevel's main corridor simultaneously. The formation arrays along the walls were active and tuned. The backup suppression was running. The spatial awareness technique mapped all of it in the time it took to register what he was looking at. Su Fengling was already moving. Chao Mingtian moved first. Chapter 51. Battle in the Deep. Chao Mingtian moved first because he had been waiting for the moment since the stairway, his iron body cultivation warm and ready, his threat assessment of the 2 flanking practitioners complete. He hit the closer one with the specific force of someone who had fights by absorbing what is thrown at him and returning it with interest, using his own physical mass and the iron body's internal density to make himself more difficult to move with each exchange. The flanking practitioner was a core ascendant physical specialist whose opening strike was fast and technically precise. It landed on Chao Mingtian's shoulder and accomplished nothing it was designed to accomplish. Chao Mingtian registered the impact in the manner of someone making a note about a piece of information. The core ascendant looked at his hand. That's new, Chao said, and hit back. Su Fengling was already at the sublevel south wall. The formation arrays lining it were designed to redirect spiritual energy. The suppression frequencies tuned to the cultivation signatures of the 3 practitioners currently in the extraction cells, adjusted over months of sustained operation to precisely contain them. They were not tuned to Su Fengling's fire cultivation, because she had not been assessed for tuning when she arrived, because Yao had planned to run the assessment process through the archive session rather than capturing her directly at the stairway. His timeline had compressed. His defenses were not configured for it. Her fire techniques hit the formation nodes on the southern wall at the frequencies that Gao Ruixin's training had taught her to identify as structural vulnerabilities in suppression-type formations, not the power output points, but the communication links between nodes, the channels through which the formation's distributed intelligence maintained its tuning coherence. Break 3 links, and the southern wall section lost its synchronized suppression. The formation became 4 independent nodes in fixed positions with no ability to adjust to her movement pattern. She broke 3 links in 30 seconds. 2 eastern wall nodes cracked under the same application before the complex's backup suppression engaged, beginning the slow process of scanning and tuning to her cultivation signature in real time. She backed off before the tuning depth reached 20%, moved laterally, changed her chi flow's surface pattern, made the backup scan chase a moving target. Backup adaptation rate, Wei Liang said, still working on the first extraction cell's lock structure. 60 seconds if I keep moving, she said, with the focused calm of a practitioner managing multiple variables simultaneously. Less if I stop. I won't stop. Good. Yao Tianwei had not entered the combat. He stood at the stairway's foot with the posture of a man watching a situation that had deviated from his preparation and was recalibrating rather than reacting immediately. He was not afraid. He was managing, identifying the variables, assessing the cost-benefit of different response options, deciding on the optimal deployment of his own cultivation against a team whose capability he had assessed through the tournament and now needed to revise upward. Wei Liang registered Yao's posture through the spatial awareness without looking at him directly. He kept his concentration on the formation lock, the pattern-matching chi work building the acceptance key from the formation's architecture. Your bloodline system, Yao said, conversationally, across the engagement noise. I recognized the genealogical tree signature when you broke through in the semifinal this afternoon. The breakthrough quality, the way the ambient spiritual law responded to your cultivation's architecture, is distinctive to practitioners of the ancestor echo lineage. I've documented 2 prior practitioners. Neither reached core ascendant at your timeline. I had useful resources, Wei Liang said. He didn't look up. The gifting mechanism. Future children sending power backward through the bloodline thread. Yao's voice carried the quality of someone discussing research they found genuinely compelling. The system's potential ceiling is theoretically extraordinary. If the practitioner reaches the highest cultivation ranks, the future children's capabilities scale accordingly, and the gift's quality scales with them. A virtuous loop with no documented ceiling. He paused. You are the most interesting case I've encountered. My synthesis framework has a component gap that your system would fill in a way no other documented bloodline architecture could. I noted that, Wei Liang said. The first extraction cell's lock came apart under his hands. The pattern-matching chi key, meeting the lock's acceptance criteria, at 8 different layers simultaneously, the formation releasing its hold on the cell's suspension structure. The young man inside, Duanji, based on Zhu Renmei's documentation, a sect cultivator who had been in the cell for 3 years, sagged forward as the suspension structure dropped. Wei Liang caught him with one arm, keeping his cultivation concentration active on the next cell's assessment. Can you stand? He asked. Duanji's eyes were working through the unfocused quality of a person whose cultivation flow was trying to re-establish natural circulation after months of enforced diversion. Possibly, he said, with the specific tone of someone discovering they still had opinions about their own situation. Wei Liang propped him against the wall beside the cell and moved to the second. The second cell contained the fire affinity woman, Lian Shu, Zhu Renmei's intelligence had said, a practitioner with core ascendant adjacent cultivation and 2 years of extraction. Her cultivation signature, even under 2 years of sustained diversion, retained enough integrity that when the suspension dropped, she came back faster than Duanji had. Her first action was to push Wei Liang's hands away from the remaining formation anchors. I have the secondary locks, she said, in the hoarse but clear voice of someone reclaiming competence from a position that should have taken it. Then take them, he said, and moved to the third. Yao Tianwei entered the combat at the moment Wei Liang's chi work touched the third cell's formation. His core ascendant cultivation released at full, not the warmth-shaped aura of the public administrator, but the clean technical weight of someone who had spent 17 years doing detailed formation work and whose cultivation architecture reflected that specificity. The opening strike aimed not at Wei Liang, but at the third extraction cell's structural frame, a technique designed to destabilize the cell's formation while a subject was still inside it, a move that would damage the subject to prevent their release as a lever against Wei Liang. Wei Liang interposed. His core ascendant cultivation met Yao's strike and held it. Not deflection, not counterattack, but absorption through the bloodline resonance pulse's defensive function, the strike's force dispersed through the genealogical thread's structural architecture. The cost was immediate. Two silhouettes on the genealogical tree flickered as the defensive pulse drew on the bloodline system's connection framework. He felt the system reach for gift channels automatically, the built-in response to a defensive activation under pressure, and closed the channels deliberately. Not now, he directed toward the tree. I have this. Yao's second strike came at a different angle. His third strike came from a third angle. Wei Liang's spatial awareness tracked all three trajectories in real time, the formation of Yao's attack sequence visible as a spatial pattern rather than a series of reactive moments. He was holding position, not advancing, not retreating, holding, while Lian Shu freed the secondary locks on her cell and Duan Ji rebuilt his standing ability, and Chao Mingtian's engagement with the first practitioner ground through to the point where the iron body's passive absorption mathematics made Chao's opponent progressively less capable of achieving anything meaningful, and Su Fengling's formation disruption work kept the backup suppression from completing its tuning. The third extraction cell's lock pattern resolved under the pressure of his maintained attention. The suspension dropped. The practitioner inside, a woman whose cultivation had been in Yao's framework for 4 years, the damage visible in the quality of her spiritual circulation even in the moment of release, came forward with the careful motion of someone relearning the relationship between intention and physical movement. Fei Mingzhu, she said, answering the question in his expression before he asked it. Can you move? Yes, she said. Move toward the stairway, he said. Not up it, beside it. Stay behind the first column. She moved. The coordination in her movement was impaired but present. The cultivation damage hadn't touched her functional cognition or her awareness of tactical geometry. Freed. 7 subjects remaining in the facility according to Zhu Renmei's documentation of the full intake pattern. He had opened 3 cells. He needed to reach the other formation blocks. The situation above the stairway changed. Zhu Renmei's alert signal through the passive network she maintained. A single chi pulse on the frequency they had agreed on, meaning external approach. Yao's reinforcements. Wei Liang looked at the spatial picture. 3 freed subjects, 2 ongoing engagements, reinforcements above. He ran the mathematics. Time. Chao Mingtian said, from across the room, with the cheerful calm of someone whose mathematics had reached the same conclusion simultaneously. They moved. They took who they had freed, and they moved. And Wei Liang held in his awareness the 7 practitioners still in Yao's formation arrays who they were leaving behind. And he filed that weight in the place where it needed to go without allowing it to become the variable that made the exit impossible. They would come back. That was not a comfort. It was a plan. Chapter 52. Escape and aftermath. The route out was not the stairway. Wei Liang had mapped 3 alternative exits during his 20 minutes of archive review. Upstairs, the spatial awareness technique building the compound's geometry in real time while his eyes were on the documentation. The drainage channel on the north side of the foundation, cut through the foundation stone to manage water accumulation from surrounding soil moisture, wide enough for a person moving in a low crouch, connected to the city's broader drainage infrastructure through a passage that emerged in the market district approximately 2 kilometers from the tournament compound. Moving through it was unpleasant. Moving through it was faster and quieter than the stairway, where Yao's reinforcements were currently managing the confusion of arriving to a facility in mid-engagement and finding their primary adversaries already past the position they'd been deployed to contain. Chao Mingtian fit through the channel because he had, over 4 months of preparation, added flexibility training to his iron body cultivation sessions without explaining why. Wei Liang had noticed this and had not asked. The answer was apparently this. Lian Shu supported Duan Ji through the channel's tighter sections with the practical competence of someone whose 2 years in an extraction cell had clarified which of her former capabilities were intact and which needed rebuilding. Her core cultivation strength was partially recovered, the natural rebound of a practitioner whose extraction rate had been managed for preservation rather than speed, and she used it efficiently. Fei Mingzhu moved under her own power with the careful determination of a practitioner relearning her body's responses after 4 years of suspension stasis. She did not complain. She did not ask for assistance. She asked, once, how far the channel ran, received the answer, and adjusted her pacing to cover the distance. The city's drainage infrastructure was broader, standing height, the spiritual energy from the surrounding cultivation district seeping through the drainage stones in ambient quantities that provided dim illumination. They followed the main channel for 11 minutes before the spatial awareness technique identified the surface access point, a maintenance grate in a market district alley, disused, the mortar around its edge not fully cured from a recent replacement. The night air of the Iron Gate capital reached Wei Liang's face as the grate swung up. He stood in a market alley and breathed and let the situation settle into its post-engagement clarity. 3 freed practitioners. 7 still in Yao's facility. He knew this before they moved. He had known it going in. He sat with the weight of 7 people he had not reached and let it be the weight it was without allowing it to become something that made the 3 he had reached feel insufficient. List, Su Fengling said, from beside him. She had a writing tool in her hand and the flat back of a storage crate to write on, appropriated with the practical efficiency of someone who had identified the most immediate operational need. What we need for the second engagement. What we need to build. What we need to organize. He looked at her. They're alive, she said. We use that. The list first, then you sit with the rest. He picked up the writing tool. The 7 remaining practitioners were the operational anchor of everything that followed. They were alive. Yao's extraction method was designed for preservation, not for speed, and the facility's formation infrastructure was calibrated for months of sustained operation rather than acute harvesting. The timeline allowed planning. Not much time. Yao would restructure his facility's defenses after the breach, and he would move faster on his timeline for Su Fengling once he understood that Wei Liang's team was an active threat rather than a potential negotiation subject. The 3 freed practitioners were the political foundation. Duanji's organization had been filing inquiries about his disappearance for 3 years. Lian Shu's sect had not accepted the independent research withdrawal letter and had maintained an active investigation. Fei Mingzhu, once she had 12 hours of rest and partial cultivation recovery, demonstrated a clarity of observation and memory that explained why Yao had kept her in aware subject status for 4 years. She had cataloged everything she heard during his research discussions, organized it by topic and date, and could produce it in organized form for any purpose that required it. By the time the safe house's 3rd hour arrived, all 3 had pledged alliance and provided their first intelligence contributions. Duanji's contribution was practical. His sect maintained a relationship with an independent formation analyst who had been trying to document anomalous spiritual energy patterns in the Iron Gate Kingdom's northern regions for 2 years, and who had been unable to get the Iron Gate authorities to pay attention to the documentation. The formation analyst's reports, which Duanji had read before his disappearance, described a geometric pattern of ambient energy depletion consistent with what the refugees from the north had reported to Crescent Peak Sect's Outer Council. The depletion pattern mapped to multiple locations, not one, a distributed formation network rather than a single anchor point. Lian Shu's contribution was intelligence. During her 2 years in the extraction cell, she had been kept in aware subject status when Yao conducted research discussions in the sublevel. She had maintained a detailed mental log of those discussions. The most significant entry, she said, described Yao receiving correspondence from an anonymous source about a primordial archive and concluding from the context that the Hollow Sentinel's operational instructions originated from an entity that operated at a level above the Hollow Covenant's organizational structure. Yao had found this disturbing. He had continued his research anyway. He said it was disturbing precisely because it suggested the thing he was building toward was real, Lian Shu said. And that real, in this context, meant much larger than he had initially conceived. Wei Liang added both contributions to the intelligence file he was building. By the time morning came, the regional alert naming Wei Liang as a criminal had been filed with the Iron Gate Kingdom's cultivator authority system. Zhu Remei's message arrived in her characteristic economy. Formal complaint. Destabilizing Crescent Peak Sect inner disciple. Assault on tournament host. Unlawful breach of private facilities. 3 alliance cultivators named as accessories. Regional manhunt authorized. Su Fengling read it over Wei Liang's shoulder. 3 alliance cultivators, she said. We have an organizational identity now. Apparently, Wei Liang said. Chao Mingtian, is that a problem for you? She asked. Chao Mingtian, who was managing the safe house's food supply with the focused attention he gave to things he considered professionally important, looked up. I've been called worse things, he said. Alliance cultivator is neutral to positive in most regional contexts. Good, she said. We're the alliance, then? Wei Liang spent the morning building the second incursion's framework. The list was complete. The political groundwork was already available through the three freed practitioners' institutional connections. The intelligence gap was Yao's revised facility defense configuration. He needed 3 days of observation data before attempting the second incursion with confidence about what they'd be facing. He sent Xinyu a message through Zhu Renmei's network, compressed, specific about the freed practitioner's medical conditions, asking her to arrange remote guidance for the cultivation damage treatment that Lian Shu's own healer training could implement locally. Xinyu's reply came in 2 hours. Asterisk treatment guidance attached. Chao Mingtian is listed on the regional alert. I hope he takes this in stride. You get the 7 people out. I'll handle what I can from here. Asterisk he did not answer her question about Chao. He sent back. He's handling it. Then he went to sleep for 4 hours because the mathematics of the situation included the reality that a cultivator who had run a core ascendant breakthrough, a tournament final, and an underground facility extraction in the same day needed 4 hours of sleep before they would be reliably accurate about anything. Su Fengling was already asleep on the other side of the wall. He could tell from the cultivation quality of her rest. She ran her spiritual core at maintenance level while sleeping, a habit she had developed in years of self-taught cultivation when she couldn't afford to drop into full cultivation dormancy. He noted it and filed it alongside the other things he had learned about her over 4 months that she hadn't told him directly. He slept. Chapter 53. The Hidden Sect Alliance 7 practitioners remained in Yao's facility. Reaching them required more than Wei Liang's core team of 3 could manage in a second direct breach. The facility would be restructured, the defenses improved, the staff configuration adjusted to prevent the simultaneous multi-front engagement that had allowed the first breach to succeed. He needed allies. The freed practitioners were his opening. Zhu Renmei's network identified the 3 minor sects whose practitioners were among Yao's documented intake in the past 9 years. Wei Liang structured his approach around the freed practitioners rather than around his own request. He ensured that the sect contacts received first-hand testimony from their missing practitioner before they received anything from him. The sequence was deliberate. An organization that had spent months or years managing an active missing practitioner situation, filing inquiries, sending investigation requests, receiving diplomatic non-responses from Iron Gate authorities, was already past the point where they needed convincing that something was wrong. What they needed was confirmation and direction. The confirmation arrived through Duan Ji, Lian Shu, and the third freed practitioner, a water affinity cultivator named Song Yanbei, whose 3-year absence from the River Lotus sect's records had produced an organizational frustration that surfaced immediately when Zhu Renmei's network made the contact. All 3 sects responded within 48 hours. The meeting was fractious in the way that meetings between organizations with recent grievances and different political concerns are always fractious. Hierarchy disputes, resource questions, the reasonable suspicion of any minor sect toward a core ascendant from a different sect who was claiming to act in their interest. Wei Liang spent 30 minutes on the factual record of what existed in Yao's facility and how he knew it. He spent 10 minutes on the operational plan for a second incursion. He spent no time on his own credibility, which was the correct decision. The freed practitioners carried the credibility. His job was to provide the operational framework. The second difficult moment was the question of what he intended to gain from the arrangement. The second sect's elder asked it directly. What did a core ascendant from Crescent Peak sect want from leading a joint operation into another kingdom's cultivator facility? Yao's research notes, Wei Liang said. Specifically the sections that document the bloodline cultivation systems he has been studying, including the operational records of a maintenance construct called the Hollow Sentinel that has been active in this region for at least 11 years. I need that documentation more than I need the combat support, but I cannot reach the documentation without the combat support. The elder considered this. Research notes acquired by the lead combatant during a liberation operation was an established convention, not unusual, not contested. The notes were not what the allied sects were there to recover. Their people were. Take the notes, the elder said. Get our people. The negotiation concluded with the straightforwardness of a situation where the interests aligned sufficiently that extended elaboration was unnecessary. 3 sects practitioners, 1 per sect, joining Wei Liang's core team for the second incursion. The timing was set for a week from the meeting's conclusion, providing time for intelligence gathering on Yao's restructured facility defenses. The second sect's formation specialist, he had not given his name yet, but his cultivation signature placed him at the high end of Pulse Master, asked a detailed technical question about the sublevels formation array architecture that suggested he was already mentally designing the countermeasures he would build on site. Wei Liang answered with everything the spatial awareness technique had captured during the first breach, which was a comprehensive picture of the layout as it had existed before Yao's restructuring. The specialist listened with the complete attention of someone building a model in real time. The distributed power model you're describing, the specialist said, when Wei Liang finished. If Yao rebuilt the formation infrastructure after your breach, he will have added redundancy to the power distribution nodes. The central supply point destruction you used the first time won't work. There won't be a central point anymore. But distributed networks have an inherent vulnerability at the coordination layer. The nodes need to communicate with each other to maintain synchronized suppression. If you disrupt the communication layer rather than the power layer, the nodes remain active but lose their coordination. The suppression becomes a collection of independent fixed-position arrays rather than a synchronized tracking system. How long would the coordination disruption take to repair? Su Fengling said. Depends on how many backup coordination protocols Yao built into the architecture, the specialist said. My estimate, given what you've described about his formation sophistication, 12 to 18 minutes before the primary coordination layer is restored. A secondary layer would take another 20. That's enough, Wei Liang said. For the extraction, yes, the specialist said. Not for everything else you're planning to do down there. You'll need to be efficient. Wei Liang looked at him. You're going to be the formation interference specialist. Obviously, the specialist said. It was the tone of someone who had walked into a meeting knowing exactly what their role would be and had simply been waiting for the conversation to reach it. Fei Mingzhu, who had attended the meeting as the most senior freed practitioner and whose 4 years of aware subject status had given her the most comprehensive direct observation of Yao's operation, provided the intelligence foundation. She had watched the facility from the inside for 4 years, cataloging what she observed with the focused attention of someone who had decided that memory was her most accessible form of resistance. She described the vault's contents, the documentation, the annotation volumes, the organization of 17 years of collected bloodline research, in enough detail that Wei Liang could map the information's location within the vault's physical architecture before entering it. She also described, with the same precise detachment, what she had heard from Yao's research discussions during the months when he had kept her in aware subject status. The conversations that had clarified, over time, what the synthesis framework was designed to produce and what component types his intake program had been built to acquire. He believed he was working towards something genuinely important, she said. He was not wrong about the research's significance. The synthesis framework, if it worked, would produce access to cultivation law types that no individual practitioner can reach through single lineage development. He spent 17 years on this because he genuinely believed the outcome justified the method. She paused. He also said, once, very late in an evening when he thought I was in deeper suspension than I was, that he sometimes thought the results would only be useful for identifying a threat that was larger than any individual research program could address. That he had been trying to find something specific in the research for years and hadn't found it yet. Wei Liang had read the Hollow Sentinel research. He understood what Yao had been trying to find. The second incursion's preparation occupied the week between the meeting and the operation. The 3 allied practitioners arrived 2 days early and submitted to briefing with the engaged attention of people motivated by something more immediate than professional interest. The formation specialist from the second sect asked questions that demonstrated a genuine technical understanding of what they would face underground. The water law cultivator from the first sect asked the questions about extraction procedure for subjects who couldn't move independently. The physical cultivator from the third sect said very little, but moved through the briefing's tactical scenarios with the efficient attention of someone who was already mentally rehearsing. The team was ready. The intelligence was as complete as the available observation could make it. Wei Liang spent the evening before the operation in cultivation work, pushing his core ascendant foundation's integration forward, the new rank's architecture settling into more stable configuration with each session. He did not draw on the gift channels. He worked with what he had cultivated himself. In his mind space, the genealogical tree pulsed with the specific warmth of children who were present with him in a moment they could perceive from their future positions, watching, unable to act before the action was taken, waiting to see what the present version of their father would choose. He chose to sleep 6 hours and arrive at the second incursion rested. Chapter 54. Parallel threads. The second incursion's preparation ran in parallel with the development at Crescent Peak sect that reached Wei Liang through Shun Yu's compressed message on the 3rd day of the preparation week. Elder Mao has been arrested. Charges: intelligence leakage, conspiracy with anti-sect organization. The specific trigger was the controlled misinformation you fed him. The false location he transmitted to the Hollow Covenant. When the Covenant's tracking confirmed the location was wrong, they traced the false information back to its source. The sect investigation followed the Covenant's trace. Second item. Hollow Covenant forces have withdrawn from the Crescent Peak region entirely. Network contacts say they're redirecting toward the Iron Gate Kingdom situation. Whatever you did at the tournament facility, they know about it. ***, I'm maintaining the observation record. Mao is being managed humanely. Stay sharp and get the 7 people out. Wei Liang read the message twice. Then he sat with it for a time that was longer than the operational analysis required and shorter than the emotional weight demanded. He had constructed the misinformation pipeline with Elder Mao knowing it involved risk. He had known that using a compromised person as a controlled information channel was an inherently unstable arrangement. The stability was in managing the information's content carefully enough that the pipeline remained plausible over time. He had managed it for 4 months. The failure point had been not the content, but the verification. The Hollow Covenant had run their standard validation on the false location and found it wanting, then traced the false data to its source more quickly than he had modeled. Mao was in custody because of a decision Wei Liang had made. He sat with this and did not distribute it among justifications. It was a decision he had made with the information available at the time, for reasons that remained valid, with a cost that had now materialized in a specific form. He held the cost in the place where costs went. The Hollow Covenant's withdrawal from the Crescent Peak region was operationally significant in a different direction. They were redirecting toward the Iron Gate Kingdom because the tournament facility breach had elevated Wei Liang's profile from interesting subject under observation to active disruption requiring direct response. The Covenant's intelligence network had assessed the breach quickly. They had been watching Yao Tianwei's operation as a competing bloodline collection program, which meant they already had resources positioned to observe it, which meant the Covenant might reach the facility before the second incursion. He assembled his core team for an immediate intelligence review. Su Fengling mapped the Covenant's known operational timeline against the second incursion's scheduled window. The gap was narrow, approximately 72 hours where the Covenant would be repositioning resources before they had anyone in position to act on whatever intelligence they gathered about the facility situation. We move in 60 hours, Su Fengling said. Not a week. 60 hours gives us the window before the Covenant has eyes on the facility. The Allied sector practitioners were already stage 2 of 3. The third sex elder had not yet provided final authorization. A bureaucratic caution that Lian Shu, who was sitting with them and listening, assessed with the flat attention of someone who had just spent 2 years in an extraction cell and had formed opinions about practitioners who waited on one more permission. Show her Fei Mingzhu's testimony, Lian Shu said. The specific section about what she observed during Yao's research discussions, the part about what the framework synthesis would produce. The elder hasn't been able to imagine what's in the facility's documentation because nobody has described it to her in terms that make it concrete. Fei Mingzhu's account is concrete. Wei Liang contacted the third sex elder that evening with Fei Mingzhu's testimony. The elder's response arrived in 4 hours. Authorization granted. The Hollow Covenant's interest in Yao's operation added a complication he needed to process without letting it become a paralysis. The Covenant wanted Yao's bloodline collection exposed, not from any commitment to the practitioners in the extraction cells, but because Yao's synthesis framework was a competing research program that, if successful, would produce capabilities the Covenant's own collection program was designed to monopolize. And exposed, investigated Yao Tianwei would collapse a research program that was competing with them. Wei Liang completing the second incursion served the Covenant's operational interests. He experienced the specific friction of a correct action that benefited a corrupt actor and held it briefly. We don't serve them, he said to Su Fengling, who had been following his processing with her own parallel analysis. Agreed, she said. The 7 practitioners in those cells are the priority. Yao's operation ends because of them, not because of what benefits the Covenant. If the Covenant gets incidental value, we address that separately. After, he said. After, she confirmed. The Hollow Covenant's possible presence at the facility before the second incursion was not a reason to delay. It was a reason to move faster and more entirely. The Covenant wanted Yao's research notes because those notes represented operational intelligence about a competing collection program. If they arrived at the facility before Wei Liang's team and found the notes before the extraction was complete, 2 things would happen. The notes would move into the Covenant's possession, becoming significantly harder to access, and the Covenant would learn enough about the future bloodline resonance system from Yao's documentation to update their assessment of Wei Liang's strategic value. Neither outcome was acceptable. The notes have to come out with the practitioners, he said. Not as a separate priority, as an integrated component of the extraction. The vault documentation and the 10 people in those cells come out together, or the operation is incomplete. Agreed, Su Fengling said. The vault first, then the cells? No, he said. The cells first. If Yao activates emergency protocols in response to the breach, the vault can be accessed afterward under a deteriorating environment. If the extraction cells are under emergency protocol during the breach, the subjects are at risk. So the cells are the primary objective and the vault is the secondary objective that we pursue while the cell's extraction is in progress, she said. Yes. That requires splitting my attention between the formation interference and the vault access during the engagement, she said. She said it as a tactical parameter, not a complaint. I have the vault access, Wei Liang said. Your attention stays on the formation layer. She looked at him. You can do the vault documentation extraction while maintaining the lockwork on the extraction cells. I have the spatial awareness technique and the pattern matching approach, he said. The vault's documentation section is laid out clearly from Fei Mingzhu's memory record. I know exactly where to go and what to take. For minutes, assuming the vault door is accessible. And if Yao is between you and the vault door, then we address that when it happens, he said. He sent Xinyu a response through Zhu Renmei's network, careful about what he asked her to do and what he acknowledged about Mao, providing the information she needed to make her own decisions. He did not ask her to act beyond the healer network's reasonable scope. He asked for updated observation on the arrest situation and offered to provide documentation that might support Mao's defense if the sect investigation pursued formal charges. Xinyu's reply was immediate. Asterisk understood. I'm already building the observation record. You get the 7. The rest stays handled here. Asterisk he spent the evening in cultivation work, running the core ascendant foundation through the integration sequences Elder Mao had developed for exactly this developmental stage. The old man's research was still useful even in his absence. Wei Liang used it with the appreciation of someone who understood the full complexity of what they were drawing on. In his mind space, the genealogical tree's remaining silhouettes were still and present, watching the operational planning from their positions and potential futures, unable to intervene, but choosing to be with him in the watching. 60 hours. Chapter 55. Second incursion. The team was 12 practitioners with 4 distinct capability profiles, operating from the intelligence base of 3 weeks of observation and 2 people's direct experience of the sublevels layout. Wei Liang briefed the full team in a location Zhu Renmei's network had secured, a warehouse in the capital's merchant district whose operator owed Zhu a favor of long standing. He covered the sublevels geometry, the formation array configuration as observed in the first breach and estimated as restructured afterward, the extraction cell layout as mapped through the spatial awareness technique, and the access point's operational profile. He covered contingencies for 3 specific scenarios: a thoroughly restructured defense configuration, a staff size increase beyond observed capacity, and the vault door being sealed from the inside. The formation specialist, his name was Ku Yuming, from the Second Allied Sect, a man whose technical precision in the briefing's question session had elevated Wei Liang's assessment of him from useful to essential, asked about Yao Tianwei's personal defensive array configuration and received what Wei Liang had observed. Ku Yuming nodded once, the nod of someone who has received accurate information and has already begun applying it. The physical cultivator from the third sect, broad, quiet, named Bao Shenhu, said 4 words during the entire briefing. I cover the stairway. He then placed himself mentally at the stairway's position and appeared to remain there for the duration of the subsequent discussion. The waterlaw cultivator from the first sect, Hu Bingyan, asked the question about subjects who couldn't move independently and received the protocols Wei Liang and Su Fengling had developed. Extraction priority by mobility level, Lian Shu's coordination of the support structure for non-ambulatory subjects. The specific formation technique for carrying a practitioner in suspension stasis through a physical environment without damaging their cultivation flow. Su Fengling delivered the portion on the formation defenses with the compressed clarity she brought to technical briefings. 30 seconds on the backup suppression's adaptation rate, 20 seconds on the formation node's vulnerability points, 15 seconds on the sequence of disruption that would maintain coverage degradation rather than triggering the backup's emergency protocols. Ku Yuming listened to this with the focused attention of someone building a concurrent operational model and confirming it against her description in real time. The emergency protocols, he said. If triggered, what timeline? 40 seconds to full lockdown, she said. The lockdown formation seals all access points including the drainage channel. Then we do not trigger them, he said. That was already the plan, she said. I'm confirming it as a hard constraint, he said. Coordination. She looked at him. He looked at her. Something passed between them that was the recognition between 2 practitioners who operate from the same precision ethic, which is neither warmth nor hostility, but a form of professional acknowledgement that occasionally leads to useful working relationships. The assault began at the third hour after sunset, entering through the facility's service access on the compound's western face, an entry point that Yao's restructured defenses had not prioritized because the breach record from the first incursion had entered through the eastern reading room's false wall. And practitioners with a formation design background tended to fortify the most recent breach point more thoroughly than they fortified alternative entry vectors. The service access opened in 18 seconds under Ku Yoming's technical application. 12 practitioners entered in 15-second intervals. The sublevel stairway was accessed through a secondary approach that Wei Liang's spatial awareness mapping had identified during the observation period, a maintenance corridor that connected to the stairway's lower landing rather than its upper entry, allowing the team to bypass the upper landing's newly installed detection formation entirely. The sublevel was different from the first incursion. The extraction cells had been reorganized, not moved, but their formation configuration updated, the suppression arrays running on a distributed power model that spread the energy load across 8 nodes rather than centralizing it in 2 primary supply points. The backup suppression was upgraded and repositioned. The formation architecture throughout the space was denser, more sophisticated, the defensive profile of 17 years accumulated expertise being brought to bear on a threat its architect now understood. Ku Yuming had been briefed on the updated configuration through observation data, and Fei Mingzhu's description of what Yao's defensive upgrade patterns looked like based on prior facility modifications she had observed. He moved through the distributed formation network with the specific competency of someone reading a spatial architecture in real time and finding its load-bearing assumptions. The first engagement, 3 of Yao's inner practitioners in separate response positions. 3 simultaneous vectors, exactly as briefed. Chao Mingtian and Lian Shu on the north vector. Hu Bingyan and the third allied practitioner on the south. Su Fengling and Shenru, the Crescent Peak outer disciple whose fire cultivation had been developing rapidly under Su Fengling's guidance, on the east. Bao Shenhu at the stairway. Wei Liang moved to the extraction cells. The distributed formation architecture was more complex than the first breach's centralized model, which meant the pattern-matching chi work for each cell's lock was more time-intensive. He had anticipated this. He worked through the first large formation block, 4 subjects held in a distributed array structure, with the focused attention of someone who had spent 3 weeks mentally rehearsing this exact technical problem. The first block's primary lock came apart at 42 seconds. He was working on the second block when the engagement on the east vector produced the sound of a practitioner being slammed into stone wall. Not Su Fengling's impact signature, the other one. And then the east vector went quiet in the way that vectors go quiet when they are resolved. He kept working. The second large block's lock released at the 58-second mark. 6 subjects across the 2 blocks, their conditions varying across a spectrum from functional to significantly compromised. The third sector's physical cultivator, a woman whose cultivation Yao had been sustaining at the highest cost because her bloodline architecture represented the rarest component type in his collection, emerged from her formation cell with the specific determination of someone who had decided, somewhere in the middle of a very long time in an extraction cell, that they would walk out under their own power when the moment came. She walked out under her own power. The 2 single-subject cells took 11 seconds each. Both subjects were ambulatory, both coherent, both immediately integrated into the extraction protocol. Yao Tianwei appeared from the vault direction at the moment Wei Liang reached the final single-subject cell, not from the stairway. He had positioned himself in the vault during the engagement's opening phase, knowing which direction Wei Liang would prioritize. The vault door was open behind him. He had come from it. Whatever was in the vault was not what he had come to protect. He was here for the conversation. I anticipated the return, Yao said. His cultivation aura was at full release. The warmth was entirely gone. What remained was the clean weight of a cultivator who had expertise was not in combat, but who had not neglected it. I considered relocating the subjects. I concluded you would locate them regardless, and that a direct conversation about the research would serve both of our interests better than an extended facility conflict. Wei Liang finished the last cell's lock. 10 subjects freed from the second incursion's engagement, all 10 ambulatory, at varying levels. He looked at Yao Tianwei across the freed practitioners and the disrupted formation architecture of a 17-year operation. The vault door is open, Wei Liang said. Yes, Yao said. You came from it. Yes. Then you've already decided what happens to the documentation inside it. A pause. Yao looked at him with the clear eyes of someone who has run a calculation to its conclusion and accepted the result. I've decided that someone needs to have that documentation, he said, and that it is no longer going to be me. Wei Liang walked toward the vault door. Chapter 56. The vault was built for utility rather than aesthetic, shelving on 3 walls organized with the thoroughness of a person who believed his work was genuinely important and organized it as such. A central reading table with multiple formation lamps still lit, as though Yao had been working here before the incursion forced a change in his immediate priorities. The air was cooler than the sublevel outside it, the temperature managed by a minor environmental formation designed to preserve documentation quality over decades. Wei Liang spent 4 minutes in systematic assessment. The shelving was organized by bloodline type at the primary level, then by intake timeline, then by developmental stage at extraction. 41 case files, complete documentation for each subject including pre-intake cultivation assessment, extraction timeline data, cultivation quality yields per unit time, and post-extraction status. Integration active for 26, released for 15. He understood now what integration active meant. He moved past the case files. The eastern wall held the hollow sentinel research, 17 years of Yao's documentation cross-referenced with a baseline archive that predated his research. The baseline archive's density was different from Yao's additions. The core text was compressed and deeply annotated, the work of someone who had been building toward a specific theoretical conclusion for a very long time. Yao's annotations on top of it were thorough but had the quality of a practitioner working in someone else's framework rather than building their own. He pulled the oldest volume from the east wall, the primary baseline archive document. The annotations on its cover page were in a hand he had seen before. Elder Mao's handwriting. The same cross-referencing style, the same specific shorthand for cultivation rank designations, the same habit of annotating the annotations when a primary note required elaboration. He stood with the volume for a specific moment. Mao had sent Yao this archive 20 years ago, through an intermediary, without his name attached. The theoretical foundation for 17 years of bloodline extraction research had come from a 900-year-old scholar who had been waiting for the next harvest system practitioner and had chosen a bloodline research program as the vehicle for preserving his accumulated knowledge until that practitioner arrived. He did not know, yet, what Mao knew about what Yao would do with the archive. He would have that conversation. He filed the question and kept moving. The future bloodline resonance section occupied 12 volumes on the northern shelf, more extensive than the other bloodline type sections, more heavily annotated, more cross-referenced to the hollow sentinel research. Yao had been working on this section for years longer than most of his intake subjects suggested, which meant he had theoretical access to information about Wei Liang's system before Wei Liang's system had activated. The baseline archive had given him a head start on understanding what he would eventually be looking at. Wei Liang extracted the 12 volumes, the hollow sentinel research archive's primary documentation, the case files for the 26 integration active subjects, and 3 volumes of cross-reference material that the future bloodline resonance section cited consistently. The spatial storage ring from Chapter 25, Second Daughter's Gift, held significantly more than this. He organized the material as he loaded it. At the vault's northeast corner, a separate locked container held documentation that the shelving's organization scheme didn't accommodate, research that didn't fit the standard case file format. He applied the pattern matching technique to the container's lock and opened it. Inside, 8 volumes of theoretical framework development, each representing a distinct attempt to synthesize the bloodline-type documentation into a functional operational system. The final volume, most recent, most developed, contained the synthesis framework's current working model. At its back, in Yao's handwriting, a note. *, the resonance connector remains the missing element. Without it, the framework can approximate but not fully integrate the fire law affinity category. The practitioner from the tournament is the connector. She has to be voluntary or the framework's coherence fractures at the integration point. *, he added the container's contents to the ring. He had what he needed. Before he turned to leave, he looked at the reading table once more. Yao's working notes were spread across it, the documentation of a practitioner in the middle of an active research session that had been interrupted by an incursion. The notes were not organized for transmission or preservation. They were organized for thinking. Half-finished logical chains, cross-reference queries to the shelved material, a stack of blank pages where Yao had been preparing to write something he had apparently not yet found the right structure for. On the top page of the blank stack, in recent ink, written within hours of the incursion, possibly within the hour, a single question in Yao's careful hand. * if the system above the harvest mechanism operates at 100-to-1 ratio, what percentage of its total output goes toward maintaining the mechanism itself versus toward the entity's primary accumulation? And if the maintenance cost is significant, is disrupting the mechanism's operation the correct target, or does that simply redirect the collection load to alternative channels? * Wei Liang read the question twice. Yao had been asking the right question. He had been asking it 17 years too late and with methods that had cost 41 practitioners their freedom, but the question itself was right. The question Wei Liang now needed to answer. He left the blank page where it was and walked out. He walked out of the vault and found Yao Tianwei sitting against the corridor wall in the position Su Fengling's formation work had secured him, a suppression anchor holding his cultivation in place. The formation Ku Yuming had embedded in the floor during the engagement's management phase. The suppression was light enough to allow conversation and firm enough to make it the only available activity. You found the handwriting, Yao said. I did, Wei Liang said. I corresponded with the archive's author for 6 years before receiving the baseline documentation. The correspondence was conducted through an intermediary, a cultivator who handled the transmission without knowing its content. The author never identified himself. The documentation's theoretical framework was so internally consistent and so thoroughly developed that I accepted it as a peer-level scholarly contribution and built from it. Did you investigate the author? Wei Liang said. A pause. I wanted to, Yao said. The framework's sophistication implied an author whose total research archive, if it existed, would be the most significant collection of bloodline cultivation theory in the past millennium. I attempted 3 times to trace the intermediary backward. Each time, the trail ended at an organization that had dissolved. I concluded that the author's anonymity was intentional and that pursuing it further would violate an implicit agreement. He looked at the floor. I also concluded, more honestly, that I didn't want to find out something about the framework's origins that would require me to stop using it. Wei Liang looked at him. You were doing the same thing I was doing, he said. Accepting gifts without understanding the full cost. Yao met his eyes. The quality of the exchange was not comfortable for either of them. The 7 practitioners in those cells, Wei Liang said, tilting his head toward the now empty extraction area. They are now free. The 26 in the integration active status. Where are they? The integration framework's active subjects are distributed across 3 secondary facilities, Yao said, outside the Iron Gate capital. I will provide the locations, the access protocols, and the formation key sequences for each facility's suppression arrays. You'll provide them now, Wei Liang said. Yes, Yao said. He provided them. Wei Liang recorded everything. Outside the vault, the extraction team was completing their organization of the 10 freed practitioners, the allied sect members reuniting with their people, the operational logistics of moving 17 practitioners out of a facility through a drainage channel in the 2nd hour after midnight. Wei Liang looked at Yao Tianwei for a last moment. The handwriting in the vault, he said. I'm going to find out what it means. I know, Yao said. When you do, whatever the author did with that framework, it will be significant. Everything in the archive points towards something larger than bloodline cultivation research. I know, Wei Liang said. He left Yao Tianwei secured in the corridor and went to lead 17 practitioners through a drainage channel in the dark. Chapter 57. The truth of the system. The secondary safe house was small enough that 17 practitioners filled it past comfortable capacity and left several people in the adjacent space that Zhu Renmei's network had designated for overflow. Wei Liang sent the allied practitioners and their freed subjects to the overflow location and kept his core team and the vault documentation in the primary space. He spread the documentation across every available flat surface and began reading it the 1st hour after reaching the safe house. 6 hours and 20 minutes later, he understood what the system had been doing to his children. Su Fengling read in parallel, covering different sections, passing him significant passages without annotation when the content required him to read it directly rather than through her summary. She had the instinct for this, knowing when information needed to arrive unfiltered versus when context helped. She applied it throughout the 6 hours without being asked. Chao Mingtian kept watch and refilled their tea twice and was otherwise entirely quiet, which was the most valuable operational support he could provide and which he appeared to understand without being told. Lian Shu, whose 2 years of aware subject status had made her a repository of Yao's research discussions, sat with them and provided context when the theoretical documentation required background. She had an excellent memory and the specific recall quality of someone who had decided, at some point during her captivity, that remembering was the most powerful form of resistance available to her. The critical annotation was 40 pages into the primary baseline archive volume. It appeared in a section where the future bloodline resonance system's structural architecture was described, at the end of a passage about the upper channel architecture that connected the visible gift mechanism to the system's full operational structure. The annotation, *, the system is not a bloodline art. It is a harvesting mechanism designed to extract power from future timelines at a ratio of 100:1. For every unit of power the practitioner receives, 100 units are extracted from the children's futures. The children are not gifts. They are sacrifices. The practitioner is the unwitting harvester. Asterisk a second annotation below it, in the same hand, but written later, the ink slightly different in quality. Asterisk the entity that benefits from the harvest ratio is not the practitioner. The practitioner's advancement is the mechanism's byproduct. The primary extraction runs through the bloodline thread's upper architecture toward a presence above the system's visible operation. The practitioner's interface shows only the downward channel. The upward extraction is invisible to any practitioner operating within the system's standard framework. Asterisk Wei Liang set the volume down carefully. He set it down carefully because setting it down carefully was something he could control in the moment when everything else was adjusting to a new arrangement. He looked at the genealogical tree in his mind space. The silhouettes were present, some bright, some dim. Little flames branch carrying the characteristic quality of something that had been giving for a very long time and was still present, but considerably reduced from what it had been. He had watched the silhouettes dim after each gift and attributed the dimming to the system's described cost. Permanent cultivation reduction, the price the children paid for each sending. 100 to 1. For every unit of power he received, 100 units extracted from the futures those children would have lived. Not as cultivation reduction, as direct harvest, running upward through the bloodline thread's upper architecture to something above the system's visible structure. Something that had been feeding on his children's potential futures since the first gift little flame had sent on the second night after the system's activation. Every technique, every resource, every warning she had sent at cost. The dimming was not just the direct cost of the sending. It was the shadow of a drain that dwarfed what reached him. What reached him was 1% of what his future children paid. He sat with this for a long time, longer than operational planning required. The fire affinity woman, Lian Shu, watched him with the clear eyes of someone who had suspected this from listening to Yao's research discussions and who understood that this was a moment to let a person sit. Su Fengling was present in the way she was present in situations that required it, not waiting for him to speak, not pushing for him to speak, just there. The quality of presence that doesn't demand anything from the person receiving it. Chao Mingtian, who had been with him through everything since Chapter 8, was wholly silent. He examined the annotation's cross-references. The presence above the system's visible operation was referenced in the Hollow Sentinel research section 3 times, each time with the notation Maintenance Oversight Function and a cross-reference to a broader system architecture that the baseline archive's author called the Primordial Archive. Not the Hollow Covenant's organization, something older and more fundamental, the architecture that the Hollow Covenant's 400 years of operation might have been running parallel to without understanding what it was adjacent to. He turned to the Hollow Sentinel section and ran the cross-references systematically. The Hollow Sentinel appeared in the baseline archive 7 times. Each appearance described the construct's function, monitoring harvest system practitioners' bloodline thread operation, verifying extraction pipeline integrity, adjusting collection ratios if practitioner advancement deviated from projection models. The Hollow Sentinel was not an independent threat. It was a maintenance construct. An operational monitoring system for an architecture that ran harvest pipelines across multiple cultivation worlds simultaneously, using practitioners who believed they had discovered powerful bloodline arts, but were actually serving as the collection mechanism for something that existed above the visible cultivation hierarchy entirely. He opened the genealogical tree and looked at the silhouettes for a long time. Each one of them was a future that was being consumed. Each gift he had accepted. Each technique. Each resource. Each warning that had cost little flame or second son or third daughter something they could never recover, had run through a pipeline he hadn't known existed, delivering 1% to him and 99% upward to something that fed on potential futures. He felt the rage arrive with the cold precision of something that had been building since the first gift and had finally found its correct direction. Little Flame's branch pulsed. Not a message, not a gift. Her presence, dim and steady and warm. The specific warmth of a child who had known all of this for longer than he had and had kept sending anyway, who had kept choosing to reach through the connection at cost, because what she was sending was not only the gifts but the direction. Every warm pulse was also a location. Every sending was also an instruction. She had known about the blind spot before he found the vault annotation. She had been pointing him toward it since the first night. He looked at the genealogical tree for a long time and held the full weight of what he understood now about what his daughter had done. Then he looked at the annotation and at the Hollow Sentinel research and at the documentation of an entity that had been feeding on his children's futures through a mechanism it had designed to look like a gift. He began to understand what he needed to do. Chapter 58. Confronting Wei, the Iron Gate Kingdom's military investigation team arrived at the facility's outer perimeter 18 hours after the second incursion concluded. Wei Liang had anticipated 12. He had used the additional 6 hours for documentation extraction, personnel organization, and a conversation with Yao Tianwei that he had been composing since finding the vault annotation. He found Yao in the inner chamber of the sublevel, not in the position Ku Yoming's suppression anchor had secured him, because the formation's natural degradation over 6 hours without maintenance had dropped below the threshold where a mid-level core ascendant's own cultivation could maintain the anchor from inside, and Yao had chosen, once the suppression released, to remain rather than leave. He was sitting at the reading table in the vault area with one of the baseline archive volumes open in front of him. Not reading, looking at it. The expression of a practitioner examining something they have spent years with and are seeing for the first time from a different angle. You found the 100:1 annotation, Wei Liang said, from the doorway. Yao looked up. I found it 7 years into my research, he said. I had built the synthesis framework's theoretical foundation from the baseline archive's content at that point. The annotation was in the primary volume's deepest section, not hidden, but positioned where a researcher who had been working with the framework's applications for 7 years would encounter it. He looked at the open volume. I spent 6 months determining whether the annotation was accurate. The cross-referencing in the baseline archive pointed toward an architecture above the system's visible operation that I could not directly observe. The annotation's internal logic was sound. The mathematical structure of a 100:1 harvest ratio was consistent with what the Hollow Sentinel's documented behavior implied about the collection volume relative to the visible gift amounts. You believed it, Wei Liang said. I did, Yao said. I also believed that the synthesis framework I had been building, the research that required the extraction program, was the most viable path I had available to observe the system above the visible architecture clearly enough to characterize it. A framework that could synthesize multiple bloodline-type signatures at the law comprehension level might produce a practitioner with enough cultivation depth to perceive the upper channel architecture directly. Wei Liang came into the chamber and sat across from him. The motion surprised Yao. He had expected confrontation, and Wei Liang was having a conversation. You were trying to see the thing running the 100:1 harvest, Wei Liang said. For 17 years, Yao said. The baseline archive's author identified it as a presence that existed above the visible cultivation hierarchy. The archive's cross-references called it the primordial archive's operational core, a primary entity that designed the harvest systems and operated them through maintenance constructs like the Hollow Sentinel. I could not perceive it directly. The synthesis framework, if it reached sufficient completion, might give a practitioner the cultivation depth to touch the law level where the entity's operation becomes visible. Your methods cost 41 practitioners their freedom, Wei Liang said. Yes, Yao said. Several of them cost years they can't recover. Yes, Yao said. He said it without deflection or justification. He had had 6 hours in an unlocked vault to decide how to say it. Tell me what you know about the entity's operational pattern, Wei Liang said. Everything in the baseline archive that you cross-referenced and verified. Not what you theorized, what you confirmed. Yao told him. The entity's activation methodology, harvest systems placed in cultivation worlds with strong bloodline traditions, triggered through practitioners who met specific cultivation profile criteria, maintained through a network of monitoring constructs like the Hollow Sentinel. The confirmed operation across at least 4 cultivation worlds, based on the baseline archive's documentation of prior harvest cycles in worlds whose cultivation histories intersected with documented Hollow Sentinel activity at the appropriate historical periods. The activation threshold that had killed the previous practitioner, direct perception of the upper channel extraction, at which point the entity's monitoring constructs identified the practitioner as a threat to the system's operation rather than a resource within it. I crossed that threshold, Wei Liang said. In the safe house, 3 hours ago, when I read the annotation and ran the cross-references in full, I perceived the upper channel extraction. I understood what was running through it. Yao went still. The monitoring construct responded before I finished reading, Wei Liang said. The Hollow Sentinel touched the bloodline thread for approximately 3 seconds, then withdrew. It identified you as a threat, Yao said. It identified me as someone who had found the truth about the system, Wei Liang said. Whether that makes me a threat depends on what I do next. He stood. He organized the documentation he was carrying in the spatial storage ring, confirmed the secondary facility locations and access protocols Yao had provided, and prepared to leave. He paused at the doorway for a moment longer than strictly necessary, looking at Yao Tianwei sitting against the corridor wall with the expression of a man at the end of a very long project. The Grand Elder had spent 17 years building something he believed was important. The method had been monstrous. The goal had been something like the right goal, approached from a direction that made reaching it impossible. There was a specific kind of failure in that. Not the failure of someone who didn't care about the consequences of what they were doing, but the failure of someone who cared so much about the destination that they had stopped looking clearly at the path. Wei Liang had been doing a version of the same thing. Accepting gifts he hadn't fully examined, building toward a goal without understanding the mechanism through which he was building. He did not say any of this. It was not something Yao needed from him, and the time for it was not the corridor of a compromised research facility. The oldest annotation in the vault, he said, from the doorway. The handwriting on the baseline archive's primary volume. You know whose it is. Yao was quiet for a moment. I suspected. I did not investigate the suspicion because investigating would have required me to either confirm something I didn't want to know or be unable to confirm it and live with the uncertainty. I chose to not investigate. Elder Mao Zuan, Wei Liang said. He is currently under arrest at Crescent Peak Sect on intelligence leakage charges. He will be released within the week for insufficient evidence. When you speak to investigators about your research's origins, and you will be speaking to investigators, the Baseline Archive's anonymous author is relevant to the full picture of what your research program was built on. The investigators may find that information significant. He did not tell Yao to protect Mao. He did not tell Yao to expose him. He left the information with the practitioner who had used the archive for 17 years, in a context where the consequences of how that information was handled were Yao's to manage now. He walked out. Outside the facility, the Iron Gate military's formation lights were visible on the capital's northern approach road, moving toward the tournament compound with the coordinated illumination of a force that had been deployed with institutional purpose rather than individual initiative. They had 40 minutes before the military's investigation team reached the compound's outer perimeter. Su Fengling was waiting with the team. 17 practitioners, organized for movement. The secondary facilities, he said. Yao provided the locations and access protocols. 3 sites outside the capital. She looked at him with the specific quality of someone who had been reading the documentation in the safe house alongside him and understood what 6 hours of reading that documentation would have cost. She did not say anything about it. She made a note of the secondary facility information. We move, she said. They moved. Chapter 59. Mao's real role. Elder Mao was released from Crescent Peak Sect's custody on the 9th day after Wei Liang's return to the region. The arrest charge is insufficient without his testimony. The investigation stalled by the evidentiary gap between what the sect's investigation could prove and what it actually needed to demonstrate to meet the formal charge threshold. He was released to house monitoring, confined to the townhouse, not permitted sect grounds access. The restriction was humane. The old man had been living in the townhouse voluntarily for the better part of 6 years. The formal version of this arrangement differed from the informal version primarily in documentation. Wei Liang arrived at the 9th hour of the 10th day. No announcement. He walked through the outer district's familiar streets and up the townhouse steps and stood at the door for a moment before knocking. Mao opened it before he knocked. His cultivation sensing was still functional. A practitioner with 900 years of accumulated refinement didn't lose that kind of awareness because of house monitoring. They sat across from each other in the familiar space. The research materials on the shelves. The faint medicinal wine smell from the cabinet in the corner that Mao had maintained for as long as Wei Liang had known him. The quality of a room that had been someone's working space for long enough that it carried their intellectual character in every organizational choice. Wei Liang placed the Baseline Archive's primary volume on the table between them. The cover annotation in Mao's handwriting faced up. Mao looked at it. He looked at it for a long time. His composure did not break. It simply ended, not dramatically, not with visible collapse, but with the distinct quality of someone who has been maintaining a particular configuration for a very long time and has reached the moment where maintaining it is no longer the required task. Something released in his posture. He became, for the first time since Wei Liang had known him, in full present in the room without any part of himself occupied with management. You found it in Yao's vault, Mao said. You sent the Baseline Archive to Yao through an intermediary 20 years ago, Wei Liang said. It was not a question. Yes, Mao said. Tell me everything. Mao told him. He was the last surviving student of the practitioner killed 900 years ago, the one whose jade scroll Mao had carried, the one whose death Mao had witnessed at close enough range to understand what caused it. The previous practitioner had reached the threshold of perceiving the upper channel extraction, and the Hollow Sentinel had identified the perception within minutes, triggering a direct response from the entity's maintenance system that had ended the practitioner's life before they could act on what they had seen. Mao had survived because he was a student, not the primary practitioner. His cultivation was ordinary. the specific ordinary of someone who had spent the resources that might have advanced his cultivation on research and documentation instead. The entity's maintenance system was tuned to harvest system practitioners. It had not flagged him as a threat. He had not been flagged as a threat for 900 years, maintaining the specific invisibility of a man whose cultivation profile said, unremarkable scholar, and whose actual activity said, slowly building a complete picture of everything the entity does and why. The low cultivation maintenance technique that kept him alive, the method that burned life force at a rate barely slower than natural aging, had been developed specifically for this purpose. He had enough life force left for exactly as long as it took to find the next harvest system practitioner and give them everything he had accumulated. He had prepared the baseline archive over 4 centuries. He had sent it to Yao because Yao's research competency was the highest quality vehicle available for developing and preserving the theoretical framework until the next practitioner arrived. He had not investigated what Yao would do with access to comprehensive bloodline cultivation theory and decades of patience. You suspected, Wei Liang said. A competent practitioner with a comprehensive theoretical framework and a specific research thesis has a limited range of methodologies available for investigation, Mao said. I told myself I didn't know. I chose not to find out. 26 practitioners integrated into his synthesis framework, Wei Liang said. Fei Mingzhu, 4 years of cultivation extraction. Duan Ji, 3 years. 17 years of intake across 41 practitioners, 17 of them with no subsequent documentation before Yao's arrest. Yes, Mao said. You made yourself not responsible for the consequences of a tool you created. Yes, Mao said. Neither of them said anything for a specific amount of time. The room held the weight of it. The Jade Scroll's final entry, Wei Liang said. Your teacher wrote it in the 40 seconds between perceiving the upper channel extraction and the entity's response. You copied that entry before giving me the scroll. Mao reached into his sleeve and produced a folded page. I have been carrying the copy for 900 years, he said. I could not give it to you before you had the context to understand it. You have the context now. Wei Liang unfolded the page and read. Asterisk, the entity is afraid of the present moment. It can only harvest what it can model, potential futures, branching timelines, the paths practitioners will walk. What it cannot model is genuine present choice that falls outside projection. When I chose to write this, that choice was visible to it because I had been building toward writing it. It was a projected action. When you choose something that you are not building toward. The system cannot harvest what it cannot model. The gap between projection and genuine present action is where you will find its limit. Asterisk, he read it 3 times. The architect's blind spot, he said. The name arrived fully formed, the right name for the thing the 40-second note described. I believe your daughter has been trying to point you toward it, Mao said. Every gift she sends, every warmth she transmits through the connection. I have been observing your bloodline thread's activity since the day you came to this townhouse. The warmth little flame sends is not only emotional content. It carries positional information. The location of the gap in the harvest architecture from the future end of the connection. She has been telling you where to look since the first gift. Wei Liang sat with this in the afternoon light of the townhouse. He thought about the first night, little flame pressing her hand through the genealogical tree visualization, the warmth of contact before the system fully stabilized. He thought about every gift she had sent at cost, and the warmth behind each one, and what she had been saying with the warmth that he had received as love without fully reading what it was also saying. She had known the whole time. She had known from the first night. And she had kept choosing to reach through the connection, knowing what it cost at the 100-to-1 ratio, knowing that what she was really sending was the direction, the light pointing toward the only gap in the architecture that could resolve this. She had been dying toward a solution she knew he would find if she kept pointing long enough. What else do you need to tell me? He said to Mao. Everything I have, Mao said. He said it with the quality of someone who has been waiting 900 years to say it and has finally arrived at the moment where saying it is the right action. It will take time. We have time, Wei Liang said. They sat together in the townhouse for the rest of the afternoon, and Mao told him everything. Chapter 60, Arc 3 Climax and Cliffhanger. The documentation reached every available channel simultaneously through Zhu Renmei's network. The decision to make it public was the decision Wei Liang had been building toward since the second incursion, not as a strategic consideration that required more data, but as the action whose moment had arrived. Yao Tianwei's operation was public. Yao was in Iron Gate Kingdom custody, and the arrest's staying power depended on the public record being established before the political factions with reasons to prefer a private resolution could apply pressure. 41 case files. 17 years of intake documentation. The freed practitioner's direct testimony. The regional alert on Wei Liang himself, which he let stand, because the regional alert being attached to the same documentation that exposed Yao's operation was itself a form of evidence about what the Iron Gate Kingdom had been willing to protect. It went to the Iron Gate Kingdom's opposing political faction, to the regional sects whose practitioners had been taken, to two independent cultivation authorities with enough standing to force a public investigation, to Zhu Renmei's entire network distribution list covering 14 significant information channels across 4 kingdoms. The political fallout was immediate and significant. The 3 allied sects' relationships with the Iron Gate Kingdom shifted from diplomatic friction to institutional hostility within 48 hours. Practitioners across the region who had known Yao Tianwei as a tournament administrator and bloodline cultivation scholar for 20 years revised that assessment in ways that would shape their institutional affiliations for years. Yao Tianwei was arrested formally. The investigation that followed would take considerably longer than any of this story's remaining arcs to conclude. What Wei Liang could not prevent was the Iron Gate Kingdom's military response. The response was not directed at him specifically. It was the institutional action of a government managing an internal scandal at the worst possible time, deploying its cultivator military formation to contain a rapidly destabilizing situation. The formation arrived at the tournament compound's location and began a systematic search and contain operation that covered more territory than it needed to because the people operating it had less information than the situation required. Wei Liang was in the region. His regional alert was active. The formation's operations commander had the documentation that made containing the destabilizing bloodline cultivator an institutional priority. The engagement was not a battle. It was a scramble. Su Fengling's improvised mass transport formation extracting 7 practitioners from a corridor the military sweep was closing, a technique she had developed in the week between incursions and applied here for the first time at scale. The formation worked. The practitioners moved. She landed with a slight unsteadiness that she corrected in 2 steps and did not comment on. Clear of the immediate sweep radius, regrouped in a location the sweep's formation mapping hadn't covered yet, Wei Liang looked at his full group. The freed practitioners at varying stages of recovery, the allied sect representatives, Lian Shu who had gone from 2 years in an extraction cell to combat coordination in 30 days without visible complaint, Chao Mingtian who was managing the food supply despite conditions that made food supply management technically challenging, and made the decision the situation required. The documentation was out. The arrest was active. The political irreversibility was established. His presence in the capital was no longer the operational linchpin. "We're done here," he said. They moved out of the Iron Gate Kingdom over 2 days, using the routing Zhu Renmei's network had established as the low detection exit path. The 3 allied sects practitioners departed for their own destinations with their freed colleagues. Lian Shu remained with Wei Liang's core group. Her sect's nearest safe location was in the direction they were already traveling, and she had assessed her options and found proximity to the practitioner who had opened her extraction cell more operationally valuable than immediate institutional return. In the safe house outside the Iron Gate Kingdom's northern border, on the night the regional alert's sweep radius definitively no longer covered their location, Wei Liang opened the genealogical tree. Little Flame's branch was no longer just dimming. It had been declining since the tournament, since the engagement at the facility, since every alert and emergency she had pushed through the connection in the days of crisis, since years of gifts before that. The glow it carried was the particular quality of a candle burning past its designed duration, present, warm, and measurably less than it had been. He looked at her silhouette for a long time. He thought about what Mao had told him. She had known about the upper channel extraction. She had known about the blind spot, the gap in the harvest architecture where genuine present choice fell outside the entity's modeling capability. She had been pointing him toward it with every sending, every warmth, every transmission that he had received as love, and that was love and was also a direction. He opened the system's connection interface and directed a thought toward Little Flame's branch. Not through the gift channel, but through the connection itself, the thread between them that the entity above had been harvesting and that he now understood was also the most direct path to his daughter's voice. "I understand now," he said. The branch pulsed once, warm and certain, the quality of a child who had been trying to show him something for a very long time and who recognized, in the quality of his communication, that the showing had finally landed. Then a second pulse, different, not Little Flame's warmth, the system's outer architecture, the layer above the gift interface that he now understood existed. The entity above, using the mechanism it had built, sending him something through the same channel it used to receive its harvest. 7 words. In the system's standard notation format. "You are the first to find the truth." Wei Liang stared at the message. Not a threat, not a warning, an acknowledgement. The entity above the system, the thing that had been harvesting his children's potential futures at a 100-to-1 ratio through a mechanism designed to look like a gift, was acknowledging that he had found what no previous practitioner in this cultivation world had found. He held this for 3 full breaths. Little flames branch flickered. 3 rapid pulses, the pattern he had learned to associate with urgency beyond what a standard warning could carry. Not a message, an alarm. The specific alarm of a child who had seen from her future position that this moment of acknowledgement was also the moment when the scale of something vast and inhuman shifted its attention in his direction. He reached for Su Fengling through the connection their joint cultivation sessions had established, the Resonance Pair Foundation, the channel of cultivation communication that operated below speech. Her awareness snapped toward his from 2 rooms away with the immediate quality of a cultivator who had been maintaining ambient alertness since the tournament compound. Something has noticed us, he sent. Her response, sharp, immediate, already assessing. How close? He felt the entity's attention press against the edge of his extended perception. Not an attack. The careful attention of something vast and inhuman that had just realized a practitioner in a small northern safe house was more interesting than its models had predicted. He had stepped outside the parameters his lifetime of choices was projected to occupy, and whatever maintained the system's modeling had flagged the deviation. Very, he sent back. He closed the genealogical tree. He opened his core ascendant cultivation to its full depth. He stood. Outside the safe house's walls, the northern night was quiet, stars visible through cloud gaps, the ambient spiritual energy of a region just outside the Iron Gate Kingdom's boundary running in its natural patterns. Practitioners and ordinary citizens in the nearest settlement going about their evening without any awareness that something vast had just refocused its attention on this specific location. He had found the truth. He had found the blind spot. He knew the direction. The question was whether he could move in that direction before the entity's maintenance infrastructure caught up to the fact that he knew. In his mind space, Second Son's silhouette pulsed, quiet, steady, carrying the warmth of a child who had seen enough of the future to know that this moment was the one the story had been building toward and who was present with him in it. Wei Liang exhaled. He went to find Su Fengling. Chapter 61. Underground. Su Fengling was already reading the regional alert when Wei Liang found her. She had the documentation spread across the safe house's main table, 3 sheets that Zhu Renmei's network had forwarded through an encrypted relay, the Iron Gate Kingdom's official fugitive notice bearing Wei Liang's cultivation signature profile, and a physical description that was accurate enough to be operationally inconvenient. The alert was stamped with an institutional authority code he recognized from Elder Mao's lessons about regional governance. An emergency classification that permitted detain on-site responses from any registered cultivator formation in the kingdom's extended jurisdiction. Extended jurisdiction runs 40 li beyond the border, Su Fengling said without looking up. We're 32 li out. I know. The morning patrol sweep pattern on the northern border exits runs on a 6-hour rotation, she continued. Zhu Renmei's last network message logged the patrol's most recent position here. She tapped a point on the rough map she had drawn alongside the alert documents. The map constructed from 3 separate intelligence fragments combined into a single picture. If we move in the next 4 hours, we pass through the patrol gap. Wei Liang sat across from her and looked at the alert document. His own cultivation signature rendered in the administrative shorthand of a regional government that had been protecting Yao Tianwei's operation for 17 years and was now managing the institutional fallout of its exposure. The document's framing made him an unlicensed bloodline extraction practitioner and destabilizing influence on regional cultivation governance, which was the most accurate description of himself he had encountered in official documentation, even if the attribution was wrong. We're not moving yet, he said. She looked up. We have 26 practitioners still in secondary facilities with integration active status, he said. I have the locations and the access codes from Yao's vault documentation. If we leave now, the Iron Gate Kingdom's investigation covers those facilities as part of the institutional process, which takes time, which means 26 people continue in extraction suspension while investigators decide which facility to prioritize based on political considerations rather than which practitioners are in the most immediate danger. Su Fengling was quiet for 2 seconds. The particular quality of her silence was assessment rather than reluctance. You want to run the secondary facility circuit before we leave the jurisdiction, she said. Not all of them. The documentation shows integration active status for 26 practitioners distributed across 9 secondary facilities. The active extraction rates vary, The most recent intake entries indicate 3 facilities with practitioners at or above 70% integration completion. Those 3 are the time-critical ones. The other 6 can tolerate the investigation timeline. That's 3 operations in territory where you're a flagged fugitive with an institutional military formation conducting patrol sweeps, she said. And you want to do them in sequence before the patrol gap closes. I want to do them in sequence before the patrol gap closes, he confirmed. The operations themselves are similar to the ARC 2 and ARC 3 incursions, smaller facilities with less security depth, none of them operating at the main compound's complexity level. Zhu Renmei's network has intelligence on 2 of the 3. The third I can map with the spatial awareness technique once we're within range. She studied him for another second. Then she began folding the documentation into a compact transport package. Who's on the team? You and me for the operational core. Chao Mingtian as field security. Lian Shu for formation lock pattern assistance. She was in 3 different facilities during her 2-year detention and documented the lock architectures from memory as a survival practice. Her records reduce our operational mapping time significantly. Lian Shu has been free for 30 days after 2 years in an extraction cell, Su Fengling said. The framing was not objection, it was information. Her tone asked a question rather than stating a position. I gave her the choice, Wei Liang said. She chose to come. The 3 operations took 4 days. The first facility was in the Eastern Agricultural Territory 22 Li inside the Iron Gate Kingdom's border, a mid-scale warehouse complex that served as the Bloodline Research Program's overflow intake center. 3 practitioners in integration active status, all in the 50 to 70% range, all survivable with standard extraction reversal treatment. The security architecture was a simplified version of the main compounds. 2 resident administrators, a rotating guard formation of 3 mid-level practitioners, and a formation suppression system calibrated to the specific cultivation signatures of its current detainees. None of the calibration included Lian Shu's cultivation signature. She had been moved out of this facility a year ago. The operation took 4 hours. The formation suppression went down in 50 minutes because Lian Shu knew which nodes the operators relied on for remote monitoring and walked them directly to the correct structural vulnerabilities. The 3 practitioners were out of their suspension cells before the guard formation's rotation would have put someone in the sublevel corridor. They moved in the 3-hour window between the military patrol sweeps documented positions, exiting through the agricultural land's field road network in a group that looked, from any aerial observation, like a cultivation training group doing outdoor practice sessions. The second facility required a 12-hour repositioning through territory that took them briefly into patrol sweep coverage. Su Fengling managed the covering technique, a formation suppression countermeasure she had been developing since the tournament compound, designed to reduce the group's ambient chi signature to below the patrol formation's detection threshold. The technique consumed her cultivation reserves at a rate she managed carefully, cycling through 3 different chi flow patterns to prevent any single pattern from building a consistent signature the patrol detection could lock onto. They made the 12-hour transit without contact. The second facility held 8 practitioners at various integration stages, for were in the 70% plus range. The access codes from Yao's vault matched the facility's systems exactly. The program's administrator had been using a standardized code architecture across all secondary facilities, a security convenience that was now the key to its undoing. Wei Liang walked the facility's administrator-level access with Yao's codes, and the suppression formation went down from the control room rather than from the outside, which was more efficient and considerably less loud. 8 practitioners, 3 of whom could walk immediately, 2 who needed carry transport, 3 who needed suspension reversal treatment administered on site before movement was medically advisable. Lian Shu administered the treatment from her documentation of the process she had watched the facility's medical staff perform on intake subjects during her detention. She had understood, at the time, that knowing what they were doing might eventually matter. It had. The third facility took the longest because the spatial awareness technique's mapping range was compressed by the surrounding territory's geological substrate. High mineral density in the surrounding rock created interference that reduced his mapping range to 60% of normal. He mapped what he could from outside the facility's perimeter and let the results fill in progressively as they moved through the approach. The third facility's security architecture included a practitioner detection formation that operated on a different principle than the first 2. Rather than detecting cultivation signatures above a threshold, it detected changes in the ambient spiritual energy concentration that indicated a cultivator's chi flow. Moving through it required complete chi suppression, not reduced signature. Chao Mingtian could not do complete chi suppression. The iron body cultivation ran at a baseline that was structurally impossible to reduce below the detection threshold without damaging the cultivation's integrity. "I'll go around the perimeter and meet you at the exit," Xiao Mingtian said, with the practical clarity of a cultivator who had assessed his own capabilities and understood the operational mathematics. "There's a drainage access on the facility's north side that Lian Shu marked on the map. No detection coverage there. I'll hold the exit." He went around the perimeter. Wei Liang, Su Fengling, and Lian Shu entered through the main access point with complete qi suppression running. 15 minutes of moving through corridors and stairways in the specific silence of 3 practitioners holding their cultivation entirely internal, all external expression dormant, navigating by spatial awareness technique and memory map alone. 7 practitioners, 2 in critical integration range. They were out in 3 hours. On the 4th evening, after the 3rd facility's freed practitioners had been handed off to Zhu Renmei's network contacts at a predetermined extraction point 20 li outside Iron Gate Kingdom's border, Wei Liang sat in the relay safe house that the network had prepared in anticipation of exactly this kind of operational exit and ran the numbers. 38 practitioners freed across the full ARC 3 operation, 17 from the main compound across 2 incursions, 21 from the 3 secondary facilities. The Iron Gate Kingdom's investigation would eventually reach the remaining 6 secondary facilities. The practitioners in those facilities were, by the documentation's integration stage records, not in immediate danger. The political process would move at the speed of institutional accountability rather than operational urgency, and that was a pace Wei Liang could not control and had accepted. He opened the genealogical tree. Little Flame's branch was the color of a star seen through cloud cover. Present, identifiable, but attenuated. The glow was specific in its quality. Not the warmth of a candle, not the brightness of an active gift channel, but the particular luminescence of a connection that was maintaining itself on residual energy rather than active input. He did not ask her for anything. He directed his attention toward her branch the way he had learned to, not through the gift interface, not as a request, but as presence. The way you sit with someone who is tired. The way you make yourself available without making demands of the availability. The branch pulsed once. It was enough. Outside the relay safe house, the Northern Territory ran in its evening patterns. Merchants using the road between the Iron Gate Kingdom's border checkpoint and the nearest autonomous territory market. Cultivation sect affiliates moving between waystations, the ordinary traffic of a region that had not yet received the institutional notifications that would make Wei Liang's presence in it the subject of active attention. That window would close. He had found the truth. The primordial architect had acknowledged he found the truth. The Hollow Covenant's enforcement arm was somewhere in the region and moving. He had 38 freed practitioners who needed to reach safety and re-establish their cultivation stability. He had a political situation in the Iron Gate Kingdom that had exposed Yao Tianwei and simultaneously made Wei Liang's institutional position in every kingdom within the documentation's distribution radius considerably more complicated. He had core ascendant cultivation, a resonance pair foundation with a fire practitioner who had assessed him and chosen this, a sworn brother whose iron body could crack compound walls, and an information brokers network that had been watching harvest system practitioners for long enough to know which risks were survivable. He had a blind spot in the architecture of the entity that had been harvesting his children's futures. He had 26 newly freed practitioners who were currently building their recovered cultivation in safe locations across the network, each of them a living argument against the Hollow Covenant's operational capacity to continue what it had been doing. He had the specific 7-word acknowledgement of an entity that had never been found out before and was now aware that it had been. "You are the first to find the truth." Somewhere in the region, revered Sui Ming was calculating approach vectors. Wei Liang had 4 hours before the next relay contact. He used 3 of them to begin drafting the communication that Zhu Renmei's network would carry across 14 distribution channels to every bloodline cultivator his ARC 3 alliance had freed or allied. We need to meet. All of us. What comes next cannot be fought alone. He sent it on the network's priority relay at the 4-hour mark and went to sleep. Chapter 62. The Hollow Covenant revealed Zhu Renmei's intelligence package arrived at the second relay safe house, 6 days north of the Iron Gate Kingdom's border, carried by a network courier whose bland administrative appearance had moved through 4 checkpoint inspections without generating a second look. The package was comprehensive in the way that distinguished Zhu Renmei's intelligence work from the institutional reports Wei Liang had encountered during the tournament circuit, not a summary assembled from publicly available sources and educated inference, but primary documentation obtained through channels that had required considerable personal risk and the expenditure of contact relationships that had taken years to cultivate. The courier, handing the package over and accepting the authentication token in exchange, had the posture of someone who understood they had just delivered something expensive. Wei Liang read it in 3 hours. Then he read it again. The Hollow Covenant had not been a faction before it became a problem. That was the core difficulty with understanding it from any conventional framework. It had not been founded as a bloodline extraction organization the way that cultivation sects were founded around cultivation philosophies or resource advantages. It had been constructed, assembled with the specific purpose of a tool designed for a specific function, built to operate at continental scale without requiring the kind of institutional legitimacy that made other large organizations visible and therefore vulnerable. For 100 years. That was the organization's operational history according to the documentation Zhu Renmei had obtained from within the Covenant's own administrative records, documentation that would not have been accessible to anyone operating below the level of regional coordinator, which meant Zhu Renmei's contact had been placed at a depth in the organization that represented either extraordinary patience or extraordinary luck, or both. 23 known bloodline systems extracted. Not studied. Not archived. Extracted. The specific technical term used in the Covenant's own documentation for the process of removing a bloodline cultivation system from its lineage and absorbing it permanently into the Covenant leadership's cultivation base. 23 bloodline cultivators and their extended lineages, each reduced to a power source that was still operating inside the senior Covenant figures who had performed the extraction centuries ago. The documentation used language that was clinically precise about what the extracted bloodlines represented, not just power, but ongoing power generation. The absorbed lineages continued to produce cultivation energy inside their hosts, operating as permanent energy sources at a rate that grew as the host's cultivation advanced. The Hollow Covenant's leadership didn't just extract power. They became systems for converting their victims' bloodline potential into their own continued advancement. Wei Liang sat with this for a long time. Su Fengling was in the adjacent room reviewing the tactical section of the package, the Covenant's continental organizational map, the known nodes, the identified cultivators. She came through when she heard him stop moving. They're not following the primordial architect system, he said. They're replicating it. She looked at him. The future bloodline resonance, the system above us. It harvests bloodline potential futures through a mechanism that routes through the cultivator's bloodline thread and extracts at a ratio that benefits the entity above. That's what Yao's vault annotation described. He spread the documentation across the table. The Hollow Covenant has been doing the same thing at the cultivation world level. Not bloodline threads running through time, bloodline systems, absorbed directly, converted to ongoing power sources inside the Covenant's leadership. 23 bloodline cultivators' lineages running as permanent installations inside the people who extracted them. That's not coincidence, she said. It's not coincidence, he confirmed. The Hollow Covenant isn't an organization that accidentally aligned with the primordial architect's methods because the methods were effective. It's an organization that was designed to use a scaled-down version of the same extraction architecture at the cultivation world level. The archivists, the Covenant's upper leadership, are running the same harvesting logic the entity above uses. They learned it from the same source. He turned to the section of the documentation covering the core archivists. 7 senior leadership figures. The documentation described their cultivation as architecturally distinct from standard cultivation advancement. Their power didn't fit the normal rank assessments because it wasn't advanced through normal cultivation methods. It was maintained. Federal. The power of 23 absorbed bloodline systems keeping it stable at a level that should have required active cultivation effort to sustain. The Hollow Covenant is sub-infrastructure, he said. It's not a human organization that serves the primordial architect. It's the entity's maintenance system, operating at the cultivation world level to ensure the harvest architecture functions correctly. The core archivists aren't running the Covenant because they chose to. They're running it because they were built to. He had arrived at a conclusion he hadn't been moving toward when he opened the package. The feeling of it settling into place was not satisfaction. It was the specific, cold clarity of understanding something that made the problem significantly larger than he had known. How many bloodline cultivators are in the Irongate Kingdom region who aren't already in the network? He asked. The documentation has partial numbers, Su Fengling said. 17 confirmed bloodline cultivators in the regional database that the Covenant's intake network was tracking as potential acquisition targets. We've freed 11 of them through the ARC 3 operations. The remaining 6 are in the extended region, 2 in the independent territories, 3 in the adjacent kingdom's boundary areas, 1 here. 1 here. The network contact that's been managing this relay safe house, she said. Zhu Renmei flagged it in the package's cover note. The contact has a minor bloodline affinity, not the type the Covenant prioritizes for extraction, but present. They've been on a secondary watch list. Wei Liang looked at the relay safe house around him. The cultivation warm walls of a safe location provided by a network that included, among its personnel, at least one practitioner who had been on the Hollow Covenant's secondary watch list for long enough that Zhu Renmei had both the information and the time to include it in a priority intelligence package. "We need to warn them," he said. "Already done," she said. "I sent the relay message while you were reading. They're moving to a new location today." He was quiet for a moment. "Then, what else did you handle while I was reading?" "The Eastern relay chain has a gap between the 3rd and 4th stations that Zhu Renmei flagged as a potential Covenant surveillance point. I rerouted the priority message to use the northern bypass instead." She paused. "I also updated the tactical map with the Covenant's node locations from the documentation, cross-referenced with the freed practitioners' distribution points to identify the 4 safest consolidation locations for the summit." "The summit," he said. "The meeting you called," she said. "The communication you sent 6 days ago. You said all of us. That's a summit." He had sent the message. He had not yet thought through what it required. She was already thinking through what it required. 17 freed practitioners, she said. Varying cultivation levels. Varying institutional affiliations, or lack thereof. Distributed across 4 kingdoms. Several of whom have reason to trust each other from the Arc 2 and Arc 3 operations, and several of whom have never met. The Hollow Covenant will have surveillance on every cultivator it knows is freed or allied. The summit location needs to be outside the Covenant's known network coverage, accessible to practitioners who are moving carefully, and defensible if the Covenant sends something before the summit concludes. "How long to organize it?" he asked. "If Zhu Renmei runs the logistics, 6 weeks, she said. "Less if we have more network bandwidth to commit. But Zhu Renmei's network is already running at high operational tempo from the Arc 3 aftermath. 6 weeks is sustainable. Less risks the network. We need a breakthrough in that window," he said. The gap between his core ascendant cultivation and revered Suiming Soul Sovereign was not a gap he could fight across. It was a qualitative difference in cultivation depth that techniques and strategy could partially compensate for, but could not eliminate. He had survived encounters with superior cultivators through preparation, environmental advantage, and the specific operational support of practitioners whose capabilities complemented his. None of those advantages would be available in a direct confrontation with Suiming. "Then we train," she said, with the flatness of a statement about something that had already been decided. Outside the safe house, the Northern Territory continued in its usual patterns. The Hollow Covenant's continental surveillance was somewhere in those patterns, updating its tracking information on freed bloodline practitioners, noting the communications moving through Zhu Renmei's network, calculating the consolidation of what had been a scattered individual problem into something that was beginning to look like an organized opposition. The core archivists would be aware of what was happening. They had 400 years of operational experience with exactly this kind of situation. Wei Liang turned to the last section of Zhu Renmei's intelligence package, the section covering what the Hollow Covenant had done to previous bloodline cultivators who had attempted organized resistance, and read it with the focused attention of someone who needed to know exactly what they were moving toward. It did not make comfortable reading. He read it twice to make sure he had it right. Then he closed the package, sat with the information for 3 full breaths, and said, "Tell me which of the 16 summit participants has the most tactical experience." Su Fengling did not need to check the documentation. "Lian Shu," she said. 2 years inside 3 different Hollow Covenant facilities. She mapped every security system she encountered from memory. She knows how they respond to organized pressure because she watched them respond to an unorganized one in Arc 2 and an organized one in Arc 3. She knows where the gaps are. "Good," Wei Liang said. "We start with her." Chapter 63. Revered Suiming. The first news of Suiming's arrival came through the kind of intelligence channel that had no official name. The specific information-sharing network that existed among the cultivation world's minor sect administrators. The practitioners who managed mid-level institutional responsibilities across the region and who talked to each other constantly, because talking was cheaper than any alternative information infrastructure. The content of the news was not ambiguous. 3 minor sect heads. All 3 had provided material support to Wei Liang's Arc 2 and Arc 3 operations. Not combat support, not direct cultivation alliance, but the kind of institutional accommodation that minor sect administrators provided when a situation required it, and the cost of accommodation was lower than the cost of refusal. Safe passage through sect territories. Temporary lodging for practitioners in transit. Documentation assistance for freed practitioners attempting to re-establish their institutional affiliation records. The specific operational support that made a complex multi-kingdom operation survivable for the people doing it rather than just the people directing it. All three were dead. The deaths had occurred within a 48-hour window. The deaths did not look like cultivation combat. There were no techniques deployed, no cultivation or a discharge signatures at the locations, no evidence of the kind of spiritual energy disturbance that accompanied any battle between practitioners above vein opener level. The deaths looked like administrative conclusions. Paperwork completed. The message that arrived at Wei Liang's current relay position did not come through Zhu Renmei's network. It came through a channel that Zhu Renmei's network did not have coverage over, delivered to a location that Wei Liang had chosen specifically because it did not appear in any of the network's documented safehouse registrations. A location he had moved to alone, without informing the full network, as a standard operational precaution. The message was physical. It was carried in a courier capsule that had been left in the location's hidden access alcove, deposited at a time when his spatial awareness technique had been monitoring the surrounding area and had registered nothing. He was aware of what it meant that the message had arrived in a location he had not disclosed, deposited by something his spatial awareness technique had not detected. The courier capsule contained a cut finger. The cultivation signature embedded in the finger's spiritual residue was one he recognized from the minor sect administrator network, one of the three who had provided passage documentation for the Arc 3 exit. The accompanying note contained 11 words. Asterisk, you may come to me willingly, or I will come to your friends. The outcome is the same. Asterisk, it was not signed. The cultivation signature of the practitioner who had written it was layered into the note's paper through the specific technique of someone who used Qi inscription not as an art form, but as a forensic marker, an identification that was meant to be read by practitioners who knew what to look for and found by practitioners who might not. Wei Liang spent 10 minutes verifying every detail he could verify before accepting the implications of what he was looking at. Revered Swaiming, the Hollow Covenant's primary enforcement arm, titled the Hollow Saint for reasons the intelligence documentation had described with the specific clinical language of a dossier compiled by people who wanted facts rather than impressions, soul sovereign cultivation, refined across centuries rather than years. Emotional response architecture surgically removed, not suppressed, not controlled, not modulated through cultivation technique, but physically excised from the practitioner's spiritual framework during the Hollow Covenant's training program. The excision was performed on Covenant enforcement candidates at a specific stage of their development, before the emotional architecture was sufficiently integrated to make removal difficult. The result was not a cultivator who had learned emotional control. It was a cultivator who had no emotional responses to control. The efficiency of such a practitioner was described in the documentation with the specific admiration of people who understood efficiency as an institutional value. The effect of such a practitioner on everyone who encountered them was described in the documentation's incident records. Wei Liang had read those incident records. He thought about the cut finger and the 11 words and the 3 dead sect administrators and the cultivation signature that should not have been able to enter a location his spatial awareness technique was monitoring without detection, and he understood with the clarity of someone who had studied their opponent carefully that Swaiming was not announcing his presence to create fear. Fear was an emotional response. Swaiming had no interest in emotional responses because he was incapable of producing them and did not need them from his targets. He was announcing his presence because the announcement served an operational function. He was establishing the terms of the situation the way a practitioner sets a formation boundary, not as a threat, but as a fact. Asterisk, these are the parameters. You have information about them. What you do with the information determines the next event. Asterisk, Wei Liang stared at the message for a long time. Then he sent through Zhu Renmei's network priority relay. Every practitioner in the allied network needed to increase their location security. The 3 administrators' deaths established that the Hollow Covenant had been tracking anyone who had provided support to the Arc 2 and Arc 3 operations, not just the practitioners who had participated directly. The network's coverage needed to expand to include everyone who had provided institutional accommodation, not just the freed bloodline cultivators. He also sent to Su Fengling. Asterisk, Swaiming is here. We need to accelerate the training timeline. Asterisk, her response came back within the hour. It contained no commentary on the security implications or the cultivation gap between Wei Liang's core ascendant and Swaiming's soul sovereign. It contained 3 words. Asterisk, I know. Tomorrow. Asterisk, Wei Liang turned the cut finger's cultivation signature over in his awareness, examining it the way he examined formation locks, looking for the structure beneath the surface. Swaiming's cultivation had the specific depth of centuries. Not the clean architecture of rapid advancement, but the dense, settled quality of understanding that had been refined past the point where refinement felt like effort. He was not just older than Wei Liang. He was older than the Hollow Covenant's current iteration. He had been doing this for 400 years. The message's logic was simple. Swaiming could reach anyone Wei Liang cared about. The administrative distance between the Covenant's enforcement arm and its targets was not geographical, it was relational. He could reach people through their connections to each other, through the institutional affiliations that made the cultivation world function, through the documentation and records and safe passage agreements that were the infrastructure of cooperation. He could reach them because Wei Liang had built a network, and the network was reachable. Wei Liang considered this for a long time. Then he wrote the second priority relay message, the one he had been planning since reading Zhu Renmei's documentation on the Hollow Covenant's operational history, and the thing the documentation told him about how every previous organized opposition to the Covenant had failed. Every previous organized opposition had attempted to fight the Covenant directly, fight Swaiming directly, engage the enforcement arm on the enforcement arm's terms, which were cultivator power against cultivator power, the side with more winning. Swaiming was a sole sovereign. Wei Liang was a core ascendant with a plan that required 6 weeks and 17 frightened practitioners in scattered relay locations. Fighting directly was not the plan. He composed the summit coordination message carefully, accounting for everything Swaiming's operational assessment had told him about the Covenant's tracking capability. He routed it through the relay chain using the northern bypass Su Fengling had established. He specified the summit's organizational structure, the security requirements, and the one thing he needed the summit to produce, not a battle plan. A political crisis large enough that Swaiming would be recalled to manage the fallout rather than pursue an isolated bloodline practitioner in the northern territories. He sent the message, sealed the courier capsule containing the cut finger inside a containment formation for future intelligence analysis, and went to find Lian Shu. He had 6 weeks. Swaiming had just told him what the cost of using those 6 weeks would be. He intended to use them anyway. Chapter 64. Mobilization. The summit took 3 weeks to assemble and half a day to fall apart, and the half-day's chaos was, ultimately, more useful than a unified summit would have been. 17 practitioners. 14 of them arrived at the designated location, a cave system in the independent territories that Zhu Renmei's network had used as an emergency coordination point twice in the previous decade, and that was, by the network's assessment, unknown to the Hollow Covenant's regional intelligence coverage. 2 of the 17 sent representatives rather than attending in person. Their personal security situations were complicated enough that travel above a certain distance increased their detection risk to levels they could not accept. One did not respond to the coordination message and was confirmed safe through a secondary contact, simply unwilling. Wei Liang had not expected everyone to come. He had expected the people who came to agree with him quickly. He had expected wrong. The first 4 hours of the summit were a documentation review session that became an argument about the documentation, then an argument about the accuracy of the intelligence sources, then an argument about Wei Liang's authority to convene a summit at all. He had freed 11 of the 14 people in the room from Hollow Covenant facilities. The other 3 had been operating independently in the extended region and had allied with his network during Arc 3 through Zhu Renmei's coordination. Of those 3, 2 had been doing exactly what Wei Liang was attempting to do on a smaller scale, building local networks of freed practitioners, accumulating intelligence on Hollow Covenant operations, surviving without institutional support. The third had a specific and not unreasonable suspicion that summits of this kind were themselves potential Hollow Covenant traps. Su Fengling, sitting at the back of the cave system's largest chamber, spent the first 2 hours watching and the third hour making a series of tactical observations about the meeting's dynamics that she delivered in the flat, direct tone of someone who had decided that social grace was a time cost the situation could not afford. "You're arguing about who has the authority to make decisions," she said, in the middle of a 3-way disagreement about Wei Liang's decision to distribute the Hollow Covenant intelligence documentation without first establishing a consensus process for intelligence sharing. That argument can continue until Swaiming finds this location and resolves the question for you. Or we can establish what the actual decision is and figure out authority after. The room was quiet. "The actual decision," she continued, "is whether you try to fight the Hollow Covenant's enforcement arm directly or whether you try to remove the enforcement arm from the immediate engagement by creating a situation it has to manage elsewhere. Wei Liang has a proposal for the second option. Whether or not he had the authority to convene this summit is separate from whether the proposal is sound, which is the question that matters." Wei Liang presented the proposal. It required 6 weeks of coordinated preparation and a simultaneous strike against 12 Hollow Covenant nodes distributed across the continent. Not the main compound or the Covenant's leadership, both of which were defended at levels that the assembled practitioners could not penetrate without significantly more power than they collectively held, but the regional coordination nodes. The administrative infrastructure. The points where the Covenant's continental operation was dependent on functional communication and resource routing between its components. 12 nodes struck simultaneously meant 12 simultaneous political crises in 12 different kingdoms and autonomous territories. Each node's exposure would require institutional investigation in its region. The Hollow Covenant's response infrastructure, Sui-Ming, would be recalled to manage the political fallout at a scale that the Covenant's continental operation had never needed to address before. You could not handle 12 simultaneous exposures and maintain a regional enforcement engagement at the same time. If Sui-Ming doesn't recall, one of the independently operating practitioners said. He was a pulse master named Rong Bao, lean and cautious, whose 2 years of independent operation had given him a specific understanding of what happened when plans didn't work. If the Covenant decides that Wei Liang is more important than the 12 nodes, then the 12 nodes' exposures create political crises without Sui-Ming's oversight, Su Fengling said. The Covenant loses 12 nodes. The political investigations produce evidence about the Covenant's operations that is distributed across 12 institutional authorities who have every incentive to act on it publicly. Sui-Ming gets Wei Liang and loses the Covenant's ability to operate in 12 regional territories. She paused. That's a worse outcome for the Covenant than recalling Sui-Ming. Unless they've decided Wei Liang is worth more than 12 regional territories, Rongbao said. Then we'll find out, Wei Liang said. The argument continued for another 4 hours. At the end of it, 14 practitioners had not reached consensus. They had reached 3 positions: full commitment to the plan, conditional commitment with reservation on specific aspects, and committed refusal. The specific proportions were 8 full for conditional, 2 refusal. Wei Liang needed 12 for the simultaneous strike. He had 8 full commitments, which meant he needed 4 of the conditional practitioners. He spent the next 6 hours in individual conversations, not advocacy, but information. What were the conditions? What did each conditional practitioner need in order to move from conditional to full commitment? The conditions, once examined individually, were not about the plan's soundness. They were about logistics. Whether the Safe House network could support simultaneous movement of 12 strike teams across the continent without the movement pattern becoming detectable. Whether the communication system could coordinate 12 simultaneous strikes without a central coordination point that the Covenant could target. Whether the 4 practitioners with the most complex personal situations, family connections in Hollow Covenant-controlled territory, institutional affiliations that required careful management, could participate without creating the specific vulnerabilities that their participation would normally create. Lian Shu solved 2 of the logistics questions from her internal documentation of Hollow Covenant facility security architectures. Zhu Renmei, contacted through the network's priority relay, solved the 3rd from her continental network's movement coverage. Wei Liang addressed the 4th directly by offering, for the first time, explicitly, the future bloodline resonance system's ability to provide early warning as a permanent operational resource for every practitioner in the network. He had not offered this before. He had used it tactically, shared specific warnings as they arrived, but had not offered it as an ongoing institutional resource that the network could rely on for planning purposes. The offer required him to be the connection point. Every warning, every future vision fragment that his children sent would route through him, which meant every practitioner in the network would be depending on his continued operational capacity. He made the offer anyway. 12 full commitments. He needed to find 4 more nodes in the plan's target set, because 12 practitioners striking 16 nodes was better than 8 practitioners striking 12 nodes if the practitioners could be distributed optimally. He was working on the distribution math when Su Fengling found him in the cave system's quieter back section, 2 hours before the summit's final session. You need one more breakthrough, she said, without preamble. I know. The 16-node plan requires you to lead the strike on the central node, she said. The central node is the Continental Coordination Hub. It's defended at Core Ascendant Peak. Your Core Ascendant Midstage. I know, he said again. So, 6 weeks. 6 weeks, he confirmed. She studied him for a moment with that particular attention she brought to problems that had a solution she hadn't yet located. Then, there's something I want to tell you, she said. Before the training starts, before the plan is locked, and we're moving too fast for anything that isn't operational. He looked up. I'll tell you tomorrow, she said. When there aren't 12 practitioners within earshot. The summit's final session established the operational timeline, the communication protocols, the emergency extraction procedures. 12 practitioners made their operational commitments. The 2 refusals departed with the specific dignity of people who understood their own limits and were not ashamed of them. Wei Liang watched the commitments form. The specific transformation of frightened, scattered practitioners into something that was not quite an organization and not quite an alliance, but was the functional shape of both, and understood that Su Fengling had been right about something since the moment she had cut through the summit's first argument. The authority question was separate from the soundness question. He had built something that had authority because it was sound, not the other way around. And now it needed to be used before Sui Ming finished calculating how to use it against him. He had 6 weeks. He intended to not waste a single day of them. Chapter 65. What Xu Fengling says she told him in the morning, on the second day after the summit, in the preparation safe house that Zhu Renmei's network had established for the 6-week cultivation window. The morning was clear and cold, the Northern Territory's seasonal quality bleeding through the safe house's formation-insulated walls in the specific way of altitude, the air thinner, the spiritual energy concentration different, the cultivator's chi flow adjusting naturally to the changed environment. She told him without preamble, the way she did most things. I need you to understand something about what I'm choosing, she said. Not later. Now, before the training starts, because once the training starts we're moving toward a confrontation with the soul sovereign, and that is a context in which personal clarity is operationally relevant. Wei Liang had learned, across the months of working together, that when Su Fengling announced she needed him to understand something, the announcement was precise. She was not using social language. Not the, I want to say something, that meant I'm nervous and need a moment, or the we need to talk, that carried 20 other possible meanings. She had assessed a situation, identified a gap in their operational understanding of each other, and was correcting it. He gave her his full attention. The resonance pair foundation, she said. The cultivation connection between us. I understand what it is. I've understood the technical structure of it since the tournament. Gao Ruixin's assessment. The genealogical tree's response, when Wei Liang met a fire cultivator with the complementary structural type, the qi resonance that our joint cultivation sessions build on. I understand that there is a mechanism in the future bloodline resonance system that makes fire practitioners with my structural type feel drawn toward the practitioner at the system's center. She paused. I want to be clear that I know this about myself, that I have examined the feeling and I know what part of it is the mechanism and what part of it is my own assessment. He was quiet. He had been waiting for this conversation, not expecting it, not planning for it, but aware somewhere peripheral that it would come. The mechanism produces a feeling, she continued. It's real as a feeling. But feelings have sources, and I don't accept feelings without understanding their sources, and the mechanism's source is an entity above us that built the system to harvest our bloodline potential and used resonance pair attraction as one of its retention mechanisms, making the practitioner at the system's center feel like someone worth attaching to, making fire practitioners with my structural type feel drawn to him. She looked at him directly. I know that some of what I feel toward you comes from that mechanism. I know, he said. He had known since Arc 2. He had been trying to determine what the ethical response was to knowing it ever since. And I've assessed what remains after accounting for the mechanism, she said. I've assessed you, your decision-making under pressure, your treatment of people who depend on you, your willingness to accept costs rather than distribute them, your honesty about the system and what it does. I've assessed you against people I've chosen before and people I've refused to choose and the framework I use to determine which is which. She paused again. After the accounting, I still choose this. He heard what she was saying with the specific clarity that came from being someone who had spent months trying not to let the mechanism operate without her knowledge. I want the distinction recorded, she said. Not with you. You understand it already. I want it recorded with myself. I'm not choosing this because the resonance made it feel inevitable. I'm choosing it because I looked at you and found you worth choosing. That's different. That difference matters to me. It matters to me, he said. Good, she said. Then we can stop tiptoeing around it. He hadn't known they were tiptoeing until she named it. And the thing that had been careful and maintained around the periphery of every interaction dissolved into something more direct. He thought about what he wanted to say. He said it. I've been trying not to let the mechanism operate on you without your knowledge since before the tournament. I didn't want the resonance to influence you without you knowing what it was. I've been careful with it. Sometimes too careful. There were things I didn't let myself express because I couldn't distinguish what was genuine from what the system was amplifying. I know, she said. I noticed. You noticed. You're not subtle when you're managing something, she said. You have a specific quality of attention that appears when you're being careful. I've learned to read it. She paused. You can stop being careful about this specific thing. The morning light shifted in the safe house's high windows. In the preparation room beyond the partition, Chao Mingtian was running his iron body training at the specific sustained rhythm he used when he wasn't in combat. Methodical, focused, the sound of someone building rather than testing. Lian Shu was in the documentation room reviewing the Node Strike tactical files with the focused attention of someone who had processed information by writing it down in organized formats, and then writing it down again in different organized formats until the organization revealed something she hadn't noticed the first time. Wei Liang opened the genealogical tree. He did not know what he was expecting. He had opened it at pivotal moments before, after breakthroughs, after losses, after moments that the story seemed to have been building toward. The tree's responses to those moments had ranged from the direct to the cryptic to the devastating. Su Fengling's branch. It blazed. Not the careful warmth of little flames branch at full luminescence. Something more complex than warmth. The branch that represented Su Fengling's lineage potential in the tree was lit with the recognizable quality of a path that had just been walked with full intentionality. Not the glow of possibility, but the glow of actuality. Of choice made cleanly, with both eyes open, the mechanism accounted for, and the person seen past it. More child silhouettes than any previous branching. The futures clustered around her branch in a density he hadn't seen before. Vivid, specific, the particular quality of potential that was close rather than distant. He showed her the tree. She looked at it for a long time with the expression she wore when data exceeded her expectations in a direction she hadn't modeled. Then, "That's a significant branch," she said. "It is," he confirmed. "The children are what we're protecting," she said, and it wasn't a question. It was the statement of someone who had understood this since Arc 1 and was naming it for the first time explicitly, in the context of a conversation where naming it was appropriate. "Yes," he said. "All of them," she said. "Little Flame and Second Sun and every silhouette in that tree who sensed something or who is waiting to exist." She turned from the tree to look at him directly. "Then let's go make sure they get to." The training began that afternoon. Su Fengling's cultivation methodology was, like everything else about her, direct and technically precise. She had spent years developing her own approach to fire law comprehension, not the standard sect curriculum, which she had absorbed and departed from in her early cultivation years when she found its framework too categorical for the characteristic quality of fire law she was trying to touch, but a self-constructed methodology built around the principle that fire's essential nature was transformation rather than destruction. What burned became something else. The law of fire was not the law of ending, but the law of change through heat. Their joint cultivation sessions built on this understanding by intersecting it with Wei Liang's resonance law. The principle that what was connected across time remained connected. Fire transformed. Resonance persisted. Together, the two laws produced a framework that neither of them had reached alone. Not just connection, but transformation through connection. Not just change, but the recognition that what changed remained in relationship to what it had been. The resonance pair architecture they were building was not what the primordial architect system had been using the connection for. It was something new, built from their own joint comprehension, shaped by two practitioners who had looked at the mechanism and chosen past it. In the evening after the first training session, Wei Liang's core ascendant cultivation registered a depth of comprehension it hadn't touched before. Not a breakthrough, not yet, but the unmistakable quality of approach, the sense of a wall becoming a door. 6 weeks. He had found the right direction. He hoped it was enough. Chapter 66. Soul's Sovereign Threshold. 3 weeks into the 6-week window, the cultivation math resolved itself into a single clear problem. Wei Liang needed to cover a distance in 3 weeks that normally took years. The core ascendant to soul sovereign transition was not a matter of accumulation. He had the spiritual reserves. The Iron Gate Kingdom operations had left his cultivation foundation denser than anything the Crescent Peak sect's standard curriculum would have produced. The months of sustained high-stakes practice building a depth that surprised even his own assessment when he measured it honestly. The reserves were there. The cultivation substrate was there. The foundation was sound. What was missing was comprehension. The soul sovereign transition required a practitioner to touch a specific quality of law. Not resonance, not fire, not the spatial awareness he had been developing through the spatial technique. The specific law that the soul sovereign transition gate was built around was the law of sovereignty itself. The principle that a cultivator's own cultivated understanding was self-authorizing, that the advancement path was internally validated rather than externally confirmed. The gate required a practitioner to reach a law comprehension depth that their cultivation structure could validate entirely from inside, without reference to external ranking systems, elder assessment, or institutional certification. The specific challenge was that the compressed timeline had produced cultivation depth without the settled, reflective practice that normally produced law comprehension. He had the depth of a person who had been in combat or crisis for most of the past year. He had less of the quiet that allowed comprehension to develop organically from depth. Su Fengling, assessing his cultivation state at the end of the second week, named the gap directly. You have the cultivation of a soul's sovereign and the law comprehension of a late-stage core ascendant. The normal transition process lets the comprehension develop at the pace the cultivation sets. You've been developing cultivation faster than you've been developing comprehension. Which means I need to develop comprehension faster than normal, he said. Which means you need a technique that compresses the comprehension development process without losing the depth that the compression produces, she said. A standard law comprehension session at core ascendant peak normally takes 6 months to 2 years, practiced at sustained cultivation intensity. You have 3 weeks. The genealogical tree's gift interface had been quiet for the past month. He had not asked for anything since Arc 3's ending, had held the connection carefully, directing warmth toward Little Flame's branch without requesting gifts, watching her silhouette maintain its attenuated glow without using the remaining warmth it held. He opened the system and directed a thought toward the gift interface. Not a request, a statement of the situation, the cultivation gap, the timeline, the specific comprehension technique he needed that did not exist in any standard cultivation manual he had been able to access through Mao's archive materials or Zhu Renmei's intelligence documentation. Little Flame's branch flickered. He had been watching it for the past 3 weeks, the distinct quality of its glow, the warmth it maintained, the patterns of its fluctuation. He had learned to read it the way he had learned to read cultivation formations, not by category, but by quality. He knew the difference between her sleeping flicker and her attention flicker and her distress signal. He knew what it looked like when she was pushing something through the channel. This was the push flicker. A technique arrived through the gift interface. It was small by the standards of the gifts she had sent before, not a cultivation method with multiple tiers and extended application, but a focused specialized tool, a compressed law touch technique that concentrated the necessary law comprehension into 48 hours of unbroken meditation rather than months of gradual development. The compression was achieved by structuring the meditation as a direct encounter with the law rather than a gradual approach, stripping the usual careful incremental framework and instead producing what the technique's notation described as a forced contact at full depth. The technique's notation included a warning section. The warning was extensive. He read the warning carefully. Then he looked at Little Flame's branch. It had dimmed noticeably in the minutes since the technique arrived. Not catastrophically, not the collapse he had seen in Arc 3's worst moments, but visibly, measurably less. The gift had cost her something she could not easily replace. He held this. He sat with the weight of it and the technique in his hands and the situation the technique was designed to address. He thought about what she had spent and what she expected the spending to accomplish. He thought about 48 hours of unbroken meditation that might produce the breakthrough or might produce a comprehension failure that set his cultivation timeline back further than it had been. He thought about the summit participants counting on him to hit the central node in 3 weeks. He thought about Sui Ming, somewhere in the territory, completing his approach calculation. He thought about Little Flame's silhouette, thinner than it had been, steady and present in the tree's display. "Thank you," he said, through the connection itself rather than the gift interface, the direct channel he had found in Arc 3, the path to her voice rather than her gifts. "I see what this cost. I'll use it right." The branch pulsed once. Warm. Certain. The quality of a child who had considered carefully and spent what she had decided to spend and did not want the spending questioned. He showed Su Fengling the technique. She read it twice. She read the warning section 3 times. 48 hours of unbroken meditation, she said. No cultivation activity between now and the start. The meditation requires physical stillness and complete chi internal. You can't move, can't use the spatial awareness technique, can't respond to external threats. If someone finds you in the middle of it, I'm defenseless, he said. We can manage that, she said. Chao Mingtian for perimeter security. I'll maintain the suppression formation from outside the meditation space. It'll mask your chi suppressed state from detection scans that look for inactive cultivators specifically. She paused. The warning section says the technique produces what the notation calls full law depth contact. That means you'll perceive the law at a level your current comprehension framework isn't prepared for. The warning describes psychological disruption. I've been in worse places psychologically, he said. You've been in worse places while still able to physically respond to what happened, she corrected. This is 48 hours with nowhere to put whatever comes up. He considered this. I'll manage, he said. She looked at him for a moment. Then, I know. She folded the technique's notation carefully. We start tomorrow at dawn. You don't train today. The technique requires a rested cultivation substrate. The warning section said 2 days of rest, not 1, he said. I read it, she said. We have 3 weeks. We don't have 2 days of rest. 1 day is what we have. She was right. He spent the rest of that day in stillness, not cultivation practice, not training, not analysis. He ate properly. He slept. He opened the genealogical tree in the evening and sat with the child silhouettes without asking anything of any of them, letting himself simply be present with what they were. Second son's silhouette pulsed once, quietly, in the evening's last light. He didn't know why that specific pulse felt like encouragement. He had learned to receive the things the children offered rather than analyzing them into corners. He went to sleep with the technique's notation memorized and the comprehension gap mapped, and the particular quality of a cultivator who has done everything preparation can do and has arrived at the point where preparation ends and the actual thing begins. Dawn came cold and clear. He settled into the meditation position. Su Fengling established the suppression formation. Chao Mingtian took the perimeter. He applied the technique's opening methodology and felt the law of sovereignty begin to press against his comprehension framework from all sides simultaneously, exactly as the warning had described. Chapter 67. 48 hours. The law did not arrive as a concept. It arrived as a presence, the quality of something vast that had always existed exactly here and had been too close to see until the technique's compressed approach structure forced his perception past the comfortable middle distance where most cultivators encountered law comprehension and into the immediate, pressing, undeniable fact of the law itself. Sovereignty, not the political kind, not governance or authority over others. The essential principle, that cultivation comprehension, when it reached sufficient depth, was self-validating, not confirmed by elder assessment or sect ranking or the cultivation world's institutional hierarchy. The law of sovereignty said that someone who had understood something deeply enough knew they had understood it, and that knowing was not dependent on any external confirmation. The law was not about power over others. It was about the irreducibility of genuine comprehension, the fact that real understanding cannot be pretended from the outside and cannot be taken from the inside. He touched it, and the first 12 hours were the hardest 12 hours he had experienced since the first extraction cell he had encountered. The law did not accommodate his existing comprehension framework. It required him to encounter the places where that framework was incomplete, the gaps in his understanding where he had been operating on cultivated instinct rather than genuine comprehension, where he had been using technique without understanding the principle that made the technique work, where he had been advancing in cultivation based on accumulated power rather than genuine insight into what the power was doing. Those gaps were not few. He had been moving fast. He had not always had time to be thorough. The law showed him every gap at once. The warning section had called this psychological disruption. He understood now that the notation had been precise, but modest. Disruption implied a manageable disturbance. This was the specific experience of looking at your entire understanding of your own cultivation path and seeing every place where you had substituted something for genuine comprehension and finding that there were more of those places than you had thought. He sat with it. He could not do anything other than sit with it. The technique required stillness, required qi internal, required presence without the physical action that had been his primary response to difficult situations since the tournament. He sat with the gaps and looked at them the way Su Fengling had taught him to look at formation vulnerabilities, not with the intention of immediately correcting them, but with the intention of understanding what they were and why they were there and what the surrounding structure looked like when you accounted for them honestly. 12 hours. The gaps were visible. The second 12 hours were different. The law, having shown him the gaps, began filling them with something he had not expected, not new comprehension imported from outside, but comprehension he had already accumulated through his actual experience, reorganized into a coherent framework. The law of sovereignty was not teaching him new things. It was showing him that the things he had actually learned, through the extraction cell operations, through the combat against superior practitioners, through the months of joint cultivation with Su Fengling, through every decision he had made with incomplete information in high-pressure situations, constituted genuine comprehension that his formal cultivation framework had not fully integrated. He had been operating on genuine understanding and calling it instinct. The law called it comprehension and organized it accordingly. 24 hours in, he touched the specific depth that the soul sovereign gate required and found it was a depth he had already reached. He simply hadn't known how to verify it without an external framework to check against. The law of sovereignty verified it for him. The third 12 hours brought the part the warning section had described with its heaviest language, the architectural perception, that forced encounters reported by every practitioner who had used compressed law touch techniques across the historical record that Mao had curated. Touching a law deeply enough produced perception of the law's full architecture, not just the surface application that cultivators normally accessed, but the deep structure, the principle's full operation in the cultivation universe. He saw the resonance law's full architecture. It was vast. The principle that what was genuinely connected remained connected was not a local property. It was a structural feature of the cultivation universe's fundamental design. The bloodline threads connecting practitioners across time were not unique to the future bloodline resonance system. They were manifestations of the universe's basic architecture, the resonance law operating at the scale of time itself. Bloodline connections were not the system's invention. They were natural. The future bloodline resonance had found and then exploited a natural feature. And then he saw what sat at the architecture's highest level, the system's apex, the primordial architect, the thing that had been harvesting his children's potential futures through a mechanism built on a natural universal law. He saw it from inside the law. He saw what it was and what it was doing and what the architecture it had built looked like from the perspective of the law the architecture exploited. The harvest system was a parasitic structure, a cultivation formation that had been attached to the resonance law's natural operation and was drawing power from it without contributing to it. A tick on the universe's fundamental operation, vast and ancient and structurally dependent on the one thing it had found and decided to exploit indefinitely. He also saw the scar in the architecture where he had severed his own harvest pipeline. The scar was still fresh in the law's perception, but it was clean. He had severed the connection correctly, not a rough break, but a deliberate surgical cut, the kind that left the underlying structure intact. He had not damaged the natural resonance law when he cut the harvest pipeline. He had removed the parasite without tearing the tissue. He surfaced from the meditation at the 48-hour mark. The transition back to normal consciousness was gradual. The law did not end abruptly, but receded to the middle distance where normal cultivators encountered it, leaving behind what it had given, a soul-sovereign cultivation that had been compressed into the genuine law comprehension that made advancement real. He opened his eyes. Su Fengling was there. She had maintained the suppression formation for 48 hours without rest. He could see it in the quality of her cultivation reserves, visibly depleted in the way that sustained technique maintenance depleted rather than direct combat. She was sitting against the wall across from him with her eyes closed, and her cultivation cycling at the slow rate of a practitioner managing conservation under pressure. She opened her eyes when he moved. He said 3 words. It was hungry. She looked at him. Her assessment ran over his cultivation state, the characteristic a cultivator who can read the cultivation signatures of people they have worked with closely enough to track subtle changes. Her expression shifted in the way it shifted when something exceeded her models in a direction she found worth acknowledging. Soul sovereign, she said. Yes. How bad was it, she asked. The 48 hours. I saw the full architecture, he said. The resonance law's entire operation. The primordial architect from inside the law, it's exploiting. He paused. And everything I hadn't genuinely understood about my own cultivation path. She processed this for a moment. Was that second part harder than the first part? She asked. He considered the question honestly. The vast ancient entity feeding on the cultivation universe's fundamental architecture. The specific, human-scale accounting of the places where he had substituted instinct for genuine comprehension. Comparably, he said. She accepted this with a brief nod. Then, can you move? Give me an hour. Take 2, she said. We have 3 weeks left. Chao Mingtian made food. Actual food, not trail provisions. He found a market in the nearest settlement and acquired things. She paused. He was very pleased about this. Wei Liang managed, for the first time in 48 hours, something that approximated a laugh. The soul-sovereign cultivation was real. The law comprehension was genuine. The advancement had come from inside, from the actual understanding he had accumulated through everything that had happened, organized by a law that cared about nothing except whether comprehension was real. He had 3 weeks to prepare for what came next. He got up and went to find the food Chao Mingtian had procured, and to begin the preparation. Chapter 68. The summit strikes. The strikes were scheduled for the 3rd day of the 7th week, 1 week past the original 6-week window, added when the logistics of coordinating 12 simultaneous operations across 4 kingdoms and 2 autonomous territories required more preparation than the original timeline had allocated. Wei Liang led the assault on the central node. The central node was not a facility in the obvious sense. It was a commercial enterprise, a mid-tier cultivation artifact trading company with operations in 12 regional markets, institutional affiliations with 4 cultivation sects that used its distribution network for artifact acquisition, and an administrative staff of 43 practitioners whose cultivation levels ranged from mortal seedling bookkeepers to two core ascendant senior administrators who had no official titles in any cultivation registry, but who appeared in the Hollow Covenant's internal hierarchy documentation as regional coordinators. The trading company's legitimate operations were genuine. The artifacts were real, the commercial relationships were real, the 16 years of institutional history were real. This was what had allowed the node to operate undetected by conventional intelligence methods. You could not expose it by documenting its existence. You had to document what it was doing inside the legitimate commercial structure. Zhu Renmei's intelligence package had done that documentation across 4 months of careful infiltration work. The document was comprehensive enough that the two regional cultivation authorities receiving it simultaneously, each from a different source, each independently verifiable, would have no choice but to investigate. The simultaneous exposure was the point, not the fighting, the documentation. The fighting was what happened when the node's two core ascendant administrators assessed the simultaneous exposure attempt and decided that eliminating the exposure vector was faster than managing the exposure's fallout. Wei Liang had expected this. He had allocated combat planning accordingly. His sole sovereign cultivation against two core ascendants who were defending a node they had spent 16 years building was not the kind of fight that resolved quickly. He did not need to win quickly. He needed to hold their attention inside the node's compound while the documentation finished moving through the relay chains to its institutional destinations. Once the documentation was received and verified, the node's elimination, even with the coordinators inside it still operational, would not stop the investigation. He held them for 90 minutes. The sole sovereign law comprehension produced a specific combat quality that he had not fully understood until he was using it. Not overwhelming power advantage over the two core ascendants, but qualitative difference in how he processed the engagement. They were working harder than he was. Every technique they deployed he perceived at a law comprehension depth that made the technique's structure visible before it arrived. Not prediction exactly, but the unmistakable quality of understanding the principle behind a move rather than just tracking the move itself. He took hits. He took them as a cultivator who had understood what he was absorbing rather than what he was being hit by, which meant he absorbed them efficiently and redirected his response to the efficient choice rather than the immediate one. At the 90-minute mark, Zhu Renmei's confirmation signal arrived through the relay. All 12 exposures received and verified. All 12 sets of documentation in institutional hands across the continent. Wei Liang disengaged from the central node's administrators with the specific tactical economy of someone who had no longer needed to hold ground and could choose his exit precisely. He left through the compound's eastern service entrance while both core ascendants were repositioning to cut off what they expected was his western exit. The relay point 1 Li East had Su Fengling and the strike team's transport formation ready. She looked at him as he arrived. The quick, comprehensive assessment she performed on people returning from combat before anything else. Both core ascendants operational, he said. The node's intact. The documentation is distributed. Good, she said. Reports from the other 11 strikes are coming in. The reports came in over the following 3 hours. 10 successful simultaneous exposures. The documentation delivered, the institutional reception confirmed, the node's regular operations disrupted without the node being physically destroyed. One operation that had succeeded at the documentation delivery, but lost 2 practitioners in the combat engagement that had followed. One operation that had reached its node, but found it evacuated. The Covenant had received some warning and pulled the node's personnel out before the strike team arrived, which meant the documentation exposed an empty location, but the exposed operational pattern was still valuable institutionally. The reports from the simultaneous strike teams also documented the combat engagements that had accompanied 5 of the 12 operations. 5 node administrators who had chosen to fight rather than let the documentation move. The descriptions were tactically precise, written by practitioners who had trained in the same compact operational language Wei Liang had been developing with his core team. Strike durations. Technique types used. Defensive architectures encountered. The information would be useful for future operations against Covenant nodes, assuming there were future operations. He read each combat report with the attention it deserved and filed the tactical implications. The single casualty report came through at the 2-hour mark. Wei Liang read the names twice. He held the weight of them and did not put it down. He put it in the specific place he had learned to keep things that could not be resolved quickly, present, acknowledged, not processing at full depth in the middle of an operation where partial attention was dangerous, but not dismissed either. 3 of Wei Liang's allies are killed. 14 Hollow Covenant senior figures are exposed publicly. Zhu Renmei's summary message, arriving as the confirmation reports consolidated, had the specific flatness of a person whose information management discipline prevented editorializing even when editorializing would have been appropriate. 7 nodes destroyed. 3 more severely disrupted. Swaiming has been recalled to the Hollow Covenant's headquarters to manage the crisis. The plan worked. He was reading this when the secondary message arrived. Zhu Renmei's network. Second relay. Priority classification that the network used for information that was both urgent and inconsistent with the situation model it was amending. Swaiming isn't going to headquarters. He's coming to you directly. Wei Liang read the message. He handed it to Su Fengling without comment. She read it. Her expression did not change in any way visible to someone who did not know how to read it. Someone who knew how to read it would have seen the precise quality of someone who has just received information that restructures a plan and is already building the new plan before the old one has finished collapsing. He decided you're worth more than the crisis management, she said. Yes. That means either we were wrong about the cost-benefit calculation, she said, or the Hollow Covenant knows something about the future bloodline resonance system's value that makes the cost-benefit calculation work differently than we modeled it. He had the same thought at the same time. He did not say it out loud, because saying it out loud did not change what came next. What came next was Swaiming. He turned to face north, the direction the secondary message had indicated. The territory lay quiet and still, the cultivation world's ambient energy circulating in its natural patterns without any indication of the approach it was concealing. Soul sovereigns were old cultivators. Old cultivators knew how to move. How long, he asked. Zhu Renmei says the tracking estimate puts him 3 days out at his last observed position, Su Fengling said. 3 days assuming he's moving at a pace consistent with standard soul sovereign travel technique. He's not. She was quiet for a moment. Then no, he's probably not. Wei Liang looked at the genealogical tree in his mind space. Second Son's silhouette was watching. Little Flame's branch, attenuated and steady, was simply present. He did not ask either of them for anything. The plan had worked. 7 Hollow Covenant nodes were gone. 3 more were crippled. 14 senior figures were exposed in institutional records across 4 kingdoms. The political crisis was real. Swaiming had decided that none of it mattered as much as Wei Liang. That was the most alarming intelligence about the Hollow Covenant he had received yet. He began calculating. Chapter 69. The betrayal he found out about Chao Mingtian on the second day after the strikes. The discovery did not come through Zhu Renmei's network, which was the first thing that told him its source was not the standard intelligence channels he had been using. It came through the spatial awareness technique's passive monitoring, the ambient chi reading he maintained at low depth in every location the group occupied. More habit now than deliberate practice. The specific cultivation instinct of a cultivator who had learned that the environment's spiritual energy told true stories about what was happening in it if you listened at the right frequencies. The chi pattern he noticed had the quality of a cultivation communication technique operating at a frequency designed to evade standard detection. It was not aimed at any of his normal monitoring thresholds. It was in the gap between the frequencies he monitored most carefully, calibrated by someone who had been observing his monitoring practice for months and knew which gaps were underattended. He tracked it to Chao Mingtian. He spent 4 hours verifying before he accepted the implication. The chi pattern was consistent across 3 separate monitoring windows. The communication frequency was documented in the Hollow Covenant intelligence package as belonging to a low-activation sleeper contact protocol, the kind used with personnel who had been placed in long-term cover positions and were instructed to minimize contact to once-per-crisis intervals to avoid detection. The specific pattern matched the sleeper contact frequency the Covenant used for agents placed in outer district cultivation communities, which was the category of placement that would have been used for someone positioned near the kind of bloodline cultivator who might eventually become significant to the harvest systems management. He held this knowledge for a long time before deciding what to do with it. He thought about the iron body practitioner who had walked into extraction facilities twice without hesitating, who had managed perimeter security during Wei Liang's 48-hour meditation with the specific competence of someone whose commitment to the task was genuine, who had found a market and made actual food and been visibly pleased about it, who had said, in the first weeks of their work together, with the specific directness of a cultivator who did not soften things unnecessarily, "You're keeping something from me. I'll help better if you don't." He had not been keeping something. He had been holding space for Chao Mingtian to trust him with what Chao Mingtian was keeping. The communication pattern told him what Chao Mingtian was keeping. He did not confront him immediately. He kept monitoring for the remainder of the second day, building a complete picture of what had been communicated and when. The pattern showed communications at 4 specific operational transition points, not constant, not frequent, but timed to moments when the group's position or intention changed significantly. The arc of the data started earlier than he had thought, before the main compound operation, before the tournament. The placement was old. The fourth day after the strikes, in the morning, he found Xiao Mingtian preparing the group's morning meal. The Iron Body practitioner's consistent contribution, the thing he did every morning with the practical purposefulness that characterized everything he did. He told Xiao Mingtian what he had found. He did not frame it as an accusation. He laid out the evidence the way he laid out intelligence documentation, sequentially, specifically, with the sources identified and the conclusions drawn from each source made explicit. He gave Xiao Mingtian every opportunity to dispute the interpretation before he arrived at the conclusion the evidence supported. Xiao Mingtian didn't dispute anything. He set down the cooking implement he had been holding. He did not look up for a long moment. When he looked up, his expression had the quality of a person who has been managing a specific weight for a very long time and has just been relieved of the management effort. Not because the weight is gone, but because there is no longer any point in managing it. They placed me 6 years ago, Xiao Mingtian said. His voice was even. Before you were relevant to anything. The outer district placement covered 3 different bloodline cultivators across 2 kingdoms over 4 years. I was a general-purpose sleeper in a region they were monitoring for harvest system activity. When you activated the system and the monitoring flagged your location, they updated my contact parameters. He paused. I didn't know it was you specifically until after the tournament. Wei Liang looked at him. I should have done something differently when I knew, Xiao Mingtian said. I know what I should have done. He didn't name the specific alternative. He didn't need to. The shape of what he should have done. Tell Wei Liang, break the contact protocol, accept the consequences, was obvious to both of them. Why didn't you? Wei Liang asked. Xiao Mingtian was quiet for a moment. Because I'd been in cover positions for 6 years, he said finally. Because I had family in 2 kingdoms that the Covenant knows the location of. Because when I looked at you in the early months, I thought you were a competent cultivator with a complicated power system who would advance quickly and then be captured or consumed like the documentation said the previous practitioners had been, and I would have fulfilled my contact obligations and my family would be safe and the whole thing would be over. He paused. And then you started actually winning. Wei Liang held this. And then you started actually winning. Xiao Mingtian repeated, quieter. And I had already been helping you, and I didn't know which side I was on anymore. And I kept not deciding, which is itself a decision. He looked up. Swaiming coming directly to your position instead of recalling to headquarters. That's because I communicated your location after the strikes. The contact protocol required it. I sent the information, and then I sat here and made your food and waited for you to find it. The camp was quiet. Su Fengling was in the preparation room. Lian Shu was on perimeter watch. He was aware of their positions in the way he was always aware of the positions of people in his operational group. He thought about what the appropriate response was. He thought about the 3 practitioners who had died in the summit strikes. He thought about the 3 sect administrators whose deaths Sui Ming had announced at the operation's beginning. He thought about extraction cells and practitioners suspended in them. He thought about Xiao Mingtian, sitting in front of him with the specific patience of a man who has decided he will take whatever comes and has made a kind of peace with that. Your family, Wei Liang said. Where specifically? Xiao Mingtian's expression shifted very slightly. Not hope. He was too careful for hope in this moment. The specific quality of someone updating a calculation they had made and finding the update unexpected. The Covenant knows the locations, he said. They told me specifically when they placed me. The family contacts are part of the leverage architecture. Zhu Remei's network covers both